Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. The Super Blue 3 abuse Champa at the start, participate in the power conference. Chapter 81. Boom. On the way to fly upside down, Piccolo smashed a stone pillar, and his body was embedded in the rubble. Seeing this, Paladin didn't give Piccolo the slightest time to breathe, raised his hand, and a golden light appeared in his palm. In the next second, a destructive beam of energy poured out from his palm. The power was terrifying. Boom. The destructive energy set off an extremely violent explosion, the roar was deafening, and the energy covered the area where Piccolo was. Rocks fluttered and smoke filled the air. Piccolo was buried in thick smoke, and his life and death are unknown. Retracting his fist, Paladin continued to maintain vigilance, and those cold eyes stared straight at the center of the thick smoke. He knew that Piccolo would not be killed by himself so easily. Otherwise, the super Namek of the 7th universe would not be able to arouse his interest. The next second, his hunch was verified. A large hand continuously stretched out, breaking through the smoke and attacking towards his neck. I knew you wouldn't be defeated so easily by me. But instead of doing harm to me, this method exposed yourself. Dodging the attack of this huge palm, Paladin had already discovered Piccolo's location. Piccolo, who had given up everything, rushed towards Paladin again. His white arrogance surged, energy filled his body, and he exerted 100% of his full strength. Here, the battle intensified and entered a white-hot stage. The other end, in the shadows of the ring. Because after getting some of the breath from Frieza, Son Goku has recovered a lot of physical strength and energy, and after his physical injuries have also recovered, he can already exert nearly 60% of his normal strength. At this moment, he is also constantly walking around the arena, avoiding being discovered by other universe contestants. For him now, having more time to rest is the key. He can also quietly recover more damage and strength. All the breath was sealed in his body by his restraint, and not leaked out at all. But even so, he still has to be more careful, because this is the arena of the power conference that is full of dangers. The top warriors in every universe gather here, and their perceptions are very powerful. Even though his ability to conceal his own breath is very good, there is still a very individual existence who can perceive his existence. At this moment, not even Son Goku himself knew he had been discovered. With a strange movement in the space behind him, Son Goku's body trembled, and he instinctively pulled away from him. In the space behind him, a person similar to the existence in his memory appeared out of thin air. Adoratite people, the Adolite who taught him the skill of instant transmission. When Namek exploded, he accidentally passed through the universe ship of the Frieza Legion and entered the Adrat planet, and lived with the Adrat people of that planet for a period of time. This face, he will never forget in this life. It is also because of them that he can become alive. Are you, from the Adolat star? Noticing the Adorat star in front of him, Son Goku had cold sweat on his forehead. If he was found, the situation would not be very good. The perception ability of the Adorat star is very good, and it must be directed at him to appear here. This Adlat star is also the Adlat star Jimmy's of the 2nd universe in the original book. Taking advantage of the fact that the 7th universe's strongest fighting force, Son Goku, was seriously injured, he wanted to eliminate the opponent from this arena and give their universe a little hope of survival. Does our Adlat family also exist in your universe? It's surprising. Jimmy was surprised, but soon recovered his calm. The immediate priority is to eliminate Son Goku. He couldn't pass up such a good opportunity. Eyes narrowed slightly, Jimmy looked for Son Goku's flaws and waited for an opportunity. I didn't expect that one day I would be able to meet the Adlat star family again, even though you belong to another universe. Taking a deep breath, Son Goku put on a fighting stance, his eyes locked on Jimmy's. Regardless of whether it is from the Adorat star, the other party is all directed at him. In this ring, no matter who is the enemy, as long as it is the enemy, Son Goku will never slack off. He will do his best. If he still maintains the playful attitude of the previous battle, there is no doubt that his end will definitely be very miserable. Jiren has taught him a profound lesson, and now, he has to regain his physical strength, and face the battle at the last moment. Now, although relying on a trace of energy given by Frieza can barely restore some combat power, it is still far from a high-intensity battle. At least, now he can only fight in his normal state, and he can't even become Super Saiyan. Unless, at this time, he can use the pressure of battle to force himself to go beyond the limit again. In other words, fighting while recovering. Every time they fight, as long as they are in a desperate situation, Saiyan will bring unexpected results. A desperate situation is an opportunity for them to break through. Of course, this possibility is very small. At present, his physical condition is very bad, and if he is a little careless, he will be thrown out of the ring directly. It's not my intention to shoot you in this situation, and I have no choice but to do it. Son Goku of the 7th universe, your existence is a serious threat to any universe. Son Goku said, whether it's you, or Saiyan from the 6th universe, or that Jiren, we all have to defeat. For the survival of our 2nd universe, we must maintain the numerical advantage, so I can only be sorry, Son Goku. As soon as the voice fell, in an instant, Jimmy cast instant transmission and disappeared in place. Appeared again, had already crossed the space, and came behind Son Goku. A signal of danger came from the intuition of the battle, causing Son Goku to sweat coldly on his forehead. He had already sensed the danger, but he couldn't dodge it. If it was him before, no matter how sudden the blow was, he could easily dodge it, and even cause a devastating blow to the enemy. But now, the body is too injured, and this broken body can no longer support the high-speed battle. To be able to react so quickly, it is also thanks to his years of practice that he has increased the strength of his body and made his toughness strong enough to support him to achieve this step. Of course, there is also that rich combat experience. Bang! A muffled sound. Jimmy's hand knife hit Son Goku in the neck, and he wanted to knock Son Goku unconscious with this blow, thereby throwing him out of the ring. This blow is neither strong nor weak, it was Son Goku at his peak, and he didn't suffer. But now, his physical condition is not good, and this attack, which is usually inconsiderate, is a serious blow to his body. Enduring the severe pain, Son Goku gritted his teeth, turned around and kicked Jimmy away. Even if the situation is very bad, he will not sit still and just wait to be eliminated. Son Goku, you are really dangerous, even in this situation, you can counterattack me. Can't help taking a breath, Jimmy is troubled by Son Goku's strength. What kind of monster is this? He can launch a strong counterattack even when his stamina is exhausted. If he was at his peak, this battle would probably end at the first sight of meeting. Certainly, must not let Son Goku stay in the ring. This is Jimmy's determination. However, the people of the 7th universe will not watch this kind of thing at risk. Just as Jimmy was about to launch another raid, a purple energy beam hit him. Not expecting someone to attack him at all, Jimmy was dumbfounded. Unpredictable, he was hit on the right shoulder by the devastating energy. The sound of shoo resounded. Jimmy's right shoulder and the rock behind him were pierced in an instant. Son Goku was taken aback by such a killer move. Who was so cruel? Turning his head, Son Goku was in disbelief once again. Frieza again. Fu, Frieza, you've been near me to protect me. Son Goku's eyes widened in surprise. Frieza, what the hell is he thinking? He is getting more and more incomprehensible now. Humph, don't get me wrong Son Goku, I'm not helping you, but I need you to deal with that monster in the end. Frieza glanced at Son Goku, pretending to be indifferent. Embarrassed by Frieza's words, Son Goku laughed and said, I know, you will never do anything meaningless. Don't think you can beat me like this. Guys from the 7th universe, both of you will be eliminated by me. Jimmy clenched his teeth and endured the pain of his right arm being penetrated. He cast instant transmission and attacked Frieza's in front of you. Unfortunately, as soon as he started to act, Frieza seized the opportunity and restrained his neck with one hand. Gotcha! The strength of the attack occurred slightly, and a bone-crunching sound came from Jimmy's neck. In just an instant, Jimmy lost his ability to fight completely, waiting for Frieza's slaughter like fish on a sticky board. Ho 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 ho, the guy who dares to take action against this king, who knows nothing about the sky, must punish you. With a sinister smile, Frieza revealed his cruel nature at this moment. As soon as these words came out, Son Goku on the side secretly said that something uncontrollable was going to happen. He was about to stop Frieza, but it was too late. A muffled sound of bang. Frieza's punch had already penetrated Jimmy's abdomen. The terrifying power caused Jimmy's internal organs to be subverted, and a mouthful of black blood was spit out from his mouth, and his breath became wilted in an instant. It's not over yet. Frieza's brutality and cruelty have only begun. Stop it, Frieza. Son Goku tried to stop Frieza, but to no avail. Frieza's brutality is on full display at the moment. He changed his tail to lock Jimmy's neck, and his fists hit Jimmy's abdomen again and again. The terrifying power caused Jimmy's to spit out a large amount of blood, his breath became sluggish, and he was on the verge of death. Obviously, Frieza's attack has seriously injured Jimmy, and he only needs to drop him off the ring. But the ruthless Frieza did not. He was still torturing Jimmy's, seeking the kind of pleasure he wanted. Every attack was deliberately dodging Jimmy's key points and controlling the power, so that it did not launch a fatal super blow to his body. Attack after attack, Jimmy was on the verge of collapse, his spirit was broken, his eyes were white, and he had apparently passed out. It's really boring. I thought this toy would be able to play with this king for a while, but this is because I think this toy too much. With a sigh, Frieza spread his hands and loosened his tail, and put the dying Jimmy's down. Immediately afterwards, Frieza raised another foot and stomped on Jimmy's head, just like that, still rubbing back and forth. Such a brutal act showed his identity as the Emperor of Evil. Frieza, stop now, this guy is dying. If he dies, you will also lose your eligibility to continue the competition because of murder. Jimmy's aura is about to disappear. Son Goku, who is a good man, naturally doesn't let Frieza fool around. At the same time, he was extremely angry with Frieza in his heart. Although he has high expectations, this guy is still the demon lunatic he used to be. Nothing has changed, cruel, ruthless, and the most eerie and terrifying monster. In fact, Son Goku is too conceited. He doesn't even think what time is it. Frieza did it, and there was nothing wrong with it. By doing this, he can also make the 7th universe's deterrent more powerful, so that no one will bother again. This is also helping Son Goku, lest someone else come and attack. HMPH. This king will not make such a low-level mistake. It's just that it is one of the joys of this king to ravage these ants and make them feel fear. Without too much explanation, Frieza smiled cruelly and kicked directly. Kicked Jimmy's off the ring. Such an act, even gods of destruction would take a deep breath. The gods of destruction Hereth of the 2nd universe was stunned, her eyes fixed on Frieza, with anger in her eyes. She was disgusted by such existence. This Frieza from the 7th universe is such an ugly guy. Even such a guy can participate as a contestant. The 7th universe is really hopeless. Hereth couldn't help but issued her criticism. There is no doubt that if Frieza was her universe, she would have destroyed it long ago. The viewing area of the 7th universe. That guy Frieza is still the same cruel and, well done, ferocious. This ruthless and resolute method is inferior to even me as a gods of destruction. Beerus couldn't help expressing emotion towards Frieza. This guy, in a sense, is more fit to be gods of destruction than any of them. Evil, pure evil. However, he's also the kind of person who is the least likely to be gods of destruction, because once he becomes gods of destruction, universe is really going to be messed up. I have to say, it seems that it was because of Beerus-sama's relationship, which caused Frieza to intensify. Now this appearance is also in line with his identity as an emperor. Gods of destruction in other universes are all shocked by his methods. With a slight smile, he explained. Hearing this, Beerus recalled what happened back then. I chose Frieza for convenience. Anyway, it doesn't matter what happens, as long as we can eliminate other universe players without breaking the rules, that's in our favor. Beerus put on an expression like Frieza will be fine. In his opinion, Frieza actually has a very clear purpose, as long as their universe can survive, no matter what means are feasible. Vile, abominable, evil, so what? Winning is the key. If you lose, you really have nothing. The viewing area of the 6th universe. The Frieza of the 7th universe. Not only looks similar to Frost, but his methods are much more cruel than that of Frost's sinister villain. I didn't expect Beerus to invite such a dangerous guy to the competition. Cut. Really, I can't come to the table. After seeing Frieza's behavior, Champa said involuntarily. Disdain is his greatest performance now. For him, it was the jumping beam clown. Although they are very similar, our universe's Frost is far worse than him. If Frost can compare with this Frieza, our universe's overall strength will be improved. Vados said on the side. In addition to emotion, the viewing area of the sixth universe. Suddenly, a wave of space fluctuations suddenly came from beside them. This kind of mutation made Champa, Vados, and Fua cast strange glances at the same time. After taking a closer look, what appeared in front of them were the contestants of their universe, Gabe and Bodama. Because he was knocked out of the ring, he also came to the viewing area. Hey, when did you two get eliminated? What happened? The sudden elimination of Gabe and Bodama made Champa angry. Especially, if they didn't pay attention for a while, the two of them were knocked out of the ring. What about Birgit? What about Demon Lord Hill? What about Kyle and Caulifla? Don't they all stay together all the time? Why was it eliminated? I don't know exactly what happened. I was knocked out of the ring by an invisible guy. Gabe himself was stunned, crying, and a little uncomfortable. Originally, he was still acting with Bodama in the ring, but he was suddenly attacked by an invisible attack and was directly knocked out of the ring. Until he came here, he didn't know what was going on. You told me, you don't know anything yourself. Champa couldn't contain his anger. You can't blame us, Lord Champa. It's just that I didn't see anything. Even though there was no one there, I was suddenly attacked, and Gabe and I were eliminated like this. Bodama looked wronged. It's okay not to explain, but Champa almost exploded with an explanation. What a disgraceful guy, this god is going to destroy you. Among the sixth universe players, their level will be lowered because of the two of you. He got up his sleeves, ready to beat up Gabe and Bodama first. Fortunately, the Grand Priest on the high platform noticed the situation here, coughed twice, and gave Champa a warning. Noticing Grand Priest's warning, the anger on Champa's face was gone, and the eyes became peas. In just a split second, he froze. Grand Priest has issued a warning, does he dare not listen? HMPH, I won't destroy you this time. Champa, who was so frightened, had no choice but to stop, but he also let out a harsh word. When the power conference wins and returns, he will definitely pursue it. Otherwise, all the staff are there, and now because of Gabe and Bodama, the staff is directly scattered. Vados, who was beside him, couldn't help laughing when he saw Champa's obedient appearance. In this world, only the gods above the gods of destruction can restrain Champa. No, there is still a Birgit now. Birgit here. Situated on the highest point of the Unbounded, Birgit commanded a commanding view of the battle below. His attention was all on Majin Oza and Toppo. Toppo and Bodama were eliminated, and he wasn't paying attention at all. It can be said that it was completely ignored. Beside him was Hill, the Demon King. As for Caulifla and Kair, these two girls left here quickly after they recovered almost and went to other war zones to find suitable opponents. Birgit didn't stop them from leaving. Anyway, as long as you don't provoke those powerful enough existences, nothing will happen. Moreover, the most important thing is the sixth universe, and it is enough to have him. Speaking of which, Toppo from the 11th universe is quite strong, but unfortunately, if he loses, he probably won't be the opponent of Majin Oza. Hill analyzed from the side. She could see through Toppo's level, although there was not much difference in combat effectiveness between the two sides. However, Oza's characteristics and abilities make him invincible. The infinite physical strength, the energy that will never be used up no matter how it is consumed, coupled with the strange self-healing ability, makes Hill unable to imagine how Oza will lose. Your opinion is indeed correct, but the Toppo is not easy, so the outcome is uncertain. Hearing Hill's words, Birgit grinned and said, how to say? Hill looked puzzled, not knowing what Birgit was trying to convey. Could it be possible, is there any hidden killer move in Toppo that hasn't been used? Or, is Toppo not using its full strength now? Birgit wouldn't even agree that Oza would win. Although Oza is powerful and invincible in battles of the same level, Toppo of the 11th universe still has an identity, and he has a bottomless energy hidden in his body that has not yet been displayed. If I guess correctly, that power is the power of gods of destruction. After a moment of silence, Birgit said why Toppo couldn't possibly lose. Gods of destruction, doesn't this mean that guy is a candidate for gods of destruction in the 11th universe? After Birgit reminded him, Hill realized and suddenly realized. If Tapo Bebef as a candidate for gods of destruction, then, he did not use the power of gods of destruction from beginning to end, which also means that he is hiding a hand. So why didn't he use that power from the start? Wouldn't it be better to use gods of destruction directly? There's no way Oza could have been deadlocked with him for that long. Yes, he is the alternate gods of destruction of the 11th universe. As for why he is reluctant to use that power, I think it should be that he has not completely made up his mind, as the representative warrior of the 11th universe's justice. 1. Using the power of gods of destruction means abandoning everything you believed in the past, as well as the justice that you bear, Birgit explained. Tapo's indecision can be seen from the original. Sticking to his own justice, he wants to use his justice power to protect the 11th universe. But in the end, the last belief in my heart was defeated by Android 17 of the 7th universe and Frieza, the Emperor of Evil. This made Tapo completely determined to use the power of gods of destruction. At this time, Tapo, facing the same level of Oza, he fell into a disadvantage. I see. As a warrior of justice, you use the power of gods of destruction. It's really interesting. Once used, it means throwing everything away. That guy is a self-contradictory person. Showed a disdainful smile and had a certain understanding of Tapo. She is disappointed. I thought he was a righteous warrior who carried out his beliefs, but he turned out to be a self-contradictory guy. After all, what is the conflict between the power of justice and the power of gods of destruction? As long as you have perseverance and firm belief, no matter how evil the power is, you can use it for yourself. In fact, as long as people's hearts remain unchanged, justice will not disappear. Look, he should wake up later, Oza, and he doesn't want to continue playing with him. Birgit finished, her eyes continuing to focus on Tapo's fight. He was to witness the awakening of the power of gods of destruction. In the original book, there are not many descriptions of gods of destruction power, but now he can see it with his own eyes. Tapo, who has awakened the power of gods of destruction, is in what dimension? Is it the 9th dimension or the 10th dimension? Hill, who was beside him, stood beside Birgit, with his arms crossed, looking like he was watching a good show. If it weren't for the fact that the identity had already been known to others, people who didn't know would think that the two of them belonged to the relationship between husband and wife. Not only the temperament and appearance are matched, but also the behavior is almost the same. For Hill, she still remembers the power of gods of destruction deeply. When she challenged Champa and failed, Champa wanted to destroy her, and finally Angel Vados stopped Champa. I haven't experienced that feeling in years. What surprises will this gods of destruction candidate from the 11th universe bring her this time? On the battlefield between Tapo and Majin Oza. Demon Oza's offensive was fierce and deadly, with a steady stream of energy attacks, forming an all-round suppression, battering Tapo all over and unable to fight back. Tapo, who had suffered a lot of trauma, did not give up. At this moment, a nameless anger surged in his heart, which made him unable to help but want to destroy Demon Oza. However, he still retained his reason and did not lose his true heart in the power. He is still hesitating, whether to become like that and give up. All that he has now is only in exchange for that absolutely powerful power. The battle became more and more intense, and the energy battle became more and more ferocious. The injuries on both sides are increasing, but Majin Oza seems to have some kind of self-healing ability. Where Tapo hurts him, it won't take long for him to recover. And, it's that kind of complete recovery. Until now, Tapo has more and more injuries, and his body is almost dripping with blood. The battle suit of his proud team identity was also broken in this battle. He really did not expect that a mere Demon Oza could make him at a disadvantage even when he tried his best. In terms of strength, they are of the same level, and in terms of speed, they are also of the same level, but the only difference is their Xinxing and mentality and their physical strength and ability. As a demon, Oza has no scruples. When he destroys, he will not take into account the life and death of others. He simply beats the opponent to death, and he does not care about the life and death of the enemy. Coupled with this almost endless energy and physical strength, it makes Oza invincible in battles of the same level. Jia ha 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 ha. Come again, come and continue to fight with me, this feeling is really great, woohoo. Oza opened his arms and cheered happily. Being used as a sparring tool by the opponent, Topo was so angry that he wanted to destroy Oza. As a righteous party, this unscrupulous monster is within their scope of handling. Topo could only stare at Oza in place, but did not take the initiative to attack. Slowly, there was a slight fluctuation in his breath. His face was gloomy, and a scarlet light flashed in Topo's eyes. Enough. Let me destroy this boring game. A majestic and domineering voice came out of Topo's mouth. In the depths of his body, the energy that had been hidden and sealed for a while was loosened. Ozana's overwhelming power made him determined to use it. The justice he said before also made him lose interest at this moment. As long as you win. As long as you win, it is justice. As long as you win, it is absolute. And, only by winning, can his universe survive. Even if he doesn't fight for the justice he has always believed in, he has to win for the survival of their universe. He wants to win. Is there no desire to fight anymore? Then let me eliminate you. Demon Oza smiled evilly, raised his hand high, and invisible power gathered in his palm. Single quote, exclamation mark, single quote. The purple-red rays of light surged, and the energy condensed in Oza's palm became larger and larger, and the power far surpassed any previous energy release. The diameter of the energy bomb expands, 10 meters, 100 meters, and 1,000 meters. In Oza's evil laughter, this majestic energy escaped from his palm and fell on Topo's body. Single quote, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. The devastating energy directly covered everything within a few hundred meters, engulfed Topo's body, and shattered the ring under his feet. The gravel and the thick smoke set off a thick layer of black smoke. At the center of the explosion, a purple light loomed. This blow really hit Topo. However, it doesn't seem to beat Topo. A strange look appeared on Oza's face, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he carefully looked at the center of the explosion. I don't want justice, self, everything. I don't want it all. Low words, from the smoke. In the next second, a strange light floated. The billowing smoke from the explosion dissipated, and Topo's bruised body entered Oza's line of sight. A strange purple light appeared on the surface of his body. There was no violent aura impact, and there was no overwhelming sense of oppression. Everything was so peaceful and nothing happened. For a moment, Oza smelled the danger and subconsciously distanced himself from it. An ominous foreboding came to mind. Topo's body began to mutate. The dark purple energy engulfed Topo's body, causing his body to swell, becoming stronger than before, and the color of his skin was gradually darkening. For some reason, Oza's body instinctively had an ominous premonition, as if his existence would be completely destroyed and nothing would remain. This strange power made this fearless devil smell the smell of danger. And this is the power that comes from gods of destruction. The viewing area of the 11th universe. When Topo showed the power of gods of destruction, an ecstatic smile appeared on the face of gods of destruction. Vermut is the 11th universe. Excellent, Topo, you finally figured it out. Abandoning the useless justice and throwing your whole heart into the embrace of destruction, you have finally awakened. Topo, gods of destruction. Vermut showed a proud smile on his face, excited. The moment the gods of destruction force appeared, Vermut knew that Topo was finally willing to give up the belief he once held. It also means that he can come up with real strength to fight. Topo, the alternate gods of destruction of their 11th universe, is the successor he personally identified. However, because Topo is too obsessed with the side of justice, he cannot be allowed to take over the position of gods of destruction for the time being, nor can he exert the power of gods of destruction. Now, Topo finally figured it out, abandoned the hypocritical justice, devoted himself to the power of destruction, and accepted the baptism of the power of destruction. Vermut's words were passed into the ears of the gods of destruction of other universes. All the gods of destruction feel incredible. You know, this is a candidate for the gods of destruction. None of these gods have yet found a suitable candidate, but Vermut has found one. To become a candidate of gods of destruction, the premise is to have a strong power, plus the power of gods of destruction, which is enough to destroy everything, is an absolutely invincible, terrifying existence. While these gods of destruction were still hesitating and didn't even want to be a backup, 11th universe had already made their own arrangements. Jiren, who is as strong as a monster, walks in front of gods of destruction. Now, there's another Gods of Destruction candidate. How to fight such a powerful monster? Vermut. You are hiding this. Alternate Gods of Destruction. Gods of Destruction. Champa gritted his teeth angrily. Originally, the monsters of their universe were about to win, but they turned out to be unexpected, and Topo awakened the power of Gods of Destruction. In addition, he and Vermut have had a holiday, and everyone is unhappy with each other, and he naturally wishes that Vermut's players were eliminated quickly and then erased by Xeno. Lord Champa, don't worry, it's just an alternate Gods of Destruction, and it doesn't pose a threat to our universe at all. The contestants of our universe, Birgit, but also the Demon King Hill, and Birgit. Vados reminded aside. Of course I know that, but it's just a mere backup Gods of Destruction I haven't paid attention to yet. At this level, Birgit can easily kill him. But, what really bothers me is Vermut. That clown every time. It's so annoying to make this out at a critical moment. Champa complained. This is something that can't be helped, isn't it? After all, if you lose the power tournament, you will be destroyed. Lord Vermut will definitely go all out, and maybe even arrange some things that we don't know about. Vados laughed. This is a more profound reminder, Champa, not to make such a fuss all the time. At least for now, there is no need to be so surprised. Without Gods of Destruction level powerhouses, Gods of Destruction candidates would be terrifying. However, if there is a Gods of Destruction level existence, the candidates for Gods of Destruction are not worth mentioning. The viewing area of the 7th universe. Gods of Destruction. Beerus is overjoyed to see such a sudden change in the situation. There is no doubt that the spearhead of the 11th universe is not on the 7th universe but on the 6th universe. Let him finally breathe a sigh of relief, and you can watch a good show. That devil, who had pushed the candidates for Gods of Destruction in a hurry, is now showing his true power. Cut. That guy Vermut, this time he's proud of himself, and the candidates for Gods of Destruction are all on the field. He couldn't help but scornfully said. Beerus was also worried about Champa. Anyway, they are brothers. Although Champa has only been eliminated by 2 players, if they lose this game, then 3 players will be eliminated. On the other hand, in his universe, there is only one Master Roshi so far. I have to say, Lord Vermut is very calculated. If it weren't for the fact that the devil from the 6th universe stimulated Topo's heart, I'm afraid we still don't know at this time that Topo is a candidate for Gods of Destruction. Whis said. As soon as these words came out, others naturally agreed. Now, the situation is in our favor. Goku is resting, and Gohan is protecting them. Even if the 11th universe wants to take action against Goku, it has to take into account the existence of other universes. Supreme Kai Xian said. With a happy expression on his face, he finally didn't have to worry as much as before. The abacus of the 11th universe did not succeed. They wanted to use the battle between Jiren and Goku to suppress all universes, but the result was counterproductive, but instead stimulated a deeper desire to survive in other universes. The old Supreme Kai watched clearer. Originally, the melee was a little bit more relaxed, and it didn't start completely. Now it's getting hotter because of the fight between Jiren and Son Goku. Anyway, the situation of our universe is definitely much better than other universes. I just don't know which universe will be the first to die out of the remaining 6 universes. Beerus self-mumbling. He doesn't want to be the 7th universe, and he doesn't want to be the 6th universe. If it was the 11th universe, then it would be better. At least, after this opponent is missing, the only thing that needs to be really concerned about is the 4th universe besides the 6th universe. There is this kind of thinking, but also because the performance of other universes is really not outstanding. At this time, above, high platform, standing at the highest point, the Supreme God, Grand Priest, noticed the change in Topo, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Although he had known it for a long time, the sudden transformation now exceeded his expectations. It turns out that, after throwing everything away, I gained the power of Gods of Destruction. Although there are some violations, but it does not completely violate the rules. So it seems that the demons of the 6th universe are going to lose. A playful smile appeared on Grand Priest's face. The 2 Xenos on the throne of Xeno's temple were happier after seeing that Topo was a candidate for the Gods of Destruction. Xeno Ben, did you hear that? Topo from the 11th universe is a candidate for Gods of Destruction. Future Xeno. Enin, the candidate of gods of destruction, must be very strong, then the devil of the sixth universe will lose. Zeno. Yeah, I'm going to lose. The two Zeno sang and said at the same time. It seems that the existence of the following is not taken seriously at all. On the ring. Because of Toppo's awakening, the attention of all universe contestants was also drawn. Especially for Son Goku, who was hiding in the dark. When Toppo woke up, he felt this unimaginable pressure, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva involuntarily. This combat power, compared to his second-tier Super Saiyan blue color, is probably almost the same. It turns out that Toppo hides such a strong power. If Toppo made up his mind to use this power during the outpost, I am afraid that the final result would be that he completely lost the game. According to the current situation, the Demon Oza of the sixth universe is sure to lose. Toppo. You didn't expect you to hide this hand, what an amazing guy, he muttered and sighed, and suddenly, Son Goku sensed the approaching crisis and subconsciously jumped away from the place. As soon as he walked on the front foot, a golden energy bullet hit his original position on the back foot. Boom! The energy exploded, and thick smoke was everywhere. Son Goku landed on a rock and looked at his attacker. It is Kale and Caulifla from the sixth universe. Cut! Did you dodge all this? Son Goku, even if you're seriously injured, it's hard to deal with. Attack was dodged, and Caulifla looked unhappy. It's Saiyan from the sixth universe. Are you looking for me specifically, wanting to fight with me? Son Goku said with a heavy expression as he stared at Kale and Caulifla. A Caulifla, he doesn't care, the only thing he cares about is Kyle. The explosive power of the legendary Super Saiyan is terrifying. If Kyle enters the runaway super transmission state like before, in this case, he has a high chance of being eliminated. Of course, you escaped from the previous battle, but not now, I'm going to knock you out of this arena. Caulifla said confidently. Gearing up, she unceremoniously entered the second order state of Super Saiyan. As soon as you get up, you put your best effort into it. It can be seen that this girl is serious. Being by Son Goku's side, Son Gohan immediately stood in front of his father after seeing such a situation. If you want to deal with my dad, pass me first. He wants to protect his father and let his father recover as quickly as possible. Therefore, he must endure this battle. However, there are two enemies, and one of them is still passing Kel, so he is under great pressure. Even though, he still has Uncle Kling to assist him. Gohan, don't be careless. The opponent's strength is not bad. Cold sweat broke down on Kaylin's face. In fact, to be honest, he is the weakest in the arena right now. Even if he has reached the realm of no self, his strength is only the fifth dimension. Uncle Krillin can just protect Dad. I'll do it here. Son Gohan knew that Krillin couldn't help, so he simply did it all. Facing what Son Gohan said, Kling was really helpless and couldn't refute it. Son Goku, who is being protected, is pleased that his son has the courage to challenge, but he does not want to sit still. Let us father and son, let's fight together. Gohan, I haven't lost the ability to fight yet. Moreover, if this level of combat is used, it will help me recover. Son Goku said. He no longer ducked, and he no longer flinched. Now, there is no need for it. Cut. Have the countermeasures been negotiated? Then prepare to be eliminated. Caulifla shouted provocatively, raising her momentum again in one breath. Son Goku, wake up. With the cooperation of my sister and I, even if you have a helper, you can't have a chance to win. Kair immediately released the power of Chuan Chao in his body and transformed into a controllable Chuan Chao. This air is much stronger than before. Although my current physical condition is not ideal, it is more than enough to deal with one of you. If you want to fight, let's fight. Gohan. Son Goku decisively agreed to the challenge of the two women, and confronted Son Gohan shouted. Hearing his father's words, Son Gohan also nodded excitedly. This feeling reminded him of the Cell period. The blood in the body became restless, and not only Son Gohan became serious, but Son Goku's recovery speed also accelerated. Injuries are quickly repaired in the process of strength recovery. Arrogant uncle, then take it. With a roar, Caulifla took the lead in attacking, rushing towards Son Goku. Kyle followed closely, but was blocked directly by Son Gohan. This is the duel between Saiyans. Kaylin, who was on the side, had completely become a spectator, let alone helping, it would be good for him to maintain his current state. Located on another battlefield, on a rock 100 meters behind Topo. The strongest warrior of the 11th universe, Jiren, is here. He looked at Topo, who had become gods of destruction, with great satisfaction. This power, although it is still a lot worse than his, is already quite impressive. At least, not weaker than Son Goku who broke out before. Topo, you should use this power from the very beginning. If you use this power, that guy will never be able to stand up to you. Jiren's indifferent words sounded so ruthless. However, it is true. If Topo had used the gods of destruction power from the beginning, Oza would have been killed the moment they met. In the next second, his eyes turned slightly and landed on another battlefield. And the battlefield there is the battlefield between Dispo and Hitman. When Topo awakened the gods of destruction power, Dispo also noticed. He decisively distanced himself from Hitler and looked into the distance. Have you finally made up your mind? Topo, Dispo muttered. But also because of this distraction, he exposed a fatal flaw. Hit, of course, will not miss this opportunity. Use flash time, jump for 1 second, appear in front of Dispo, and perform a weak blow. Nani, how did it suddenly become so fast? Hit appeared in front of him in an instant, and Dispo didn't even have time to react. When he wanted to dodge, it was too late. A muffled sound of bang. Hit's heavy punch mercilessly fell on Dispo's waist. The terrifying power penetrated through the waist, and in an instant, Dispo spit out a mouthful of black blood, and his body flew out uncontrollably. Hit, who knocked him flying, did not pursue the victory, but looked at his fist. It's too late to admit defeat now. Hit's stern gaze seemed to be looking at a corpse. Dispo, in his eyes, had long since been eliminated. The weak blow just now was a successful hit, and Dispo's ending was also doomed. Dispo, who was seriously injured by Hit's sneak attack, stood tremblingly, with bright red blood stains hanging from the corners of his mouth. His eyes became cold, staring at Hyder like the gaze of death. Don't jump to conclusions, the killer of the 6th universe. Hit. Dispo gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on Hit. At the same time, the aura around him also became strange at this moment. Seeing that Dispo's breath had changed, Hit frowned slightly and cheered up. Don't think that only Topo hides his true skills, so do I. Hitter, the killer of the 6th universe, let you see now, my Uncle Dispo's super high-speed mode. A layer of strange purple light, at the same time, his breath has ushered in a rapid growth at this moment. This guy has become different from before. Hit's pupils shrank slightly, sensing that something was wrong. Dispo now gave him a very strange feeling, although the improvement in breath was not much, but what was this ominous premonition? There are not many people in this world who can force me, Uncle Dispo, to take this state. You are definitely one of them, so make up your mind. Hitter, the killer of the 6th universe. As soon as he finished speaking, Dispo started to act. Hit Hitter in an instant, and the speed was so fast that Hitter couldn't feel it at all. With no other way, when Hit subconsciously displayed his unique trick to dodge. But even so, it was still a step too late. Dispo's punch, cutting through the space, hit him in the face before he could use the flash. There was a muffled sound of bang. A heavy punch hit Hit's face mercilessly. This also made some waves in the heart of Hit, who was calm. Okay, so fast, you guy. Shocked by Dispo's display of speed, Hit wanted to counterattack, but the opponent clapped his hands away in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Hit was greeted by Dispo's fierce attack like a hurricane. Bang, pounds, 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 pounds. The continuous high-speed attack swept through Hit's body like a phantom. The speed of this attack was beyond imagination. Even if he was as strong as Hit, he could only be forced to defend at this time. The speed of this guy is not at the same level as just now. Realizing that the situation was wrong, Hit, who couldn't bear with Dispo, made a decisive thought and entered the flash space. The attack failed. Hit also disappeared in front of his eyes. Dispo's eyes froze, bursting with a fierce and incomparable cold light. Run away, you'd better keep hiding in that flash space and don't show up. Dispo said viciously. He was completely pushed by Hit. This ultra-high-speed state cannot be maintained for a long time. If Hit plays a protracted war with him, then the person who suffers must be himself. In this form, the consumption of physical strength is very terrifying. Humph, you can only show your ability. No matter how fast you are, as long as you can't break the space, your attack is useless to me. Hit spoke coldly. Frankly speaking, after the battle with the seventh universe, he completely awakened this ability, and it was also one of the biggest reliances for him to participate in the power conference this time. Stop being self-righteous there, do you think I really can't do anything? Hearing Hit's words, Dispo's eyes flashed red. The body instantly turned into an afterimage and disappeared without a trace. Topo here. At this moment, he has completed the transformation of the form of gods of destruction. The strength of the breath and the coercion emanating from the invisible are completely different from the previous level. This power is properly at the 9th dimension level. His body had more than doubled in size before, strong and infiltrating, mighty and domineering. The whole body was enveloped by that strange purple energy. Without a doubt, this is the power of gods of destruction. At the position of his chest, a special purple energy surged, forming a strange rune. This is also the status symbol of the candidate of gods of destruction, and the mark of being able to use the power of gods of destruction. You seem to have become more interesting. With a sinister smile on his face, Majin Oza became more interested in Topo in front of him. Although the feeling of danger is still there, it does not prevent him from wanting to fight. Raising his hand, an energy ray shot out from the tip of his index finger, hitting Topo's face. At this moment, Topo was expressionless, just quietly watching the energy rays shot towards him. A shocking scene happened. The moment Oza's energy ray touched Topo's skin, it instantly turned into endless particles and dissipated in the space. In such a situation, Oza was slightly taken aback. Since this attack is useless, he should be more serious. He raised his hands, and the energy in his body was accumulated by Oza. Buzz. There were bursts of ripples in the space, Oza's facial expression became terrifying, and the majestic energy was fully liberated at this moment. An energy ball swelled infinitely in his palm. The diameter reaches 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 500 meters. Kilometers. The birth of the incomparably gigantic energy ball disturbed all the players in the ring. This huge and dazzling energy also made everyone open their mouths, with making them feel shocked and horrified. Because of them, as long as they are contaminated by this terrifying energy, they will die in an instant. Let's see if you can stop this. With a sinister smile, Oza threw his hands violently. This is comparable to the scorching energy bullet of the sun, blocking all space for escape, and smashing it towards Topo's head. Humph. With a cold snort, Topo's eyes were full of disdain. Do you still think he is the one he was before? With this level of energy, he can destroy it with a single gesture. The 5 fingers spread out, located in Topo's palm, and a mass of purple-red destructive energy emerged. This is a destructive energy ball that has been compressed to the extreme. Although it is not large in size, its destructive power is quite amazing. Topo flicked his fingers, the seemingly inconspicuous destructive energy ball, and crashed into Oza's super large energy ball attack. There was a loud noise of boom. In just an instant, an incredible scene happened. The super huge energy ball condensed by Oza was actually blocked by this seemingly fragile energy bomb. Moreover, the terrifying power burst out in an instant. The power of destruction eroded, decomposed, and turned the huge energy bomb into particles that filled the sky, dissipated in this space. This scene shocked everyone. Topo, who has mastered the power of gods of destruction, has become incredibly powerful. Such a terrifying attack, he could easily resolve it with just a flick of his finger. The devil of the 6th universe, is this all you have? It's really disappointing. Now I have no worries. Under the power of gods of destruction, let's be eliminated. A dull voice came from Topo's as he spoke. His tone became heavier and heavier, and his sense of oppression increased little by little. In the next second, Topo's hands were folded together, and the powerful energy set off a huge wave, which surpassed everything gods of destruction. The power of gods of destruction converged in his palm, a watermelon-sized energy ball, condensed and completed. At the moment of being driven by Topo's idea, he rushed towards the demon Oza, and in the process of advancing, it continued to expand and swell. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. A dangerous signal came from his body, and Majin Oza sensed a dangerous signal in this devastating energy. He subconsciously wanted to dodge, but found that he couldn't move at all. After a closer look, he found that the purple gods of destruction force had somehow spread under his body, blocking his legs firmly. For a split second, Oza knew that things were bad. If he was hit by that terrifying energy, even if he didn't die, he would have to lose half of his life. This gods of destruction force was less than 5 meters away from Oza's position, and it had swelled into a huge energy ball. All the cells in Oza's body were screaming, and he felt even more panic and uneasy. Is he dying? The sound of woo rang out. An invisible slash bypassed Demon Oza's body in an instant and attacked the huge destructive energy ball. Boom! With a loud bang. In just a split second, the seemingly indestructible sphere of destructive energy was split in two from the center. The energy that was cut into two halves also fell on both sides of the ring, causing an unimaginable explosion and decomposing everything that could be decomposed. Noticing that his gods of destruction power was cut in half, Toppo glared with disbelief on his face. The powerful attack just now was enough to kill the Demon Oza. But now, the attack was cut in half by an invisible slash. And the Devil Oza, who was almost hit by gods of destruction force, couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Although his consciousness is incomplete, although he is like a child, for a moment just now, he thought that he was about to die. The power of gods of destruction, I haven't experienced this power for many years, Oza, how about giving me this opponent? An arrogant, ethereal female voice came from behind Oza. Hearing the words, Oza looked behind him subconsciously, and saw a tall woman with a dark purple air sword walking towards him step by step. In this arena, who is the woman who is qualified to compete with the candidates of gods of destruction, besides the Demon King Hill of the 6th universe? It's you. Seeing Hill, Demon Oza babbled and stopped talking. Since the Demon King opened his mouth, he naturally would not refuse. In particular, he couldn't beat the other party, and this woman came to fight, just right. He jumped out of the ring, and went to other war zones to find fun to hide his fears. Oza agreed to let Toppo be his opponent. The corners of Hill's mouth undulated slightly, and he looked at the burly Toppo not far away, exuding the power of gods of destruction. Did you stop my destruction? Sign up. Looking at Hill, Toppo's eyes were very solemn. The expression on his face was cold, and he could not see the slightest mood swing. On the surface, it was actually agitated inside. Oza was nothing to him, but the woman in front of him was not simple. If you want to know my name, it depends on your ability. Let me experience the power of gods of destruction. Hill concentrated his energy in the air blade in his hand. Are you ready to fight with me? Don't think that if you are a woman, I will be merciful. Now I have abandoned everything, and anyone who dares to stand in front of me will be destroyed by me. In different words, from speaking out, Toppo's huge body rushed towards Hill's position like a cannonball. But in the blink of an eye, he carried a terrifying power to kill Hill, and slammed a heavy blow towards Hill's face. For Toppo's attack, Hill smiled and disappeared like a ghost. There was a loud noise of boom. Toppo's attack shook the ring, and the ring under his feet was torn apart. Being so violent to a lady, I can imagine how boring your life must be. Hill's sneer, lingering in Toppo's ears. The provoked Toppo shrank his pupils, turned around suddenly, and punched hard. This turnaround was still easily dodged by Hill, and because his attack was too eager, Hill caught the flaw and slashed Toppo's chest with a ruthless sword. Boom! The power of a sword is enough to open up the world. Puff! The sound of blood separation sounded. A burst of bright red blood suddenly bloomed on Toppo's strong body, which was enveloped by the power of gods of destruction. The slender mouth spreads from Toppo's chest to the abdomen. The understatement broke Toppo's defense, and also hurt Toppo, who liberated the power of gods of destruction, and Hill landed gracefully on the ground. The air sword in his hand swept away the bloodstains on it. It turns out that gods of destruction can also be injured. I thought that you who gave up everything to become gods of destruction have a little bit of ability, but now it seems that your level is nothing more than that. I have to say, it's really amazing. Disappointed. Hill shook his head in disappointment, a look of regret on his face. Little do they know that at this moment, Topo has completely murdered her. The majesty of the gods of destruction cannot be desecrated. I'm going to destroy you. The furious Topo jumped up and came to the sky above the arena, the super gods of destruction power surging in his body. A majestic purple light blooms with the might of the gods of destruction. The deep purple light of destruction liberated, such a magnificent sight, attracted the attention of all the gods and angels in the viewing area. The viewing area of the 11th universe. The power of gods of destruction is so strong, it's unbelievable that Topo can unleash the power of gods of destruction to such an extent. This is not weaker than your power, Lord Vermut, right? Topo's feat was a shock. You must know that Topo has just accepted the baptism of gods of destruction, and he can release this terrifying power, which shows how well Topo has mastered this power. Although she is really strong, there is something weird about that woman, and the situation is not good. Topo was forced into a desperate situation. That's why it broke out like this. What is the origin of that woman? Topo's destruction defense. Gods of destruction. Vermut frowned, feeling that the situation was not good. Just now Topo's defense was broken by Hill's sword, but he could see it clearly. This woman can break through the defenses of gods of destruction. There are not many people in this world, not even the alternate gods of destruction, who can break through the defense casually. Topo's situation is very bad. That woman is the king of the demon world in the 6th universe. Angel Makalita saw the doubt. The demon aura on Hill was too strong. Demon world. You said that woman is from the demon world. Hearing this, the clown gods of destruction. Vermut was also taken aback. He had heard of the demon realm, especially the dark demon realm. However, hasn't the dark demon realm been destroyed long ago? Could this woman be the remaining survivor? However, even people from the demon world cannot necessarily defeat Topo, who is the gods of destruction. What kind of existence is this woman? The viewing area of the 7th universe. That Hill is his strength at this level. He is still a person from the demon world. Cold sweat fell on his forehead, and Beerus was obviously shocked by Hill's super strength and expressiveness. He knows how strong the current Topo is. Properly a warrior of the gods of destruction level. However, Hill clearly had the upper hand in the battle with him, and he looked like he was indifferent. Whis, does our universe also have a demon king? I remember, it seems to be called, it is called. Beerus suddenly thought of something at this moment, turned his eyes to Whis, and asked. Since the 6th universe has a demon world, their universe must also have it. After all, they are twin universes. Facing Beerus' question, Whis pondered for a moment. It seems, there was indeed a king of demons, but Supreme Kai should know this better than me. Whis decisively gave the opportunity to explain to Dong Supreme Kai Xian. You know the existence of the demon king. Then why didn't you bring it up before? Beerus' eyes fell on Xian and asked indifferently. That, Lord Beerus, it's not that we didn't invite the demon king of our universe. It's that the demon king of our universe was wiped out by Majin Buu many years ago. Also, Dapranagai, the strength is far less powerful than that woman. Dong Supreme Kai Xian said respectfully. He was a little flustered, afraid that Beerus would blame him. Destroyed by Majin Buu, that fat man. Speaking of Majin Buu, Beerus thought of the dead fat man who couldn't sleep at home. That guy had a holiday with him, and it was because he didn't give him a pudding that he made a big fight. However, the king of demons was actually eliminated by that fat man, which shows that the king of demons in their universe, Dapra, is not very strong, and he is also a cannon fodder when he comes. Beerus had no choice but to give up and stop thinking about it. For him, things in the arena are naturally the bigger the better. Anyway, it is the two contestants of the 6th universe and the 11th universe competing. No matter which side is eliminated, it is very beneficial for them in the 7th universe. The viewing area of the 6th universe. Champa also showed disbelief when Hill shot and gave up everything to become gods of destruction's Topo trauma. Because in terms of strength, Topo is almost the same as him in normal state. If he didn't mobilize his gods of destruction power, he wouldn't necessarily be able to beat Topo, who is also a candidate for gods of destruction. Today, Topo was traumatized by a sword that Hill underestimated, which made him involuntarily take a deep breath. When did this woman become so strong? Even gods of destruction can be hurt by her. If it was me, sigh. Thinking back on the fact that he had had some festivals with Hill, Champa couldn't help but fall down. Take a breath. Obviously, he was a little scared. Oops, Lord Champa, aren't you a little scared? This doesn't look like you. Vados on the side of snickered. How is that possible? Don't talk nonsense, Vados. Champa suddenly looked anxious and repeatedly denied. Then why are you sweating so hard that you don't even dare to look at Hill? Vados asked jokingly. Humph, why are you asking so many questions? Since Hill is naturally stronger for us now, the better. Champa snorted coldly, not wanting to continue answering. To be honest, he did feel a little guilty. After all, the strength displayed by Hill is properly at the level of gods of destruction, and he once had a relationship with Hill. If this woman suddenly takes revenge on him after the power conference is over, I don't know if he can bear it. On the ring, Toppo's destructive energy ball is getting bigger and bigger, and the power it emits is enough to shake the entire ring. His eyes locked on Hill, the woman who injured his body and disgraced gods of destruction. This move is with the determination to kill. Even if it is as strong as Hill, it is absolutely impossible to stop it. Of course, this is Toppo's own opinion. Be ready to be destroyed. Woman, no one can stop me now. Under the power of gods of destruction, let's be eliminated. Destruction. A thunderous roar came from Toppo out of the mouth. At this moment, at his chest, a burst of purple light of destruction surged, and the flames belonging to gods of destruction ignited around him. The condensed super-giant destructive energy ball was smashed and expanded madly. It was oppressed by Toppo's powerful external force, forming a super-giant purple-red energy ball with a diameter of 100 meters. Driven by Toppo's breath, this super-destructive energy ball escaped control and attacked Hill. This speed is neither fast nor slow, but the power contained within is enough to blow most of the arena into pieces. In the face of this terrifying to extreme destructive energy, Hill just stood there, with a dignified face, but he was unmoved. She slowly raised her hand, and there was a ghost-like arrogance around her body. The energy of the whole body is compressed, and it continuously gathers on the blade. What an incredible force, gods of destruction. I played against gods of destruction Champa of the 6th universe a long time ago, and although I failed miserably, it was not a small inspiration for me. To this end, I have honed a sword that is enough to kill a god, and you are just right to be my test subject. His solemn face, as the words were spoken, became evil and charming, and a trace flashed in Hill's eyes, red light. In the next second, the deep arrogance surrounded the surroundings, surging continuously, as if alive. Under the mobilization of her mind, the inexhaustible power of the Demon King gathered on the Chi sword. The color of her energy Chi sword also changed, adding a hint of blood red to the purple at the beginning. A frigid wind blew through. Hill has disappeared in place. That iron-shattering, unstoppable Chi sword 14 aimed at the 100-meter super-destructive energy ball, and slashed down with a ruthless sword. Single quote comma 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 exclamation mark 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 single quote. The deafening roar resounded throughout the arena, and then spread to all corners of the boundless world. The super-destructive energy ball that was enough to destroy most of the arena was split in half again by Hill's sword that was enough to kill a god. Not only that, even the arena under his feet was divided into two by this devastating slash, and a slender gap spread in the center. This sword, it can really kill a god. When the destructive energy ball was cut off, all the gods couldn't help but stand up. The horror and disbelief in his eyes were revealed. The most shocking is Toppo. He gave up the gods of destruction power that he had acquired in a single switch, and was cut off by the opponent's sword. Where is this woman, so holy? Why is she so strong? He felt that even Jiren would be difficult to do this kind of thing. Unwilling to accept defeat, Toppo was furious. No, it shouldn't be this ending. I won't lose. I will never lose if I give up everything. Toppo, who was completely red-eyed, ignited the flame of gods of destruction again. His eyes were red, as if he had gone crazy and fell into an evil spirit. He rushed towards Hill with his fangs and claws. HMPH. Did the psychological defense line collapse so easily? This kind of behavior is really stupid. In Hill's eyes, Toppo's weakness was exposed. Toppo, who is irrational at this moment, is full of flaws in her eyes. If she wants to, she can take Toppo's life in an instant. It's a pity that the rules of this power conference allowed Toppo to save his life. Except destruction. Toppo with red eyes once again gathered a mass of destructive energy in his chest, intending to block Hill with his huge body and carry out a devastating blow. You should also feel honored to be the stubborn stone for this king to hone his tricks, but unfortunately, the battle is over now. As the cold words fell, Hill suddenly accelerated and swung a god-killing strike. PFF'd. A sound of blood separation sounded. Time and space seemed to freeze at this moment. Gods of Destruction Toppo and Demon Lord Hill landed at the same time. Toppo stood motionless with a gloomy expression on his face. Hill, who was behind him, turned around slowly, dissipating the chi sword in his hand, and a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. It seems that you can't do what you want. I won the battle. As soon as Hill's voice fell, there was a continuous reaction on Gods of Destruction Toppo. Crackling. Several dark red thunderbolts lingered around him and exploded in an instant. There was a slender crack in the chest where he was slashed by Hill. Bright red blood continued to overflow from the wound. Toppo's breath quickly diminished, his pupils turned white, and he couldn't even cry in pain. Boom! The huge body fell to the ground. The force of the Gods of Destruction dissipated, and he was alive, but unconscious, a lamb to be slaughtered by others. Gods of Destruction, lost. This undoubtedly shocked everyone present. The power of Hill's sword can indeed kill gods, and it can still kill Gods of Destruction. The most important thing is that, looking at her relaxed appearance, she can handle it with ease, and her apparent strength is just the tip of the iceberg. Her true power is far from being shown. Stroll to Toppo's side, overlooking the unconscious Toppo with a victorious attitude. Although you gave up everything, you lost your heart in the end. Even if you have a strong power, you can't exert it. It's a pity, even a god is only a stepping stone under the king's feet. After that, Hill kicked out. Pound. A muffled sound. This kick is not very powerful, but it can make Toppo fall from the ring. The game was decided, Hill, by a landslide. After eliminating Toppo, Hill turned around and smiled at Birgit, who was at the highest point, with her head held high, as if she was saying, "Look, how is the old lady doing?" Surprised. Noticing the meaning of Hill's actions and gestures, Birgit shook her head with a wry smile and gave Hill a thumbs up. This woman is still the same as the one he knew before. As always, a candidate Gods of Destruction, she was eliminated after 3 moves in her hands. Jiren's here. When Hill easily eliminated Toppo as Gods of Destruction, he got serious. It is his conceit not to save Toppo. He will not shoot lightly unless the opponent is worth his shot. Beating Toppo gave him a little interest. It seems that the 6th universe deserves more attention than the 7th universe. That woman is not simple. Jiren said silently in his heart. Just the sword that was enough to kill a god just now, even his mind was touched. Replacing him, although he can block Hill's sword, it won't be easy. At least a little more tiring than dealing with Son Goku. This woman's strength is far stronger than Son Goku, who surprised him before. If he came to deal with it, it would take some effort. So, Toppo lost no wrong. The viewing area of the 6th universe. Champa danced with joy when Hill overwhelmed the 11th universe candidates and Gods of Destruction. Good job, Hill, hee. My Gods of Destruction candidate was knocked out of the ring. The expression on Vermut's face is really wonderful. Champa sneered at Vermut's twisted appearance, intrigued and mocking mercilessly. The shock brought by Jiren was too great, and now Toppo was eliminated as a candidate for Gods of Destruction, which directly suppressed the momentum of 11th universe. That clown, he used to be very uncomfortable. Speaking of Vermut-sama's universe, our universe's Hitsang is also fighting with their universe's Dispo-san, and it seems that the winner is about to be decided. Vados reminded Champa to pay attention to the battle on the other side. Dispo, is that the rabbit who ran very fast? After Vados reminded him, Champa remembered that in the 11th universe, there was a purple-skinned rabbit that looked very similar to them but was not of the same species. They are cats and Dispo is a rabbit. Yes, Lord Champa, Vados confirmed. Looks like Vermut is going to lose another general, ha 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 ha. Hit, can be regarded as the ace of our universe. Champa couldn't stop laughing, and he began to imagine Vermut's frantic appearance. Now, he is taking the initiative to target the 11th universe. That clown is too annoying. The more he is eliminated, the happier he is. The viewing area of the 11th universe. The dying Topo came back to life after being treated by Supreme Kai K. As soon as he wakes up, he already knows that he has lost, and he has lost very thoroughly. Feelings of loss and rout enveloped him, and Topo changed again. I'm sorry, Lord Vermut. Topo was about to apologize, but was interrupted by Vermut. There's no need to blame yourself, Topo, you've done a very good job. If you want to blame, you can only blame that woman for being too strong. I didn't expect that the 6th universe would invite people from the demon world to participate in the competition. Humph, that guy Champa, it's also hidden. They actually have masters in the universe who can't even ignore gods of destruction. His fists clenched, Vermut felt very unwilling. Hill's strength made even him feel a little tricky. Just the sword just now, he may not be able to block it. Topo is the alternate gods of destruction. Although his strength is very strong, he still has a long way to go compared to the old gods of destruction. The 6th universe is a great threat to us. At present, only one Son Goku can be seen in the 7th universe, but in the 6th universe, there are only 2 in the gods of destruction level. This is not very good, Lord Vermut. With a frown, Angel Makarita calmly analyzed. Humph, so what? We have Jiren enough, they have the gods of destruction level, and we have it too. Jiren is a warrior beyond me, no matter what kind of opponent, he will not lose. The only thing Vermut can do now is to believe in Jiren, and believe in Jiren's powerful fighting power. Jiren is their only hope of winning in the 11th universe. He is also a warrior recognized by gods of destruction. No matter what the situation is, Jiren will definitely win. Even though 6th universe has both Hill and Birgit, the king of demons, he still has confidence in Jiren. Angel Makalita on the side saw the change in Vermut's expression, but was unmoved. She knew that the 11th universe was probably hanging this time. In the 6th universe, Birgit alone made them feel pressure, and now there is another demon Lord Hill. The pressure on their universe side is very high. It's not just them, other universes feel the pressure too. The 6th universe is also regarded by them as the universe that this conference must solve. Previously, it was the 11th universe that attracted the main force of all universes, and now, it has become the 6th universe. And this is the chaotic battle of the power conference, and the battle situation are changing rapidly. 7th universe here. That woman actually used only one move to decide the winner. Gods of destruction. Beerus shed cold sweat on his forehead, and was horrified by Hill's power. There is such a luxurious lineup in Champa. On their universe side, only Son Goku, Vegeta, and Broly are enough to watch, and the others are not enough to watch. The sword just now, just like her name, it is a blow that can kill a god. Whis' eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes were fixed on the 6th universe demon King Hill. This woman gave him a very bad feeling. And, Whis is guessing, another layer of Hill's identity. The sword just now reminded him of the tricks of a demon god tens of millions of years ago. Slash enough to kill a god. Hill's origin is definitely not as simple as a person from the devil world. It is very likely that it is involved in the dark demon world that was destroyed long ago. Whis, I don't seem to have seen Vegeta's actions, where is he now? Beerus glanced at Whis beside him and asked. His previous attention was attracted by the warriors of the 6th universe and the 11th universe, so that he ignored the second force of his universe, the only warrior who could compete with Son Goku. It hasn't popped up until now, it's not like Vegeta. Vegeta-san's words, huh. Vegeta-san seems to be fighting the Sailor Moons of the 2nd universe, and, it seems that all the members of the 2nd universe will be eliminated by Vegeta. Vegeta, Whis himself was stunned. For just a few minutes, Vegeta did nothing but compete with the 2nd universe player. It's just that the warriors of the 2nd universe are not good, so they are overshadowed by other battles. Now, the 2nd universe can be said to hate the 7th universe, because most of the players have been eliminated. Nani, you mean, that Vegeta guy almost eliminated all the contestants in the 2nd universe by himself? Is there such a thing? This guy is so reliable. Beerus was stunned. Unexpectedly, in such a short few minutes, Vegeta actually did such a big thing. All the members of the second universe are about to be thrown out of the ring. Beerus, who got this news, was deeply relieved. Although he and gods of destruction Hareth of the second universe did not have a holiday, they were not friendly either. It's also a good thing to get rid of it quickly. That woman was not only ugly to death, but also said that she was beautiful and not beautiful all day long, making him nauseous. Battlefield on the other side. Vegeta here. At this moment, Vegeta, I don't know what kind of stimulation, has already turned on the violent mode, which is a wild bombardment at the personnel of the second universe. The second universe's favorite warrior, Rybrian, is being chased and beaten by Vegeta at the moment. The dense energy bomb attack poured down as if it didn't want money. You savage stinky man, give in before my love. Rybrian, who was chased and beaten by Vegeta, finally started to counterattack. It's just that her counterattack was so weak, Vegeta rudely blasted her energy directly, and punched her ugly face with another punch. You give it to me. Shut up. Obediently accept this uncle's trial and be eliminated. In a roar, the angry Vegeta punched and kicked Rybrian to vent his heart's anger. It is hard to imagine what kind of stimulation Vegeta has received to become what he is now. Mostly because of the twisted love of the second universe, it makes him want to vomit. Even if you transform and fight, but you keeps talking about bullshit love, Vegeta doesn't understand cuteness and appreciation at all. In this way, under the continuous mouth cannon attack, Vegeta finally couldn't bear it and broke out. Super Saiyan's second order firepower is fully open, and locking Rybrian is a punch and kick. In just a few short breaths, Rybrian was beaten with scars all over his body, and he couldn't even keep his transformed form and return to his normal state. This is more pleasing to the eye. Vegeta, who vented a lot, now feels happy and refreshed. Just now, he was about to cry ugly by these guys from the second universe. Woo 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 woo. Ni jie ge jia huo yi dian do bu dong de lian shang shi yu. Wo jie mi mei de nu hai zi. Ni jing ran sha jie mi hen de shou. Ck de li bu lian. Yi jing che di de bei hit out of temper. Vegeta's ferocious attack made her dizzy and couldn't tell the difference between east and west. She is obsessed with Vegeta with some reverse thinking. The so-called warriors of love in the second universe are, frankly, a group of wise men. The aesthetics in their eyes are also very different from those of normal people. All in all, Vegeta's domineering, so that Rybrian fans. You can shut up. What kind of bullshit love and dislike means nothing to me, I just can't stand your twisted and ugly appearance. The usual appearance is much more pleasing to the eye. Now, you should step down. Vegeta didn't talk much, and kicked Rybrian in the waist directly, kicking the fat ant who had no power to fight back from the ring. Now on the second universe side, there is not much left, and only the last 3 contestants are still in the ring. Except for the Adrat Star, the other 6 contestants were beaten by Vegeta. Saiyan of the 7th universe, don't be too presumptuous. Do you think that our second universe is all soft persimmons? Behind Vegeta, there was a burst of anger. He turned around subconsciously and looked behind him. After seeing the person who provoked him, his face was full of disdain. What can 3 old men do? That's right, these 3 people are the 3 women's clothing bosses of the second universe, Zabuto, Zoroyan, and Labangla. Don't think that no one in our second universe can stop you, Saiyan. Even if you are really strong, you are definitely not our opponent. Zero Yinyi said sternly. That's right. As the second universe's last hope, we will also represent all the love of the second universe and weed you out. Labangla echoed. Immediately afterwards, the 3 of them got that wonderful inheritance power and began their performance transformation. It was the familiar picture and the pink light that made Vegeta's face completely collapse. Second universe, what kind of weird universe is it? First Rybrian, and the transformation of the 2 women, and now there are 3 more, and they are all men. He has been taught just now. Now, to relive that hot-eyed transformation scene again, Vegeta really couldn't control herself and wanted to go wild. This uncle really can't stand it anymore. A thunderous burst of shouting sounded. Bai Yi's anger completely burned out. The roar resounded throughout the war zone, and the momentum continued to rise. Because of his anger, the breath of his body skyrocketed in an instant, and the divine power in his body was quickly mobilized. Originally, he took any battle very seriously, but because of these 3 guys, the taste has completely changed. It's like, I'm doing a show with them. These 3 ants dare to do evil in front of it. Before Librarian and the 3 of them, at least they were still women, and he was a little reluctant to accept them. After all, she is a woman, and if she is so eccentric, it is still within the acceptable range. However, these 3 old men were like Librarian, and he really couldn't bear it. The 3 old men have completed their transformations, and at this moment their appearance has become unsightly, which makes people imagine, and they are annoyed. We are not what we were before. Accept your fate. Saiyan of the 7th universe, under the power of our love, you will have no chance of winning. Love, it's everything, let's repent under our love. No matter how many times you transform, there is no chance of winning, only the power of love is absolute, give it up, you can't win us. The 3 old men, with their weird posture and disgusting tone, said a lot of nonsense at the same time. At this time, they still don't know how terrifying Vegeta is in this explosive state. Even if it doesn't change, it's terrifying to the extreme. Once transformed, they would be like Beerus, who had just arrived on Earth and slapped Bulma in the face, and was crushed severely. Give me, get out. Vegeta's roar came out of his mouth. In an instant, a loud muffled sound of boom. The violent power of God surged and turned into a huge wave that could destroy everything, as if to shred space and everything. Most of the arena was shaken by 3 points because of this. The trio of the 2nd universe, under Vegeta's furious breath, had no resistance at all. Although after the transformation, their strength dimension has been raised to the 7th dimension, but what is the 7th dimension at this time in this era? In the power conference so far, although Lord Bay has not fought much, but relying on his talent alone, after witnessing several high-level battles, he felt absolute pressure, and his normal combat power has been developed to the unit of Base. It can be said that it is much stronger than Son Goku, at least after the Spirit Time Room came out, Vegeta's combat power is higher than Son Goku. At that time Son Goku had not yet reached Z's unit, only Guy. At that time Vegeta had reached 10 Z units. Unless Son Goku beats him with 10 times Kaioken. He is stronger than Son Goku. Son Goku also relied on Jiren to completely release his strength, reaching the normal unit of 10Z, and later he became strong to that point because of the Ultra Instinct breakthrough. Vegeta relies only on her own thoughts. Under this unparalleled power, the last 3 love players of the 2nd universe were bombed out of the ring without any suspense. After venting the anger in his heart, Vegeta calmed down. 2nd universe is really disgusting to him. After releasing her aura, Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief, but her ruthless gaze was still directed towards the 2nd universe's auditorium. There is no doubt that he solved the universe by himself, and the 3 old men just now were the last contestants of the 2nd universe. This also means that their 2nd universe will be judged by Zeno, and at the same time as universe is wiped out, everyone will be wiped out completely. When participating in the competition, with absolute faith, you must also prove your universe and live to the end. Now that they are completely eliminated, everyone and God seem to have accepted their fate. After all, the strength gap is really too big. With a burst of white light blooming, the supreme Kai of the 2nd universe, gods of destruction, everyone instantly turned into nothingness. Only Angel from the 2nd universe stayed. Over time, there will only be fewer and fewer universes left on the field. First the 9th universe, then the 10th universe, and now the 2nd universe. There are still 5 universes left in the ring, and the next one will also be the fastest knockout. The whole conference has been going on till now, and the initial stage has passed. As long as another universe is eliminated, the midterm will also pass, and the remaining players of the last 4 universes will also have the most crucial battle in the later stage. Humph, I'm sorry for causing your universe to be erased, but it's inevitable. Vegeta stood there coldly and arrogantly, staring at the viewing area above. Involuntarily, his eyes drifted towards the position of the 6th universe. In the end, it fell on Gabe, who had been eliminated. Don't worry, the final winner must be our 7th universe. As long as we win the Super Dragon Ball, I will make a wish to restore all universes. The words came out of his mouth, and only Vegeta could hear them. His only goal is one, that is to beat all the players to win, and finally use the Super Dragon Ball to make a wish to restore everything. Pulling back his mind, Vegeta focused on perception. He, who had been in the fight before, had already spotted Kakarot on the other side, along with Son Gohan and the others, against Saiyan, the two women of the 6th universe. Kakarot, you were really reckless. However, compared to before, your strength has recovered. The strength of those two female Saiyans just helps you fight while resting. Not only does your strength recover, but also, still looking for a new breakthrough. Muttering, Vegeta's eyes shifted to another area. There is no doubt that while he has been playing against the players of the 2nd universe, he has been looking at the big picture and has not left a single loophole. Over there, the Topo of the 11th universe, after showing such a powerful strength, was he easily eliminated by the woman of the 6th universe. Humph, it's a pity that he didn't meet me, otherwise, both of them would have to be eliminated. Killed by me. Lord Bai's sturdiness was terrifying. This is not a casual talk, he really has that strength. After all, at this time he is not comparable to the original he. He is stronger. A pure Bai's combat power unit, when it becomes Super Saiyan Blue with full power, is increased by 10,000 times, and the combat power can skyrocket to a Baijang unit in an instant. Moreover, there is the blessing of the power of God, which can be more terrifying than the normal Bai Rang. Of course, compared to some people, it may not be a big deal, but for most people, it is already invincible. He also has Super Saiyan Blue color 2nd order Dark Blue evolution. An increase of 20 times the full power of Super Blue can allow him to hold thousands of battle power. It is not a dream to even explode with full force and touch the unit of the 10th dimension groove. It's not unreasonable for Lord Bai to be arrogant. Diverting attention again, Vegeta looked to the other side. Over there, is the area where Piccolo and the Namek of the 6th universe fought. After so many years, is it still not eliminated by the times? Piccolo, you are so strong, what is the reason? Vegeta, who is Saiyan, doesn't know. Piccolo went to Namek Ball and developed potential, and was gifted by Shenron Palenga. In fact, no one knew that Palenga was also afraid that universe would be destroyed, so he decided to give Piccolo this gift. Simply put, this is the power left by the dragon god Salama, and only the Super Namek who are the sons of dragons can carry it. In addition to his thoughts, Vegeta moved to another place to perceive. He clearly knew that Broly over there, like him, was alone against a universe. It just wasn't as smooth as his side. Wrong. It should also be that Broly is getting used to his own strength while fighting, and thus becomes stronger. Otherwise, how could those 4th universe ants stop Chuan Chao? Now, who should we look for to deal with? Apart from the 6th and 11th universes, there are only the 3rd and 4th universes left, thought to himself. Vegeta looked for the next target. During the process, I sensed Hit and Dispo fighting on the other side of the battlefield, and was slightly shocked. It was incredible that a guy like Hit would be entangled by that rabbit. However, it's good for him. Hit beat him before and is a good opponent, especially for him now. But Hit, as a player of the 6th universe, is playing against a player of the 11th universe. If he goes to disrupt the situation, he will cause trouble for himself. Just as he was thinking about it, suddenly, there was a burst of sound in the sky. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. A sturdy energy bullet fell from the sky and landed on him. Boom! The huge explosion led to a terrifying momentum, sending smoke billowing and gravel splashing. The next second, a figure appeared. It was the Demon Oza who had left another war zone and was looking for a suitable opponent. Having escaped from the alternate gods of destruction Topo, he is now becoming more and more arrogant. In particular, Birget and Hill of his own universe, they are his umbrellas, and whenever he is at a disadvantage, they will appear to help him deal with the enemy. This allows him to find any player to play more recklessly. This time, he apparently found Vegeta. And he didn't know it himself, and once again kicked the iron plate. Vegeta is not other players, even if his performance in this power competition is not too outstanding, but the toughness of Lord Bai is far inferior to him. Jia ha 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 ha, got Zhao. He is another tough opponent, let me have a good time. Demon Ozana's naive and evil smile is so straight to the heart. In the next second, lavender energy continued to appear in his hands. The frenzied bombardment of energy bombs started again. At the center of the explosion, because the energy bombs continued to sweep through the explosion, the momentum became more and more massive. Such a situation is very similar to the evil Majin Buu who recklessly destroyed everything back then. His attack has been continuing, and the energy consumption has not been able to match the speed of his recovery. He has been shooting from start to finish, but Majin O's physical strength and energy, even the injuries he suffered, can be ignored. He has always been at his peak. This is also the horror of the devil. What about Vegeta? At this time, he was already behind the demon Oza. The moment he received the first attack, Lord Bei was aware of it, so he shifted his position at the moment of the explosion. Just like that, he folded his arms and looked coldly at the demon Oza who was constantly bombarding with his back to him. Familiar pictures aroused Vegeta's dusty memories for many years. You know, Majin Buu back then brought him an indelible blow. This demon Oza was also the object of his attention from the very beginning, but he was angry that he had never had the chance to run into it. Now taking the initiative to come to him, in his opinion, it is undoubtedly courting death. Humph, haven't found it yet. Sure enough, whether it is the 7th universe or the 6th universe, they are all brainless people. The cruel criticism fell, and Vegeta raised his fist without hesitation. Blast out. The terrifying heavy punch pinpointed the weakest point of Majin Oza. A muffled sound of boom. Almost in an instant, Demon Oza's body seemed to have been smashed to pieces, falling to the ground of the arena like a puddle of mud. One punch solved. Of course, it's not that simple. It's just that Vegeta grabs the neutral, so it has such a big effect. Another war zone. Birgit folded her arms, waiting for another shot from a being. Even at this time, the battle between Oza and Vegeta on the other side attracted his attention, but it was far from being able to make him shift too much of his mind to perceive and wait and see. After communicating with Hill's eye expressions, not only Birgit sensed, but Hill herself knew that she had provoked a more powerful existence. Jiren from 11th universe, because it eliminated Toppo, the gods of destruction candidate of the 11th universe, and that's an understatement. Jiren developed a strong interest in Hill. Now, not only woke up from meditation, but also stood on a towering rocky mountain, overlooking the situation here condescendingly. Interesting, Jiren and Hill. This fight will be the most intense since the previous fight between you and Son Goku. Hill, can you stop Jiren? With a smile, for the strong, what they most desire is to see such a battle. Otherwise, it would be too boring. The only thing worth seeing in this power meeting until now are only two shots. The first is the picture of the confrontation between the two giants. The second is the battle between Jiren and Son Goku. Now, will be the third hot spot. In the ring, before returning to Birgit's side, Hill was already swept away by Jiren's strong fighting spirit. However, she did not panic. Even though Jiren's strength has been witnessed not long ago, it does not mean that she has no resistance. In her own words, even without the blessing of the power of the demon world, she is stronger than Son Goku of the 7th universe. Can't you help yourself so soon? That's fine, let me test it out myself. As the strongest in the 11th universe, how amazing are you? I haven't really shot with all my strength for a long time. He was waiting, but he maintained his original posture. The atmosphere became quiet, and it seemed that the sound of breathing could be heard clearly. This battle also attracted the attention of all the gods and eliminated players in the viewing area. Especially the 6th universe and 11th universe. No one knows what the outcome of another collision will be. With their respective gods of destruction, they are naturally more confident in their own universe players. Here, the war is about to start. Son Goku and Son Gohan, and the war zone where Caulifla and Kyle are located. Because of the unusual aura again, they stopped the fight immediately and took a serious look. That guy Jiren, is he going to shoot again? This time, the opponent is the 6th universe player. In the 6th universe, besides Birgit, still has such a powerful existence. Son Goku whispered in the air. Caulifla, who was opposite him, looked arrogant. Of course, Sister Hill is the devil of our universe. Her strength is the most powerful except for Brother Birgit. This is Caulifla's perception of Hill. After all, I have been to the planet Sarada a few years ago, so I have known Birgit, Caulifla, and Kel for a long time. Otherwise, Hill would not have saved her before. Is that so, Demon Lord? We also had a Demon Lord in the 7th universe before, but unfortunately his strength is far less powerful. Son Goku responded. To be honest, there was actually a kind of unwillingness in his heart. Because his current strength is insufficient and his physical injuries have not recovered, otherwise, he really wants to challenge one by one. These opponents are all unattainable in the past. Dad, now is not the time to chat with them. The collision between the 11th universe and the 6th universe is the best chance for us. Son Gohan is more direct than Son Goku. What he wanted was to win this power conference, so he directly attacked Kair without hesitation. The opposite Kair faced the attack and was not afraid. Even though she knew that the Saiyan in front of her maintained a strange posture, it was very difficult to deal with. Let's get carried away. I haven't exerted my strength yet. I will eliminate you next, and then join forces with Sister Caulifla to eliminate Son Goku. Kair was also direct. The fierce battle begins again. Even if the battle between Jiren and Hill over there is worth watching, but now, they have to deal with each other in front of them. The edge of the ring. The battle between Hit and Dispo was at its most crucial point. At this moment, Hit could taste the taste of failure. His flash time skills will be cracked by Dispo. Moreover, its own flash time space will also be invalid because Dispo surpasses the most light speed mode of the ultra high speed mode. From the martial arts meeting with the 7th universe until now, he can say that he has truly tasted the situation where his abilities have been completely suppressed. If this continues, he will be eliminated by Dispo. It's a disadvantage for Hit, but an advantage for Dispo. The 6th universe, don't think you can be proud of eliminating Toppo. Jiren of our universe is the strongest. And you, will be thrown off the ring by me next. To be buried with Toppo. Finding out Hit's flaws, Dispo is even more arrogant. Obviously, he was also a little too confident. I thought it was self-righteous to think that the flash time power had been broken. In fact, he also entered Hit's trap in disguise. It's just that whether this trap can be successful depends on the next battle. Battle of Piccolo and Periton. The fierce battle lasted for a long time, from the beginning of Piccolo's main attack, to the mutual level, and now, Piccolo is completely suppressed. What's the matter? What's the matter? Where did your initial arrogance go? As a super Namek person of the 7th universe, is that all you have? I am so disappointed. Politon, who is a super Namek, keeps suppressing Piccolo. It seems that he is mocking and showing his invincible attitude. In fact, Periton seems to be helping Piccolo break through. Until now, in a short 2 minutes, Piccolo's strength can be said to be advancing again and again. Stop joking. I'm not finished yet. Piccolo's attitude was extraordinarily tough. In the face of another universe's kin, he was reluctant to admit defeat and had already broken through himself. Then show it to me. Don't just talk big. To tell you the truth, I haven't exerted my strength yet. Periton's sarcastic words continued. This also made Piccolo hit hard, and only raised his fist and launched a more violent counterattack. For them, this arena is their battlefield at this time, and no other battle can stop them. Nor can they disturb them. Vegeta and Oza over there. Humph, is it only this level? Even Toppo of the 11th universe can't beat me, but you come to challenge me, who gave you the courage? With a loud bang, Vegeta's aura rose rapidly. Oza, who was hit by Vegeta's heavy blow, was aroused with anger. After feeling that he had been tricked, his body like a muddy body quickly recovered, and he rushed forward, wanting to fight Vegeta for 300 rounds. Such performance, Vegeta did not take it seriously. After all, it was not that he had never seen Majin Buu's methods. If this was put on many years ago, he would still be amazed and fearful, but now, it is not a great ability at all. In any case, his normality is enough to fight with him, let alone after his transformation. Even if Oza is indeed stronger than his normal, but as long as he grasps the skills and transforms in an instant, he can easily defeat him. Aren't you going to say anything cruel except babbling? Humph, the devil in the 6th universe is nothing more than this. Man, Oza, taunted. These words also directly ignited Oza's roar. Though mentally ill, Oza isn't really a fool. I'm going to kill you. A childish roar came out, and in the next second, Oza attacked Vegeta directly. His body quickly stretched as he moved, like rubber, around Vegeta's body, trying to trap it. Vegeta was unmoved. This kind of trick really made him suffer a big loss back then, but now, he doesn't even have the idea of avoiding it. Cut. A boring trick, said disdainfully. In an instant, Oza shrank his body and burst out with unparalleled strength, completely wrapping Vegeta in one breath. He considers himself an incomparably powerful force, and conducts a bundled crushing attack on Vegeta. You can't move now, right? I'm going to play you. The treacherous and tender voice Bebef showed that the devil Oza looked like a child, but in fact he was a devil among devils. For him, there is nothing to be afraid of, and there is only one thought in his heart, that is, as long as he is happy, he can do anything. Humph, do you think I can't do anything about it? Your mind is really simple. With a disdainful smile, Vegeta stared at the demon Oza who was in front of him. The purple-red energy gathered in his mouth, and it seemed that it would burst out in the next second, completely covering and swallowing him. Seeing this situation, Vegeta's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly exerted his strength. The momentum increased in an instant. Ha! A cry came out, and the golden arrogance circled and shot straight to the sky. The power of terror is multiplied, helping Vegeta have the power to break free from the shackles of Majin Oza. Super Saiyan First Order Full Power State. In just a second of trance, Vegeta's combat power soared from Bazy's unit to 8000 Z. The pinnacle of the 8th dimension. This kind of strength has already crossed a big realm and resisted the demon Oza. Under the counterattack of this force, Majin Oza was obviously unable to maintain the status quo. Not only does the energy in the mouth dissipate, but the body cannot completely trap Vegeta. But, how could Vegeta break free like this? He also has his stubbornness. Yahaha! A sharp and childish cry came from his mouth, and it was obvious that he was also exerting his strength. Frankly speaking, Majin Oza's strength is only in the 8th dimension. Otherwise, it would not have been easily defeated by Toppo's awakening of the power of gods of destruction. Now Vegeta is already at the pinnacle of the 8th dimension, although Oza is of the same level, it is also very different. Are you still doing fearless binding? In that case, let you see the power of this uncle. With a cold face, Vegeta gave an order. The terrifying energy swelled instantly and increased in a straight line. The golden arrogance burst into a dazzling brilliance, and the tiny lightnings kept jumping. Not only strengthens Vegeta's strength, but also damages Majin Oza's body. Super Saiyan Second Order Peak State. The 150-fold increase in the normal state has boosted Vegeta's strength again in an instant, surpassing the 8th dimension and reaching the 9th dimension. 1 Rang 5000 Z. At this level, Majin Oza can no longer resist Vegeta's imposing impact. No matter how powerful the display is, it cannot resist. This feeling of powerlessness made Majin Oza's heart stabilized for a while, and once again fell into the fear of gods of destruction candidate Toppo. This prey in his view is actually a guy with incomparable terrifying power. He is not his opponent. If the other party really wants him to die, it is easy. Feeling the change in Majin Oza's mood, a mocking smile appeared on Vegeta's face. Huh, are you scared just like that? Before didn't you want to play with me? That's all. Blind eyes. Sarcastic words came out of Vegeta's mouth. In terms of speech and expression, Vegeta is not ordinary. Compared with being tough and taunting others, there are very few people in this world who can compare to Vegeta. The threat of death struck, and Majin Oza was in a panic. Before, Demon King Hill helped him through a disaster, but now Demon King Hill has no time to care about him. Hum hum hum, are you waiting for help? It's really disappointing. Unfortunately, now you are going to feel hopeless, because of your 6th universe, no one can save you now. Vegeta directly exposed it. The little juju in Majin Oza's heart. He has been watching the audience and knows almost everyone's movements, especially the players of the 6th universe and the 11th universe. Now in the 6th universe, who else has free time besides that Birgit? Moreover, he believed that Birgit was so conceited that he would never intervene in the battle between him and the devil Oza. In particular, from the beginning of the conference until now, Birgit has not made any shots from beginning to end, except to compete with Jiren for a moment, that is, to rescue Xuanchao Kair in a runaway state. It's conceited, and in his opinion, it's also self-righteous. Birgit is his ultimate goal, and the current one is arguably clearing out some of the guys who would be messing around in the back. Demon Oza lost his ability to speak. He looked at Vegeta in front of him in a panic, and no longer had the courage to continue fighting. Even if it is a demon, even if it does not have the correct thinking mode like a normal person, it will definitely have a negative shadow when it threatens life. Looks like you've lost your fighting spirit. Then, I won't waste time with you anymore. As he raised his hand, Vegeta threw a punch. The sound of pound sounded. The terrifying power was instantly introduced into Majin Oza's body, spreading to his whole body and mind. No matter how powerful the recovery ability is, even if there is unlimited energy, the difference is always too great. Vegeta didn't want to continue the ink with him, and in the next second, he kicked it directly, kicking it into the sky fiercely. This blow made Demon Oza vomit blood and acid water. It even splattered on Vegeta's face. Is the blood flowing from the devil also red? It's really surprising. With an indifferent smile, Vegeta moved at a high speed and disappeared in place. Before he knew it, he had already reached the sky where Demon Oza flew upside down. The hands were clenched together to form a war hammer, and it was smashed down fiercely. Let's be eliminated. It's a miracle that you can stay in this power conference until now. I, Vegeta, will be the nightmare of your 6th universe. It starts with you. A big shout. Immediately, boom, a loud muffled sound. The Demon Oza suffered from this terrifying blow from the war hammer, and his entire body was completely uncontrollable. Exclamation mark 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 exclamation mark. There was another explosion. The edge of the ring exploded directly because of the terrifying power. Since then, Majin Oza has been eliminated from the competition. After eliminating Majin Oza, Vegeta snorted coldly, and took advantage of the situation to release the transformation of the second-order peak of Super Saiyan, returning to his normal state. Of course, vigilance cannot be dissipated. Because this battle is over, it does not mean that this power conference is over. His battle has only just begun. Looking towards another war zone, the confrontation between the 6th universe and the 11th universe is about to begin. Monster. Let me see, what kind of battle can you two show? No matter who you eliminate, it will be a good thing for our universe, the body will shoot straight out. It can be said that it is non-stop, rushed to that battlefield. Without a doubt, the fight between Jiren and Hill cannot be missed. He wants to see their battles in his eyes and use this to reach a higher level. Even if you can't get a sense from it, but knowing how strong your opponent is and how many means your opponent has, it will be beneficial to you in the end. Just getting close makes me feel jealous. The collision between the invisible breaths has become so powerful that the space in this area is full of oppression. Came to the war zone, Vegeta took a deep breath, he said uncontrollably. At this time, the 6th universe's viewing area. Demon Oza had already appeared here, with a look of grievance and terror on his face. For him, it was a complete experience of the kind of fear that touched the bottom of his heart. Champa looked at him, not knowing what to say, the corners of his mouth kept twitching, and finally he shook his head. Although Majin Oza lost so mindlessly, which disappointed him, but no matter what, Majin Oza did eliminate a lot of other universe players. Now, there are only 7 people left in the ring. So far, our universe is no longer dominant in numbers. Especially the 7th universe of Beerus, who has only eliminated 1 old man so far. Champa rather learned to summarize. Even so, but Champa-sama, the elimination of the demons doesn't change anything, and our universe has not fallen into a disadvantage until now, has it? In particular, Birgit-san has not made a move yet. Let's look at the 11th universe side. The ring, there are only 6 players left, and among these 6 players, currently only Jiren and that Dispo can watch. The others are not considered strong in terms of strength, and it is also luck that they can survive until now. Vados with a chuckle, she expressed her opinion. Of course I know that. The 11th universe is against us. Not only is Hit being entangled by the dead rabbit and the situation is critical, but now that super amazing Jiren is about to take action again, you say that Hill little devil, can you stop it? Also, that Birgit, why hasn't he planned to shoot yet? The 11th universe, but after taking the 7th universe as a stepping stone, he turned his main attention to our 6th universe. If you say, Birgit, if we can join forces with Hill, we can definitely eliminate Jiren easily, and then our 6th universe will be a sure winner. Champa complained angrily. According to him, then he doesn't have to worry so much. But unfortunately, Birgit, this guy just doesn't do that. Don't worry, Champa-sama, it's too early for Birgit-san to take action now, and oh, Sheer-san won't necessarily lose to that Jiren. As the king of the demon world, she is stronger than you think, Vados said at a reminder. At least, it is much stronger than when I challenged you back then. Huh, what do you mean? This little devil is now as powerful as Jiren. Hearing this, Champa immediately became serious. Although Hill showed unparalleled strength before, he defeated Gods of Destruction candidate Toppo. But in the end, there is still a big gap between Toppo's alternate and Gods of Destruction. Now that Vados said this, it undoubtedly means that Hill still has a stronger power that has not been used, so he will never be defeated easily. 7th Universe Viewing Area. That Jiren is going to start acting again. The target is the woman who defeated Toppo. Beerus' face is solemn, and he is extremely concerned about Jiren's existence. Except for the mysterious guy Birgit from the 6th Universe. Jiren, a player, gave him a greater sense of pressure and tension. The other party, just a mortal, showed a power that was comparable to, or even surpassed, the Gods of Destruction. Such a tough guy, who exists in this ring, is a huge threat to their universe. One side is the strongest warrior of the 11th universe, who defeated Goku of the Ultra Instinct, and the other side is the Demon King of the 6th universe, who eliminated the alternate Gods of Destruction of the 11th universe with overwhelming combat power. In a sense, Jiren and Hill are at the same level of fighters, but the king of the demon world can only give full play to his full strength in the demon world, and if he fights in this arena, the odds of winning are very low. Whis made a well-founded judgment. What he said was indeed true. It is also a hint that Hill is inferior to Jiren in combat power. This is the scary part of Angel. With just one glance, he can see through the cause and effect, so as to judge the direction of the ending. Cut. These two guys are monsters, forget it, the 6th universe is fighting against the 11th universe, no matter which side is eliminated, it will be less of a threat to our universe, just hope, even if that Hill is beaten go on, don't make that Jiren feel better. Beerus had a lot of suspicion and thought. Anyway, sooner or later, universe will have to face these amazing guys. Now the 6th universe is facing off against the 11th universe, giving Son Goku a break. Moreover, it also gave Vegeta the opportunity to watch the battle. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy is the only way to be victorious in 100 battles. The viewing area of the 11th universe. Lord Vermut, do you think Jiren-san can defeat the Demon Lord Hill of the 6th universe? Angel Makalita said with a smile. As Angel, she can actually see through it very strongly. It's just that she didn't take the initiative to say it. Well, since Jiren has shot, there is no suspense at all. No matter how strong the Demon Queen is, she will only be eliminated in the end, we just need to watch it as the audience. Vermut smiled evilly and was very impressed with Jiren's performance. Looking forward, Jiren, we won't be disappointed. Jiren's willingness to take the initiative is also a good thing for him. Don't go out of your way to order. Go and defeat those strong people, defeat the so-called strongest people in each universe, and show everyone the power of the 11th universe in front of the gods and the whole universe. The previous battle with Son Goku did not completely defeat the fighting spirit of the other universe fighters. Maybe this time, Jiren-san and the Demon King's battle can completely dispel the fighting spirit of all the other universe fighters. Supreme Kai Yi analyzed. What they say is reasonable. Only Toppo, who was eliminated on the side, calmly watched the overall situation. Looking at Demon King Hill and Jiren who were facing each other in the arena, he had deep eyes and a lot of emotions, and he didn't know what he was thinking. On the ring, Jiren and Hill meet up close, and they look at each other. Jiren's expression is still the same paralyzed face that has remained unchanged for thousands of years. Those cold eyes pierced the soul of others. The invisible breath brought a powerful pressure, pressing down on Hill like a mountain. Yahahaha, do you take a lady so seriously? 11th universe's biggest warrior, are you here to avenge your partner? Hill smiled and joked with Jiren. Hill's question caused Jiren's cold eyes to glance at the 11th universe's viewing area, and his cold eyes locked on Toppo. I thought you gave up the destructive power that you switched to make me look at me a little bit, but you were eliminated by a woman, you are so disappointing, Toppo, is so cold and doesn't care about your companion's words from Jiren's mouth. When he came out, everyone was shocked. This guy doesn't even care about his companions. Is Toppo's existence necessary for him? Toppo, who is located in the 11th universe viewing area, looked even more astonished. He didn't expect Jiren to say such a thing. Did he drag Jiren down? Toppo was caught in a deep self-blame. I didn't expect you to be such a ruthless guy. Compared with me, the Demon King, you are more demonic. You are not merciful to your partner at all, but it refreshed my understanding of you. I thought you would have a bit of humanity. Now it seems that I think too much. Hill smiled coldly. His posture seemed enchanting, but it was actually full of danger. I never care about the opinions and feelings of others. Power is justice. Power is absolute. If you win, you will have followers and you will have everything. If you lose, there will be nothing left. The devil of the 6th universe, our battle has begun. The voice fell, and Jiren took the initiative to release his breath. The terrifying coercion that was like overwhelming mountains poured out from Jiren's body, turned into layers of storms, and attacked Hill head-on. The shock of such terrifying aura caused a solemn look on Hill's face for a while. She felt intense pressure. What a ruthless guy, but, do you think you can defeat the Demon King at this level? I'm not comparable to other guys in the ring. After all, Hill also took the initiative to release himself as the Demon King's coercion. The dark red breath surged in her body, and an aura that was not under Jiren burst out, colliding with Jiren's breath. Single quote comma 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 exclamation mark 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 single quote. A thrilling explosion exploded in the space. Jiren's and Hill's breath collided, as if the entire arena would be torn apart. The overwhelming impact of the breath made the air pressure of Wujurji very unstable. The stones under the feet trembled constantly, the cracks were spreading, and the huge super Cassin steel was peeled off from the ground and suspended in midair, and was crushed into powder in an instant. Neither side took the initiative to attack, but waited for an opportunity in secret. Finally, Jiren moved. He who launched the attack first, bare the brunt of his stunt, infinite impact. A flash of red light flashed in his eyes, and his whole body was full of momentum, turning into countless fatal blows and attacking Hill. Hill, who had been on guard for a long time, sensed that the attack was coming, and immediately condensed his own air blade, aiming at the sword in front of him. Shoo! The dark red slash, carrying the unstoppable power, tore up the space, smashed Jiren's infinite impact domineeringly, and the remaining energy slashed directly locked Jiren's neck. In the face of this energy shock, Jiren did not change his face, and waved his hand lightly. Crackling. This was a devastating slash that was enough to sever everything, and was easily smashed by Jiren with one hand. Chasing after the victory, Jiren stomped his legs firmly, his right fist charged, and crimson light converged on his fist. Ha! Hill frowned, realizing the destructiveness of Jiren's move was beyond imagination. Subconsciously, he protected the chi sword in front of him. Drink. A sigh. The energy was condensed to the extreme, and Jiren threw a domineering air blast. Bang! There was a piercing roar from the space. A crimson beam of light shot out from Jiren's fist and shot straight at Hill. Boom! The energy beam collided with the air sword, producing a violent aura shock. Feeling the huge pressure from the air sword, Hill's figure gradually receded, his teeth were clenched, and he felt the pressure. Knowing that he couldn't stop this powerful blow, Hill had no choice but to use his strength to turn around abruptly, skillfully removing this penetrating and destructive blow. The rays of light continuously penetrated through several huge rocks and mountains, and finally disappeared at the edge of the boundless world. One can imagine how terrifying the power is. Being so violent towards an elegant lady shows that you are not only ruthless, but also have no human touch at all. Hill, who pretended to be calm, teased Jiren. And Jiren still had that indifferent expression. His only purpose is to win. In the next second, Hill's eyes narrowed, the energy of his whole body gathered on the chi sword, his legs were charged, and he jumped suddenly, turning into a scarlet light and running towards Jiren. Feeling the approaching crisis, Jiren raised his hand subconsciously. Boom! Was another loud noise. A sharp and destructive sword slashed on Jiren's strong arms, a terrifying slash, forcing Jiren to retreat, and the ring under his feet was also cut by this terrifying slash, leaving a slender gap. Jiren, who stabilized his body, had an ugly face. He didn't fight back against Hill, because the sword just now hurt him. Raising his hand, a slender cut was cut above his arm by a sharp slash, and bright red blood flowed from the wound. He was invincible, and his defense was slashed with a single blow. What an incredible thing this is. It is also a shocking scene for all existences. You know, Son Goku of Ultra Instinct just scratched his face. But now, Hill's sword not only broke his breath protection, but also brought him substantial physical damage. I'm surprised, this is a warning, but don't underestimate women. Hill's cold voice lingered in Jiren's ears. And she herself, in the space of a ghost, shuttled through the space, flickering and disappearing. The speed is constantly accelerating, blocking Jiren in all directions. Godslayer, 16th form, Reign of Death, Hill snorted, and she started a fierce attack. The body turns into Aurora to surround Jiren and block all Jiren's actions. Puff! The invisible slash came from behind Jiren, mercilessly slashed behind Jiren, and the clothes that represented the pride of the team were also cut by this sword. Bright red blood also flowed from the wound. This is the second time. Jiren's anger completely changed at this moment. He is a little pissed. Seemingly aware that Jiren was going to be serious, Hill did not hesitate, and the intensive slashes attacked from all directions, hitting every position of Jiren. The dazzling figure is surrounded by Jiren, and the speed is so fast that it is difficult to distinguish which is the main body and which is the afterimage. In just a split second, Jiren suffered hundreds of slashes. The sound of an air explosion of woo sounded. With a burst of dark red light, Jiren penetrated his body from behind. Right in front of Jiren, the dark red light turned into Hill's body, turned around gracefully, and waved away the blood stains on the air sword in his hand. Hill looked at the Jiren people with interest. Well, it's such a strong and perfect body. He was hit by my god-killing 16 style, but he still stood there. You are such a tricky guy. Hill's sarcastic words were filled with fear. The sword just now was her full force. If the previous gods of destruction Toppo took it, it would be split into two in an instant. But the last sword slashed on Jiren's strong body, and she found that it couldn't penetrate the guy's body. Even the latter attack didn't work, except for the first two successful injuries to Jiren. As expected of the strongest in the 11th universe, the strength of this body is probably stronger than the gods of destruction in our universe. Aside from Birgit, he's the strongest I've ever met. Hill's expression was serious, and he didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. Standing still and not moving and attacking, Hill waited for Jiren to explode. At this moment, Jiren stood on the spot like a god of war, lowered his head, looked at the wound on his hand that had been healed by resilience, and said nothing for a long time. He has maintained this posture since he was attacked by Hill. The clothes on the upper part of the body had many cuts due to the airtight slash of Hilmi. 11th Universe's viewing area is here. Jiren, how could he be cut? This aura, this cold feeling. Jiren, he seems to be serious. Gods of Destruction Vermut said with cold sweat on his forehead. In his knowledge, Jiren has never suffered such a shocking injury. Even if he fought against him at the beginning, although he was injured, his skin would not be cut so easily. He has maintained an invincible stance, as always. The Demon King of the 6th universe injured Jiren and shed blood. For Jiren, this is considered a taboo. Hopefully, with no major incidents, serious Jiren, I haven't seen it for a long time. Supreme Kai Kai took a deep breath. It seemed that he recalled something terrible, which made his complexion change greatly. That Demon King Hill will definitely be eliminated by Jiren. If Jiren is angered, no one will be able to bear it. Toppo sat in the audience seat and expressed his emotion. They were shocked, even shocked, and made remarks. Only Margarita did not say a word and just watched the situation on the field. The current conference has reached the point of rapid change, and a small action will cause a huge reversal of the situation. 6th universe here. Because Hill succeeded, Champa has turned on the arrogant satire mode. This also makes other universes' gods look at the heart of thieves. All the advantages are taken up by the 6th universe and the 11th universe, and all the hotspots are also in the 6th universe and the 11th universe. On the ring, Jiren lowered his arms slowly, raised his head, and looked at Hill in front of him. After so many unimaginable attacks, he still seemed to be nothing. This is his strength and his pride. I have to praise you, your sword not only broke through the momentum defense, but also caused direct damage to my body. However, if that's all, you're nothing more than that. Staring at Hill, Jiren's remarks, let Hill take a breath. Facing such Jiren, Hill has only one emotion, that is, what an amazing monster. You know, even if you are a candidate for gods of destruction, you will lose your life if you take this one. But Jiren not only endured it, but also acted as if nothing had happened. Don't worry, this king's strength is not limited to this. Since you are so confident, then this king will have to see how capable you are. His face has changed, and Hill is no longer as sarcastic as he was at the beginning. Jiren heard the words, smiled instead of angry, and fixed her eyes on Hill. In the next second, the scorching hot breath rose from his body. Layers of ripples appeared in the space, and the realm of nothingness was distorted by the oppression of powerful forces. The arena under his feet shook a lot. Jiren's breath suddenly increased, causing everyone's pupils to shrink suddenly. This air is more terrifying than before, and more terrifying than before. Even when playing against Ultra Instinct's Son Goku, Jiren didn't take it so seriously. Sure enough, the gap is still very large. Even Jiren has only shown the fighting strength of the 9th dimension peak now, but Hill is not as good as. In a while, she will lose. Birgit, who is at the highest point of the ring, feeling the change in Jiren's breath, I also saw the opponent's combat power index rise. At this moment, Jiren's combat power has reached the node of 9,999 rang. Of course that's far from Jiren's whole story. In the final battle with Son Goku, Jiren's strength followed Son Goku to the ditches unit. He was not a fighter of the same level. Compared with Jiren, the difference in combat power between Hill was not as simple as doubling or doubling. If he is in the demon world, Hill can still mobilize the power of the demon world and compete with Jiren, who is in a stronger state. But now, this is the arena of the boundless world, and Jiren's overwhelming combat power undoubtedly makes people feel hopeless. Help Hill. Birgit didn't move, still keeping her arms crossed. At this time, Hill's defeat is not a bad thing. From the beginning to the end, Birgit knew that Hill's strength could stay further behind, but he could never stay until the end. Battlefield Center. Jiren, who took out part of his strength, directly crossed a realm in one breath and reached the unit of the ditch. It was also at this moment that his overwhelming aura quickly restrained himself and returned to his body. The cold eyes locked on Hill like the eyes of an eagle. Hill felt tremendous pressure at the first time, raised his vigilance, and did not dare to slack off in the slightest. Are you so powerful? I, who have no power in the demon world, are not my opponent. Hill took a deep breath. The next second, Jiren didn't give her a chance to react and took the lead in attacking. The legs were charged, and in an instant, an extremely terrifying speed erupted, rushing towards Hill like an aurora. So fast. Shocked by this terrifying speed, Hill's eyes widened. When she saw Jiren clearly, the other party had already come to her. That huge body stood in front of her like a demon. The powerful blow was accumulating energy. Without showing any mercy, Jiren punched Hill in the face. A deadly sense of crisis struck, Hill's face changed suddenly, and he raised his air sword to block in front of him. Bang! A thrilling air explosion sounded. This powerful punch landed firmly on Hill's air sword barrier. The terrifying power spread to Hill's whole body in an instant. After holding on for less than half a second, Hill turned into a cannonball and smashed into the rock behind him. Bam! 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 Hill, who flew upside down, ran through several rocky mountains in a row, and only then did he stably stabilize his body. There was a tingling sensation from the bones all over her body, which made her miserable. The arm that blocked Jiren's punch was also trembling slightly. Just the power of the flesh has reached such a terrifying level. For this kind of monster, Hill has only one evaluation. Outrageous. Birgit was never this scary back then. His internal organs were almost overturned by this punch. Hill wiped off the blood stains from the corners of his mouth, and there was blood in his eyes that could kill people. Enduring the severe pain that shattered his body, Hill regained his footing, took a deep breath, and adjusted his state. However, Jiren didn't give her a chance to breathe. The energy accumulated, and a burst of hot electromagnetic shot. The majestic energy pierced through the space and attacked Hill's face with devastating power. The crimson light reflected on Hill's face made her look terrified again. She couldn't stop this move. Must get out of the way. A loud bang of boom. In the nick of time, Hill dodged Jiren's hot electromagnet. Behind her, a large area of the arena turned into thick smoke and dissipated due to the explosion. Chased and beaten by Jiren, Hill's heart was also full of anger. Regardless of the injury, he condensed his chi sword, swung it continuously, performed more than 10 chi blade slashes, and attacked Jiren. Seeing the slashing attack, Jiren didn't care at all, and rushed towards Hill at super high speed. These more than 10 slashing slashes were crushed to pieces by his domineering aura. He can't even touch his body, he can block the attack with his breath. How can such an impeccable monster win? Unyielding Hill, with a thought, her whole body energy was poured into the chi sword. She took the initiative to run towards Jiren. Her figure was like a ghost traveling through the space. Jiren's weakness appeared in her eyes, and she locked the weakness at a very fast speed. Swipe down with full force. Boom! Deafening explosions spread all over the place. This sharp air sword is enough to sever the ring, and it can also sever the space. But unfortunately, it is impossible to cut off Jiren. Hill's full-strength sword was held by Jiren with one hand, unable to move forward. It's a very powerful sword, but unfortunately, the training is not enough. It's enough to deal with others, but it's not enough to deal with me. Forcibly holding Hill's chi sword in the palm of his hand, Jiren slammed into the force and blocked it. Holding Hill's arm, a red light appeared in the palm of his right hand. This group of rays of light stuck to Hill's abdomen, and its terrifying power and deadly threat made Hill's face pale and did not dare to act rashly. Being able to beat Toppo shows that you have a little bit of ability, but your limit is nothing more than that. The cold words fell, and the energy in Jiren's palm was released, instantly engulfing Hill's whole body. Crackling, layers of arcs appeared in the space, and Hill's body was mercilessly whipped and destroyed by this violent energy. The heart-piercing pain made the king of the demon world miserable, and his entire body was enduring unimaginable pain. This move is exactly the skill in Jiren's original book that almost destroyed Super Blue Vegeta. Resist shocks. If it weren't for the rules of this power conference that people could not kill people, Hill would have already become the ghost of Jiren's subordinates, and the power of resisting the impact was enough to kill Hill. He still kept his hand. I've stopped here, as a demon king. How can I fail? At a critical moment, Hill relied on tenacious willpower to resist the ravages of the impact. The blue veins on the forehead bulged, and all the energy was mobilized by her at this moment. Betting on the dignity of being a demon king, at least I can't lose so badly. Gritting his teeth, Hill tried his best to resist, and finally, the energy that resisted the impact was broken by her. Boom! With a loud noise, a deafening explosion of energy occurred. Thick smoke filled the air, engulfing Hill's body. Seeing this, Jiren was not surprised, and turned around arrogantly and coldly, as if thinking that the outcome was already decided and there was no need to continue the fight. The so-called real men never look back. But he quickly changed his posture, and quickly turned around. His face was slightly stunned. Don't think this is the end. Jiren, this king is not as fragile as you think. Hill's voice came from the explosion in front of him. Hearing the sound, Jiren was shocked again. Even if the move just now was just a random shot, he was extremely sure that he could knock Hill out. Unexpectedly, not only did Hill not lose his strength in a coma, but he could still speak. That breath also proved that Hill still had the strength to fight. Jiren, who was puzzled, looked through the smoke and saw Hill, who was seriously injured by his resistance to the impact. If you are injured to such an extent, if you don't get into the ring, you will die. Jiren said coldly with an indifferent expression. Hill, now there is no need for him to shoot. Even if there is still the strength to fight, but in this state, any player can eliminate her. Cough cough, poof. Chi and blood attacked his heart, blood spurted out of Hill's mouth, and his deep eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent at this moment. Don't underestimate this king. It's not up to you to decide the outcome of this battle. It's up to me to decide. Hill's attitude was very tough. As the king of the demon world, she would never allow herself fail easily. Even if the big bald head in front of her is really far more powerful than her, she will not give in, let alone admit defeat. She is The king of the demon world. Exclamation mark. The strange energy spread out, making the surrounding space change color. Hill's breath that should have been depleted has miraculously risen at this moment, and it is constantly improving. Standing firm, Hill raised her hand, and the strange aura flowed from her body, converging of the air blade. Feeling Hill's extraordinary momentum, Jiren cheered up. This stance, this kind of deterrent power, was exactly the god-killing sword that had defeated Toppo with the previous sword. I see, is it the sword that defeated Toppo? Come on. After feeling the strength of Hill's breath, Jiren became interested again, and he was not afraid of anyone. He straightened his back and stood firm. Body. Before, he had a strong interest in Hill because of this sword. Now that the other party has finally used this move, he will definitely not dodge. What a conceited guy. Do you think you can stop this king's god-killing sword? Let me tell you the truth. Before, this king used less than half of his energy to destroy this god-killing sword, and almost killed it. You are the alternate gods of destruction of the universe. Now I will not show mercy, and dare to resist this king's sword, you better make the consciousness of losing your life. His eyes narrowed, and the momentum of Hill's whole body suddenly changed, as eerie and terrifying as a ghost. Crackling, rumble, in the sky above the boundless world, because of her strange breath, bursts of dark red thunder and lightning shot out. It's useless to say more, attack with all your strength. I'll show you this sword head on next. Jiren was still so arrogant and conceited. No matter what kind of attack he will not dodge. All attacks, he will be hard-headed, because he has this strength and this qualification. After getting a satisfactory answer, Hill showed a smug smile on her face. The side effect of her full use of this god-killing sword was her complete loss of fighting ability. After this sword, no matter what the result is, she will lose her ability to fight. She is fearless, and this is also her stubbornness as a demon king. To this king, kneel down. A roar came from Hill's mouth. In an instant, Hill made the final blow with all his strength and released it. Her whole body was covered with scarlet energy, and it was like turning into a demon king, and she burst into an extremely terrifying limit speed in an instant. The chi sword was condensed to the extreme in her hand, carrying the fierce sword intent, and approaching Jiren with unstoppable might. With the full power of the god-killing sword, locked Jiren's throat and cut it out. Boom! Deafening roar resounded throughout the ring. The powerful force instantly shook the ring and sent out a violent tremor. The space of the boundless world was distorted by the explosion of this power, and the dark red sword energy swept away like a huge wave, causing incomparably huge damage. Everything in the ring was almost swept away by this devastating sword. There were even some contestants who were directly smashed out of the ring by the power of this sword. For example, the Invisible Man of the 4th universe and the Robot of the 3rd universe, and Kling of the 7th universe. The range of Hill's sword was too huge, and even his own people were injured by him. A location on the edge of the battlefield. Vegeta escaped from the rocks with a look of astonishment on her face. His state is not normal, but Super Saiyan state. If he hadn't transformed in the shortest time, he would have been the first to endure the aftermath in the position where he was just now. To put it simply, if he does not change his body, he is no longer here at this time, and if he does not fall off the ring, he will also be hurt because of it. How powerful is it? Angrily complained, Vegeta clenched his fist unwillingly. The impact of the slash just now was terrifying. With dignified eyes, looking ahead, Vegeta tried her best to sense it, wanting to know whether Jiren won or Hill won. No matter who it is, it has now become his confidant. Because with his strength, neither Jiren nor Hill are hard to beat. Hill was better, but just as terrifying. In his mind, an idea gradually came into being. If it is said that it is a lose-lose situation, then now is the best time for him to make a move. Even if he will fall into infamy, he will be added to the title of despicable person and sneak attack, but he is completely indifferent compared to universe destroying everyone and dying. He is not Son Goku, never the Virgin. All in all, it is the one that pays the most attention to interests and knows what to do to be the best. On the other side of the ring, the battlefield on the side of Paradin. After sensing the terrifying competition between Hill and Jiren, Paradin couldn't help but criticize. Cut. This crazy woman, as before, has not changed at all. She has gone crazy, and even her own people will be affected by her. With a cold snort, Paradin escaped from the rocks. Saying so, in fact, I can't help but feel a little worried about Hill. Can that kind of powerful slash really knock down the monster Jiren? Jiren's horror is still fresh in his mind, just what happened before. Just take such a terrifying blow right now, I'm afraid it will be difficult for Hill to win, right? You must know that Son Goku of the 7th universe before, but also broke out a more powerful strength. In the end, he was still defeated by Jiren's understatement. Returning to his senses, his eyes looked around, but he hadn't found Piccolo's whereabouts for a long time. The breath perception expanded, and the existence of Piccolo could not be found. Have you taken advantage of the moment just now, hiding? Or is it already? Paradin wondered. Piccolo would not be directly knocked down by Hill's devastating sword, right? However, the next energy bomb of a sneak attack confirmed that his conjecture was wrong. Paradin, who was aware of it, sensed it in an instant of 0.001 seconds, and cleverly dodged the energy bomb of the sneak attack. At the same time, he looked towards the source of energy release and locked his target. I saw Piccolo, who was a little embarrassed, standing on the rocks at this moment, staring at him coldly. Humph, I knew you wouldn't be eliminated so easily, and you were able to keep yourself unharmed under the circumstances just now. It's interesting, your combat experience is indeed beyond my expectations. Then, let's continue, Paradin said with a mocking expression. Piccolo has surprised him many, many times. Now this rich combat experience, to be honest, he feels that it does not match the strength that Piccolo possesses. You know, he knows how strong he is, and even he does not have the confidence to outperform the opponent in combat experience. As you wish, the battle between us should also come to an end. From now on, I will fight with all my strength. Looked at Paradin, Piccolo had made up his mind. Located in Son Goku's war zone. They were still in the fierce battle, but they were suddenly separated by a terrifying shock, forcibly stopping the battle. It hurts. It hurts. Son Goku, who was hit by the aftermath, was knocked into a rock. Through the battle with Caulifla, his physical strength has recovered a lot, his energy has also been improved, and his current state is much better than before. But even so, being affected by Hill's god-killing sword, his body felt like it was about to fall apart, and it was very uncomfortable. Dad, are you all right? Son Gohan poked his head out of the rocks beside him and hurriedly asked about his father's condition. Don't worry Gohan, I'm fine. After dealing with Son Gohan, Son Goku straightened his face and stood up with difficulty, his eyes locked on the battlefield between Jiren and Hill. Caulifla and Kair had long been ignored by him at this time. Compared to his physical condition, he cares more about the condition of Caulifla and Kaylee now, and he wants to know more about how the battle between Jiren and Hill is going. These two guys, even if I go back to the peak period, they may not be their opponents. The 6th universe, it is really incredible, not only has a master like Birgit, but also has an existence like Hill. Son Goku's inner activity is very big, and frankly speaking, it is very powerless for him right now. He wanted to fight, but his body wouldn't allow him to. Whether it is Jiren or Hill, these two people are extremely difficult to deal with in his eyes. Now, apart from fusion, he couldn't think of any way to help him fight them. The other side, Kyle and Caulifla are here. The two women shivered and steadied their bodies, barely resisting the sweep of this wave of big explosions. Sister, are you all right? Kale broke free from the oppression of the boulder and looked at Caulifla worriedly. At this time, Caulifla only felt dizzy, and the feeling of spinning around the world had not dissipated, and she almost lost her sense of direction. It's really painful. Sister Hill's tricks are so terrifying that even we are so far away, it spread to the point. I almost knocked me out of the ring. The card regained a sense of sanity. Livra, holding her head and shaking her head vigorously, then patted her face to keep herself awake. Kair's eyes also looked towards the battlefield. Sister Hill. She seems lost, Kair said with a shocked expression. At this moment, she could feel that Hill's breath was no longer as calm and unfathomable as before, but very weak. It's like, after the end of the flashback, it falls into the final state of near death. That Jiren from the 11th universe defeated Sister Hill. I'm so unwilling. We can't help at all. Caulifla clenched her fists angrily, feeling in her heart very dissatisfied. originally wanted to come here to block Son Goku and eliminate a threat for their 6th universe. Well now, not only is being held back by Son Goku, but also the Demon Lord of the Universe, Hill, but also defeated by Jiren. Nothing helped, but instead created chaos, which made Caulifla even more uncomfortable. Sister, now, is it time for us to use that thing? The situation was not good. Kair thought of something, and suddenly suggested. That thing, they have been hiding it until now, they didn't plan to use it, they used it as a trump card. Now, Kel took the initiative to think of this. Indeed, if it is used now, it is indeed suitable, but Caulifla refused. No, it's not the time to knock the injured Son Goku and his son out of the ring first, and then we'll use that thing to avenge Sister Hill. Caulifla's attitude is firm. She's on a roll with Son Goku. Son Goku has to be eliminated before going to trouble with Jiren. Birgit here, looking at the overall situation, now seeing Hill and Jiren's final fight again, the corners of his mouth undulated slightly and he laughed. According to the current situation, the plot of the original work has been completely rewritten, and the development of the situation will not develop in the direction he expected. Everything has become unknown. In this battle, Hill lost. With that invincible posture, Jiren not only resisted Hill's attack, but also defeated Hill invisibly. At this time, Hill's aura was still decreasing, and he had lost the stability and strength he had before. And Jiren, his chi is still as steady as a mountain, without the slightest wave. That's the big difference. Hill didn't figure it out at first, so he suffered a big loss. Sil loses, Caulifla and the others on the other side should use the Potala earrings to combine in a few minutes, and I don't know how much the Potala earrings can bring them to increase their combat power. If Son Goku doesn't wake up Ultra Instinct again, I'm afraid they will beat me down. The only ones who can fight me at that time are Jiren and Broly, except that Vegeta of the 7th universe may explode. Birgit has vaguely foreseen what is to come. However, accidents always happen. Just as Birgit was thinking, a harsh roar sounded from the other side of the ring. Boom! The deafening sound of the explosion spread all over the place, accompanied by a strong storm that could subvert everything. Birgit was startled, and her attention was also pulled over. When he saw that place, his expression was slightly taken aback. There, undoubtedly the area that belongs to the long-forgotten warriors of the 3rd universe. This breath, is it Broly from the 7th universe? Interesting. Did you actually fight with the players from the 3rd universe? As she said to herself, Birgit smiled. If he remembers it well, the 3rd universe of the original book also went to the end, and was finally eliminated by the 7th universe. As all universes, there are few universes with special means. The 3rd universe can be said to be very special. In particular, the fusion technique they master can combine many people to become a super life form. That analyzer, known as the ultimate warrior. The horror of strength is also known as the existence second only to Jiren and Gods of Destruction candidate Toppo in the original work. In some respects, it is even stronger than Toppo. It's not a good thing to be entangled by Broly, the 3rd universe, I'm afraid it will suffer. Said to himself, Birgit knew how the situation there. At this time, Broly has not even changed his transformation, but he has already reached the level of a Rang unit. You can see the horror of this guy. At the beginning, it was not so strong. With the help of Kair's power, the power of Chuan Chao echoes each other, thereby enhancing his strength. Broly has been learning and improving, especially in this Century Conference, his progress is particularly significant. Continue like this, I am afraid that even I need to transform into Chao Lan before I can suppress his Chuan Chao transformation. Calculate according to the original work, and it is easy to get the result. The more so, the more interesting it is. If one by one did not even reach the 9th dimension, it would be too boring. Looking away, Birgit looked at the battlefield on the other side. Over there, the battle between Hit and Dispo has reached the final key moment. It has to be said that both Hit and Dispo are very durable, and they are also players with endless means. It may not be worth mentioning in terms of strength, but each has its own advantages. The outcome will be revealed soon. After your few battles are over, this power conference will also enter the final countdown stage. With a slight wrinkle at the corner of his mouth, Birgit criticized again. The moment he was waiting for will soon come. Except Broly, it's Jiren. It depends on who of them makes him want to take action first. As for Son Goku and Vegeta, they are not worth mentioning in this era. Unless, after fusion becomes Gogeta, there is still something to watch. Or, like Caulifla and Kel, they can be combined into Vegeta with earrings. In fact, Birgette's own appearance is very biased towards Birgette. When she became more and more sure of her appearance after crossing the road, Birgette herself had a special feeling. That means that he may be compared to Vegeta of the 7th universe. Not only the name is only a word difference, but the looks are similar, so it is very possible. The only difference is that Vegeta over there is an existence that can only be born after a fusion, and he does exist independently. While feeling, suddenly, a special gaze passed to him, which was caught by Birgette sensitively. He raised his head suddenly and looked at the existence in the sky. It's Grand Priest. He suddenly turned his attention to him. What does it mean? The eye contact made Birgette frown. In his perception, the Grand Priest in front of him was like an incomparably huge ancient god, majestic and terrifying. He put his hands behind his back and looked down at himself like that, which brought him an unparalleled sense of oppression. In front of him, no matter what strength he is proud of, or all his calculations, all his thoughts are directly seen through. Sweat squeezed out from his forehead, a dense patch. It wasn't until Grand Priest shifted his attention that Birgette took a deep breath. As expected of the Grand Priest, Whis' dimension level is 15, let alone what dimension the other angels are in. The Grand Priest is definitely above the 15th dimension, and even reached 18th dimension. I sighed inwardly. After all, it is the ceiling of the Dragon Ball world's combat power, and it is also the most powerful existence. Even if Zeno is more powerful, the deterrent of Grand Priest is more direct and terrifying. The way I have to go is still a long, long way. Even if my Super Blue 3 can already help me reach the 11th dimension, and even if I try my best, I can show the power of the 12th dimension. But with Angel and Grand Priest is too far behind. He whispered, and the original plan in Birgette's mind changed slightly. He originally planned to use his absolute power to win, and then express his dissatisfaction as a mortal in front of the gods and angels. Thus, changing the constraints of certain rules. Now it looks like this is definitely a joke. Chapter 91. On the battlefield, amid the billowing smoke, Jiren stood on the spot with an invincible figure. With one hand, he easily blocked Hill's god-killing sword. Even if the skin was slightly scratched, it was undeniable that Hill's god-killing sword was ineffective against him. At this moment, Jiren, with the attitude of an absolute winner, condescendingly overlooks Hill, who has exhausted all his physical strength. He raised his hand, the crimson light condensed in his palm, and his breath was compressed to the extreme at this moment. The blow just now is worthy of praise, and the power is really good, at least it made me a little more serious, but this level of slash is still ineffective for me. The cold and arrogant words fell, and he did not give Hill any more. In the reaction time, the energy in Jiren's palm shot out violently. Boom! The crimson light bloomed, engulfing Hill's body in an instant, and overbearingly blasting him off the ring. Jiren, win! Not only did he eliminate the Demon King Hill of the 6th universe with overwhelming combat power, but he also completely established his invincible character. Of course, that's what others think of him. At this moment, after killing Hill, he did not meditate like he had defeated Son Goku before, but turned his eyes slightly and fell to the other side of the ring. In that area of the 3rd universe, something big happened. The powerful aura that suddenly erupted over there attracted his interest and gave him a very ominous premonition. The war zone of the 3rd universe. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly of the 7th universe competes with the players of the 3rd universe in this place. The layers of waves set off by the violent breath ruthlessly crushed the remaining warriors of the 3rd universe. At this critical moment, Dr. Paparoni of the 3rd universe finally couldn't help it and used his last card. Forced to a desperate situation, they had to summon the last trump card of their 3rd universe. As the light surged, Dr. Paparoni and his 3 robots turned into different lights and blended with each other. After the light visible to the naked eye blended, the boundless wind and waves swept the arena. It was only the power born of fusion that produced this momentum, which shows what a terrifying warrior will be born after the successful fusion. This is their final game, and a final warning to the rest of the universe. They want to eliminate all the rest of the other universes in one go. When the violent breath surged, Birgit, who was at the highest point in the ring, also had a slight idea of making a move. Did the combined ultimate warrior of the third universe appear so soon? This method seems to be combined, but it is like a sacrificial summon. Analyze, it seems that it does not exist in this world. After shaking off her brief shock at the Grand Priest, Birgit muttered to herself. He was depressed to the extreme just now, and now he wants to exercise his muscles and bones. The strength of the breath of the ultimate warrior Analyze, Birgit also made a preliminary judgment that it has reached the 9th dimension, the existence of the unit level. Moreover, this force is still rising. This guy, like Jiren, is pure power. It is not the power of God, nor is it the skill of God, it is simply powerful. It may be said that what Jiren masters is his own power, absolute justice and absolute power. Analyze is the representative of evil death, and that power is full of destruction. If it is such a power, can the legendary Super Saiyan be able to explode with full firepower? What is the strength of Broly, who is rumored to be in super form? Interest came, and Birgit's thoughts moved, turning into a phantom and disappearing in place. His actions also caught the attention of Jiren, who had just ended the battle. Having just eliminated Hill, he was very surprised that Birgit didn't help Hill, or that he shot him after the war. Birgit of the 6th universe, it's just this level of existence that makes you think of taking the initiative to attack. Is that existence strength still hidden? Or, you are just itchy, and you want to find an opponent who can fight against it? Just warm up to fight me, Jiren muttered to himself. Glancing at the direction where Birgit disappeared, Jiren also seemed to be interested, and disappeared in place in an instant. In his perception, the intensity of the aura displayed by Analyze was terrifying, but it was far from worth his shot. A warrior of this level, whether it is Toppo who has awakened the power of gods of destruction or Hill who is fighting with all his strength, can fight against him. Even defeat him. The viewing area of the 6th universe. The moment Birgit started to move, a look of surprise appeared on Angel Vado's face. Lord Champa, it seems that the strongest warrior in our universe is about to take action. The combined warrior of the 3rd universe is very much noticed by Birgit-san. Vados said with a slight smile. Humph, he finally has the idea of making a move. Come on, let the soldiers of the other universe see how terrible the strength of the strongest person in our 6th universe is. Otherwise, others will think that our universe is no longer worth mentioning. Champa grinned, said. Birgit's shot just gave him a chance to pretend. Show other universes the fighting power of the strongest person in their universe. The Demon King Hill, who was eliminated on the side, recovered with the help of Vados, and his eyes fell deeply on the viewing area of the 3rd universe. She is in a very bad mood now. HMPH, it doesn't mean that you will help me if I get eliminated. Has a fit warrior from the 3rd universe caught your attention? You, man, what is there for you to do? Hill resented in his heart. To be honest, she thought that at the last moment she was eliminated by Jiren, Birgit would stop it. But this man chose to watch from the sidelines, as if his existence and being eliminated are not important at all. Birgit's move is good news for the 6th universe. But for other universes, it's big bad news. At the same time, it also awakened the memories of all the gods and angel. During the outpost battle, the monster that shocked the gods, Saiyan Birgit. And this also means that the power conference will come to an end. Now is the time to clear the battlefield. I felt the birth of a combined ultimate warrior on the battlefield. The battlefield on Son Goku's side. The 4 people present were severely suppressed. There was the ultimate battle of Jiren and Hill before, and now it is the absolute collision of Broly and the 3rd universe. The incomparably gigantic ultimate warrior Analyze was greeted with a terrifying and evil aura of death, which made no one feel uncomfortable. It's amazing, I didn't expect that the 3rd universe would use the fusion set, and many people combined together to become such a monster. Even in my heyday, I couldn't easily deal with it. Son Goku muttered. Whisper. The emotion is certain, especially now that he is constantly recovering his injuries and strength with the help of the current level of battle. But it's far from back to peak form now. Since he can only display 50% of his power at the moment, he will never be able to defeat the warrior of the 3rd universe alone. Son Gohan on the side, like Son Goku, has a lot of mood swings. But at the same time as the shock, his perception was moving towards another area. Over there is Piccolo and Periton's war zone. From start to finish, the two Nameks were fighting alone, and no one bothered them. It can be said that so far, the weak beings have already been knocked out of the ring, and those who remain in the ring are basically masters with certain strength. Even if there are people who fish in troubled waters, they also have their own advantages. Xiao Xiaodu has been eliminated from the competition, and no one will rashly intervene in any battle disputes. In simple words, who would look for trouble for themselves? When both sides are injured or one side falls, the other side is bound to be injured, and it is the best time to make a move. The power conference is not a fair duel. It's a battle for survival, and it's a tough road to survive. Gohan, this is not the time for us to divert our attention. Son Goku warned when he noticed his son's diversion. If it continues like this, something bad will definitely happen. In the process of being shocked, their fighting ability will inevitably decline, and it is certain that they will be overwhelmed. Opposite Caulifla and Kaylee, Caulifla is a fighting genius, constantly learning and improving in battle, while Kaylee, as the legendary Super Saiyan, has yet to show his real power. If neglected, he and Gohan will face the danger of being eliminated. I know, Dad. Taking a deep breath, Son Gohan could only focus on the front. No matter how worried he is, now he can only focus on the battle in front of him, otherwise, if he loses in the end, it will be the end. Broly's battle area. Because the people of the third universe were forced to a desperate situation, forcing them to reunite, which led to the birth of Analyza. At this moment, Broly is still in the normal state, the state of the controllable giant ape. The breath storm born of Analyza gave him a sense of oppression crushed by the mountains. However, it made him extremely excited. This feeling, but never had before. The blood of Saiyan in the body is boiling, making him unable to control himself to want to make a scene. The appearance of Analyza, the evil power, just gave him an opportunity to liberate his power. Boom! The radiance of the sky flickered, and it became even more dazzling at this moment. Analyza's figure is looming, and that huge body is faintly stepping on the entire arena under his feet. When the light completely dissipated, the 100-meter-high giant entered everyone's sight. The aura that is so powerful that it is frightening, and the terrifying oppression that goes straight to the soul, makes people not dare to act rashly. Whether it is coercion or breath, they have reached the peak of the alternative. This guy is a pure monster. Also, the most suitable existence to be his opponent. Broly began to get excited. The stronger the monster, the more vigorous the fight. Such a good opponent, he will not let it go. In particular, there are not many opponents worth fighting in this arena now. Either weak can, or outrageously strong. "Au!" A deafening cry broke out from Analyza's mouth. Analyza's power was erupting, and the evil power spread in all directions along with his hysterical cries. At this moment, Broly seems to be influenced by Analyza's evil aura. His facial expression became hideous, the blue veins bulged all over his body, and the supernatural power in his body began to run wild because of the influence of Analyza's roar. Pain. The unbearable pain runs from the brain to the whole body. It hurts so much. This indescribable pain caused Broly's breath to riot. It also made his consciousness gradually become blurred. Something is waking up. At this moment, Analyza had already discovered Broly's position. Seeing that the other party was unmoved, he raised his huge soles and stepped on Broly's head. Boom! A loud noise. Analyza's huge feet covered Broly's whole body in an instant. Seemingly thinking that he would kill a difficult guy with his shot, Analyza's face showed a wicked smile. However, before he was too happy, an extremely strong energy impact came from under the soles of his feet. Boom! An uncontrollable terrifying energy was released at the soles of Analyza's feet. The terrifying coercion was released like an overwhelming force. The entire realm of nothingness, including the arena under his feet, was shaken by this heaven-defying aura. Analyza tried hard to suppress this aura, but found that he could not compete with this terrifying aura at all. When this overwhelming breath appeared, it attracted the attention of all gods and people. Well, alas, ow, ow, ow. A horror coercion far beyond Analyza and the roar of hysteria spread. In an instant, the violent energy turned into a huge tornado and swept away, overturning him under Analyza's unbelievable gaze. The supernatural power belonging to the seventh universe has exploded. Analyza's huge body fell to the ground, setting off a thick wave of dust. In the thick smoke, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly slowly rose and fell. Of course, this is not flying, but a short-term suspension in the sky with the help of the reaction force of the terrifying power, get it? His pupils were dilated, covered with pure white, and his shape changed a little. The black hair before was replaced by gold. This guy just entered the state of Super Saiyan, and his strength has reached the late stage of the 9th dimension. The boundless aura spread throughout the arena, which was far more terrifying than the pressure brought by any previous player. Birgit, who had already arrived, watched everything in the dark. Through his own ability, he saw what kind of terrifying realm Broly's combat power value had reached. Most importantly, this force is still on the rise. The legendary Super Saiyan in the 7th universe, was awakened. Because of the infection of Analoz's evil power. When Broly awakened, Birgit became even more interested in this monster. Just the seemingly ordinary Super Saiyan form has reached the level of thousands of Rang units. If it is truly awakened and becomes the legendary Super Saiyan, how strong should it be? Absolutely, it is the 10th dimensional level of Ren. His eyes fell on the embarrassed Analoza again. To be more certain, this guy was not born from the combination of Dr. Pepperoni and several other robots. Pepperoni and several other robots are just the medium for summoning this monster, and the Kai of the robot can't be so evil that it affects Broly and makes Broly go berserk. This guy should be in existence from an unknown space. Things are getting more and more interesting. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and Birgit didn't have any idea of showing up. He wants to see if Analoza can hold out for a few rounds in front of the runaway Chuan Chao Broly. Originally, he came here only to watch the battle at close range. Now Broly's runaway made him have a little plan to do it. No matter in which world and in which period, the power of transmission is very worthy of attention. At this moment, in addition to Birgit watching the battle at close range, there is another existence watching the battle here. This person is Frieza of the 7th universe. Ho 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 ho, has this uncontrolled monster of our universe gone berserk? But, besides, there is a more amazing monster here. I'd better continue to hide in the dark, if it's bad to be found. Birgit's sudden appearance upset Frieza's abacus. His plan was to watch Broly secretly, and take a shot at some critical juncture to turn the situation around. But Birgit was there, and he didn't dare to make a mistake. Before the game started, he knew that the existence of Birgit was even more dangerous than Jiren from the 11th universe. If he wanted to stay in the ring, he had better stay away from this dangerous figure. In addition to the battle situation here, on the other side of the ring, the battle between the 6th universe and the 11th universe has also entered the final stage. The battle between Killer Hit and Speed Warrior Dispo has come to an end. Dispo, which entered the most light speed mode, stably restrained Hit in every aspect. Whether it was the flash time power or the flash time space, it seemed tasteless in Dispo's unimaginable mode. Fortunately, Hit's trap on Dispo finally worked. Hit successfully used the time cage to seal Dispo's body in the time cage. What's going on here? I can't move. Dispo wanted to act, but found that his body was tightly sealed by an invisible force, making him unable to move at all. Humph, do you think that I really can't do anything about your speed? This is Ning Shi. The original plan is to bring you Jiren from the 11th universe to die together. Now, let's do it with you first experiment. Hitter's words fell in Dispo's ear, shocking him. Until now, there are still methods that have not been shown. This kind of trump card made him fall into a passive position. What a joke. With this kind of method, you want to take Jiren and die together. Even I can resist. With veins all over his body, Dispo roared and tried to break free. But even if he burst out with all his strength, it was difficult to move. He seems to have lost contact with this space. The proud speed is also difficult to display. You can't be ashamed now. In the cage of this time, can you still act as freely as you did just now? Hitter's indifferent voice made Dispo grit his teeth angrily. He was indeed hit. It's hard to move. Apart from playing tricks like this, what else do you have? Despicable and shameless killing hands. With his teeth clenched, Dispo posted again, trying to forcibly break free from the prison of time. But no matter how he resisted, it was useless in the end. The cage of time is not something that someone of his level can easily break free of. Jiren in the original work was temporarily restricted from moving because of the existence of the time cage. Don't say it's him. Hit stared grimly at the struggling Dispo. In fact, his state is not very good now, and he has consumed a lot of energy when maintaining the condensation. So we must seize this opportunity and knock Dispo out of the ring in one fell swoop. Otherwise, he will be defeated. The previous battle had caused countless wounds all over his body, and his physical strength had also consumed a large part. Continue to entangle with this guy, he will definitely lose. Taking a deep breath, a purplish red light appeared in Hit's palm, and this energy was the stunt that he condensed from all his physical strength. It's over. With his legs charged, Hit ejected and rushed towards Dispo, the condensed energy in his palm hitting Dispo's face. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Feeling the fatal crisis, Dispo's eyes widened and his pupils contracted sharply. With this move, if he is hit, he will definitely lose. Even if I lose this game, I have to bring you back. Dispo, who gritted his teeth, gave everything, the maximum power to destroy the energy in the body. Under the most light speed mode, he even unleashed your full potential. At the critical moment, when Hit attacked, he controlled the weakest point and forcibly broke free from Hiter's freezing time. However, this didn't change his fate of being hit by Ning Shi. A loud bang of boom. Dispo's body was penetrated by a mysterious energy, and his movements suddenly became slow, as if he was decades old. Blood spit out from his mouth, and his breath became weak. In such a situation, there is no doubt that Hit is better and won a game. However, just when Hit thought that he had won the victory, the mutation also occurred at this moment. When Dispo flew upside down, he forcibly used his speed to grab his arm. Ha, Nani. There was an ominous premonition in his heart, and Hit secretly felt bad. At this moment, Dispo's facial expression is terrifying, cruel and ruthless like a beast. Even if you're going to be eliminated, Bebef, I'm going to pull you along. Follow me and fall. With a roar, Dispo gave his last strength, and without giving Hit a chance to react, he threw them out together, out of the ring. How could Hit, who was so weak that it was difficult to move, could break free from Dispo's life-threatening blockade? The two fell to the ring at the same time. The battle between them also ushered in the final result. A draw, the end. The viewing area of the 6th universe. Hit is back here. Champa saw that universe had been eliminated by another player, the killer Hit, and just wanted to get angry, but noticed Hit's injury. The anger in my heart dissipated before it erupted. Although another person was eliminated, no matter what, they seem to have tried their best. At this point, he is angry, but not for his own universe. Except for Gabe and Bodama, he will not get angry when everyone else is eliminated. Champa may seem unreasonable, but in fact he is still very smart. Humph, you just rest here, and since you have done a lot of credit for our universe, at least you got that tough rabbit out of the ring and said something tough, and Champa said it. Turning attention to the area of the 3rd universe. More than anyone else, the legendary Super Saiyan of the 7th universe now deserves more attention. The viewing area of the 7th universe. I also saw Beerus, who was eliminated together with Hit and Dispo, and my heart was full of joy. Previously, the situation was very unfavorable for the 7th universe. Now, the 6th universe and the 11th universe have each eliminated a super soldier, which is definitely a good thing for his 7th universe. So far, the universe who has been eliminated the fewest players on the field is his 7th universe. Moreover, only Krillin and Master Roshi, the two worst players, were eliminated. Now, let's watch the battle on Broly's side. Those guys from the 3rd universe can actually turn into monsters of this level. Humph, even so, it's nothing more than that, Beerus said viciously. The existence of Analyza is indeed shocking, especially that body type. However, how the results compare to Broly is unknown. Although I don't know how strong Broly's ultimate strength is, Whis told him at the beginning that this is Saiyan who is definitely not inferior to Goku and Vegeta. Although this Analyza may not be Broly-san's opponent, but the current Broly-san seems to have been affected by his evil aura and has gone berserk, Lord Beerus. Whis couldn't help but reminded. The most unwilling thing to see, but unavoidable, still happened. And, it happened too early. In fact, letting Broly participate is also Whis' bottom line for the final. Although he is an angel, he should not be too involved in the development of universe and decide the fate of universe. But the 7th universe has never let him down so far. 10 billion years have passed. If it doesn't exist, he will feel a pity in his heart. Nani, you said he went berserk. Didn't you say that this guy won't go berserk easily? Beerus's heart tightened. If this is slapped in the face, it will really be laughed to death. Although Broly-san can control his consciousness, it is only under the influence of external forces. That Analyza is not simple. He does not seem to belong to the creature of our world, and the evil death is always released in the body. This breath, just activated the supernatural power in Broly's body, Whis explained. So, Broly has now become a monster that no one can control. Krillin exclaimed. The words resonated with others. However, no one spoke anymore. It's already like this, and only by watching it will you know what the outcome will be. On the ring, it's the same battleground that Son Goku was in. Because of the mutation of Broly and Analyza, Caulifla and Kale are actually affected just like Son Goku and Son Gohan. Analyza is too strong, and the evil death momentum of that level is definitely not inferior to Hill. At this time of the battle, they also had impulses. If the means that have been hidden for a long time are not displayed again, will there be no chance to use it in the end? Although, now they have not encountered any major crisis. But it can't easily beat Son Goku and Son Gohan of the 7th universe. The father and son unite to fight the enemy, which is even better than the cooperation between her and Kair. To put it simply, even if they possess stronger power, the combat experience on the other side far exceeds them. Not only can they make the most perfect defense against their attacks, but they can also seize their subtle to almost non-existent neutrality to launch a counterattack. Sister, if you continue like this, it will only prolong the time. Moreover, Son Goku has been using us to restore our physical strength, which is not good for us. Kale said to Caulifla. Her active reminder made Caulifla softly respond and nodded solemnly. Now, there is no way to end the battle quickly. We must defeat Son Goku and his son. Sister Hill has also been eliminated, and Hit has also been eliminated. Before Brother Burget takes action, we must clear all the obstacles for Brother Burget. In the end, it's the duel between Brother Burget and that Jiren. Caulifla also thought a lot. Yeah, hearing Caulifla's words, Kair nodded seriously. They are trying to make a final decision. At the same time, there was a sound of breaking the sky in the sky. A figure suddenly appeared, jumped from a distance, and stood domineeringly in front of Son Goku. This person, who is not Vegeta. His arrival and appearance made Caulifla and Kair more serious. Originally a Son Goku and a Son Gohan were not easy to deal with, but now there is a Vegeta. This Vegeta, although not as good as Son Goku, is the master that Gabe speaks of. As you can imagine, at least it has decent strength. Humph, Kakarot, you still have to wait until this time, just 2 little Saiyans in the 6th universe, is it difficult for you to deal with it? You are so disappointing to me. Bai Yi's anger outbursts, accusing Son Goku. Now this time is not the time to play, nor is it the time to play. Son Goku will continue to fight with Caulifla and Kale like this, and there will be no time left to talk, and they will fall into complete passive in the end. In particular, now Jiren has defeated the Demon Lord Hill of the 6th universe, Hit and Dispo perished together, and Broly fought the monster Analyza of the 3rd universe. They can't seize the opportunity at this time, let alone later. Don't say that, Vegeta, Caulifla and Kale are not weak, and I'm not trying to regain some strength. Son Goku was helpless for a while. If he has more than 80% of his strength, would he waste time so much? And the opponent is also Saiyan, and the strength is really good. Cut, stop talking, since you can't get rid of them. Let me do it. And you, Gohan, it's not here that we need your help in the 7th universe, your Uncle Piccolo, soon no way. With Piccolo's strength, it is difficult to deal with the Namek people of the 6th universe, you can only hope if you go with Piccolo. Vegeta calmly analyzed and issued his order. Son Gohan was obviously moved after hearing Vegeta's words, but he didn't dare to act rashly. After all, Piccolo had sent him here to protect his father. Going back to helping Piccolo now. Go, Gohan, I don't need your protection now, and Vegeta is here, so you don't have to worry. Son Goku said, watching his son hesitate. After hearing this and weighing the pros and cons, Son Gohan nodded decisively. Then be careful, Dad. With an order, Son Gohan quickly left the battlefield and headed towards the area where Piccolo and Paradin fought. As soon as he left, the expressions of Caulifla and Kale on the opposite side changed obviously. After the opponent changed, they were under more pressure. In particular, the game of power started out against Vegeta. Obviously Son Gohan can't be compared with Vegeta, and their universe's Majin Oza was eliminated by Vegeta. Humph. Saiyan in the 7th universe really looks down on people. Since that's the case, we don't need to hesitate anymore. We eliminated the 2 strongest Saiyans in the 7th universe in one go. Caulifla snorted and shouted. Kale understood. The two looked at each other and smiled knowingly. At the same time, he took out the Patara earrings that had been prepared. Fusion is about to happen. At this time, it is actually the most suitable time. As long as they fit together, neither Son Goku nor Vegeta will be their opponents. Unless, Son Goku can continue to break the limit like the original, and reach Ultra Instinct again. In the end, everyone is getting stronger, and because of Burget's intervention, everyone's strength is already stronger than the original. Seeing this conspicuous scene, Son Goku and Vegeta frowned at the same time, showing disbelief. That is Supreme Kai's earrings. Don't tell me. How could he be unfamiliar with the actions of Caulifla and Kyle? At the beginning, they played against Majin Buu, who swallowed and absorbed Gohan. If he and Vegeta also used Supreme Kai's earrings to fit together, they would have been completely defeated by then. Now, there is no such future. It seems that Saiyan from the 7th universe also knows the use of Potala earrings. As you can imagine, this conference is now, and we no longer need to continue playing. As he spoke, he put an earring on his right ear. Let me and my sister be with me. Defeat you all, Saiyan of the 7th universe. Kel put an earring on his left ear. For a while, before Son Goku and Vegeta came back to their senses to speak, their union officially began. A snow-white light enveloped the two of them, and in the dark realm of nowhere, it was like a light of dawn, illuminating everything. Everyone's attention shifted from the side where Broly broke out to this side. Even Broly, who lost himself and fell into a rampage, was a little stunned and stopped going to see Analyza. It also gave Analyza a chance to react, to vent his strength, and his anger at Broly. Until now, no one had thought that such an amazing deterrent would erupt here. Even Burget and Jiren cast strange expressions. Jiren is unbelievable. Although it is not the first time for him to see this kind of integration, it is indeed extraordinary to be able to burst out such amazing strength. After all, the strength of the two women Saiyan before the fusion, he did not look down on at all. After the fusion, there is such strength. The players of the universe, the gods of the universe and Angel all started to feel unbalanced. After all, no one thought of this, only 6th universe thought of it. At the beginning, if you think that the combination of Potala earrings does not violate the rules, other universes will definitely use this method. For Champa, he was getting more and more arrogant. Now is the time when the secret weapon erupts. Other universe players think they have only one Burget in their universe. The situation is not good, Vegeta. After these two little guys are combined, their strength seems to have surpassed us. Son Goku smiled wryly. How did he know that he would face the combination at this time? In the past, they used the fusion to fight the enemy, but now the enemy uses this trick to deal with them. Cut. I don't need you to remind me, Kakarot, take care of yourself. I can definitely win this battle, Vegeta said coldly. In this battle, whether or not he fits together, he has to defeat Saiyan on the opposite side. It's also about Saiyan's dignity. Hearing Vegeta's words, Son Goku smiled even more bitterly. Now, if he is 50% of the power, he is definitely not the opponent of the opposite fit warrior. Only Vegeta can compete with it. There is no way to be reconciled. Now, he can only watch the battle. If Vegeta is not an opponent on the opposite side, then he will have to fight with Vegeta. At this time, Son Gohan, who was rushing towards the area where Piccolo was, stopped involuntarily and turned to look at the area before. He was stunned, because it was really unexpected. Did they fit together? I didn't expect the 6th universe to use this trick. But, If Uncle Vegeta is here, there shouldn't be a big problem, right? After muttering, Son Gohan moved to the other side again, past. I don't know. After sensing, Son Gohan's heart sank suddenly. There is no doubt that in his perception, Piccolo's breath is getting weaker and weaker, and it seems to be disappearing. What happened there? Uncle Piccolo, I'll be right here. Wait for me. Gritting his teeth, Son Gohan immediately accelerated. Frustrated, he now desperately wants to help Piccolo ease the crisis. At the battleground of Piccolo and Paladin. At this time, Piccolo was already covered in bruises, and after his breath was greatly reduced, he almost lost all of his fighting ability. And Paladin, still in his prime, even in a state that Piccolo has never seen before. Super Namek's transformation. The body becomes bigger and stronger. The color of the skin changed from green to gold, and the breath was not of the same level as before. You, what form are you? Piccolo gritted his teeth in disbelief as he watched Paladin transform in front of him, and asked. As my same kind, you are also a Super Namek, but you don't know this form. As I expected, it seems that you really don't know anything about the power in your body. Anyway, let me mention you. Let me tell you something. We Namek people, as the descendants of the dragon god Sarama, have the power of Sarama in our blood. The me you see now is the legendary warrior of Namek, Super Namek. Paladin explained arrogantly and conceitedly. At this moment, his strength was beyond the scope of Piccolo's resistance. After his transformation, his combat power was stabilized in the 9th dimensional unit. The current Piccolo is already at the end of the road, and even if he returns to his peak, he can't withstand a move by Paladin. Super Namek people. It turns out that the legend is not fictional, but like the legend of Super Saiyan. Piccolo only knew until now, and only confirmed that the legend of the Namek people is not false. At the same time, he also muttered to himself, said verbally. Yes, I can feel it, you also have this power in your body. It's a pity that you don't know how to use it, otherwise you might be able to fight with me for a while, but it's a pity that you won't. Let it end like this. I'm tired of fighting with you. The cold and merciless words fell, and Paladin raised his hand, and a golden light appeared in his palm. At this time, Piccolo was already too injured to move even if he wanted to. He could only grit his teeth, look unwilling, and stare at Paladin in a trance. As Paladin's energy bomb escaped from his palm, a breath of despair came oncoming. However, at the moment when this move was about to hit, a silver-white light and shadow flashed past. This light and shadow passed by, forcing Piccolo to dodge the energy attack of Paladin. Boom! Energy bomb swept across the ground, erupting with unparalleled power. Are there any rescuers coming? Noticing that Piccolo was rescued, a surprised and excited look appeared on Paladin's face. If the battle ended here, it would be really boring. His eyes turned to the other side. Who is Son Gohan who rescued Piccolo, who was seriously injured? Gohan, why are you here? The weak Piccolo called out Son Gohan's name with difficulty. Fortunately, I barely caught up. Are you all right, Uncle Piccolo? After Piccolo was rescued in time, a smile appeared on Son Gohan's face, and he was relieved. I'm fine. I'm sorry Gohan, I disappointed you and caused you trouble, Piccolo said with a helpless smile. Now he has been reduced to asking Son Gohan to save him. After he developed his potential, he felt that he had the ability to compete with the strong, and now he felt ashamed. However, the little brat who could only hide behind him in the past has grown up to be a warrior who can stand on his own. Even if the middle was abandoned for many years, at least at the critical moment, he was still standing in front of him. What are you talking about, Uncle Piccolo? You never trouble me, let's deal with him together, I'll help you. Son Gohan comforted Piccolo and offered to suggest. Piccolo was about to say something, but after noticing Son Gohan's unwavering gaze, he nodded. A force from nowhere poured into his body, making his immobile body regain its firepower again. Maybe this is the power of love. Seeing that Piccolo was back in shape again and teaming up with Son Gohan, a smile appeared on Paladin's face. You two, do you think that you can defeat me together? You underestimate me too. I am the Super Namek of the 6th universe. Paladin crossed his chest with his arms, indifferently intimidating. Son Gohan and Piccolo, the former's strength is not bad, he can play a little bit with him in normal state. It's just that now that he has put all his strength into it, after the transformation, Son Gohan is not enough to see in front of him at all. As for Piccolo, with his bruised body, how long can he support it? Just shot, it is estimated that within 3 rounds, he will be beaten down. How do you know if you don't try? A confident smile appeared on Son Gohan's face as he took up a fighting stance. Politan, I know you are strong, but don't underestimate us, even if there is a real gap between us, but underestimate us, you will regret it. Rekindled his determination to fight, Piccolo stood on Son Gohan beside him, the aura of the whole body is surging, and before the comparison, it does not decrease but increases. This posture is quite like a father and son soldier going into battle. Paraton also took some interest in the duo. Interesting, it seems that this Saiyan is very important to you, and it can greatly increase your belief. Then let me see, what will be the difference between the two of you? Don't let me down again. An excited smile appeared, and Paraton was gearing up, with a look of eagerness on his face. This battle will enter the final round. However, in a dark place where no one cares. 6th Universe's Frost appears here. His treacherous gaze was fixed on the seriously wounded Piccolo of the 7th Universe. I've been hiding in the dark before and didn't have the right opportunity to show up, now I can. His time has come. On the battlefield between Broly and the Ultimate Warrior Analyza. Ah! Hysterical roar resounded all over the place. Broly, who was affected by Analyzer's death breath, was completely attacked by Analyzer's crazy. His speed continued to increase, and he launched a deadly attack on Analyza from many different directions. That huge body, although it contains a powerful and omnipotent power, but now, it has become a living target. Broly's speed was so dizzyingly fast that Analyza couldn't lock onto the target at all. The attack he faced was incomparably violent and direct, making Analyza fall into a purely passive situation for a time. The Ultimate Warrior, now a plaything in Broly's hands. Ouch! An angry roar resounded through the space. Analyza opened his bloody mouth unwillingly, and a scarlet energy beam converged in his mouth. Boom! Energy waves swept across the arena mercilessly. Those uneven huge rocks and mountains were destroyed under the shattering energy rays of Onirizana. The burst of energy lasted for 10 seconds. Only then did Analyza withdraw the release of energy contentedly. A cruel and bloodthirsty expression appeared on his face, as if he thought that Broly would surely die under the scouring of his energy. However, what he didn't know was that the berserk Broly, his instinctive sense was very terrifying. Almost the moment Analyza released the attack, Broly jumped up and came to the highest point of the boundless world. At the moment he is free-falling through the air. When Analyzer's head came into his sight, the mad beast became even more violent and playful. Ooh! A roar that was even more ferocious than the beast came from Broly's mouth. His burst of breath accelerated the speed of his fall, his hands merged to form a sledgehammer, and it fell at Analyza's head. Single quote comma 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 exclamation mark 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 single quote. The terrifying explosion shook all directions, and the terrifying power spread from Analyza's head to his whole body. Point 0. This powerful and heavy hammer, the terrifying destructive power, made Analyza's body unstable in an instant, lost his center of gravity, and fell forward. With such a huge body, once it falls, it means a devastating disaster. Boom! The entire ring trembled due to the impact of Analyza's huge body. This is just the beginning. The runaway Broly launched a new round of ravages on Analyza. He grabbed Analyza's ankles with both hands domineering, violating the rules of physics, swinging Analyza's huge body, and smashing it back and forth against the ring. Bam! Boom! Boom! Bam! Bam! This scene that people dare not look directly at makes all the gods dumbfounded. Temple of Zeno. The brutal and violent image of Broly embodies the violent aesthetics to the extreme and successfully attracted the attention of the two Zeno. Future Zeno. Wow! Broly is so strong. The 3rd universe fighter, Analyza is not his opponent. Zeno Benkai. It's so intense. It's amazing. The legendary Super Saiyan. Future Space Zeno. The legendary Super Saiyan. Really amazing. Zeno in this time and space. Analyza is going to lose. Future Zeno. Yeah, he's going to lose. Opposite the Xeno temple, the Grand Priest suspended in the void, smiled awkwardly. It's incredible to see Brawly ravaged Analyza like a chick. Unexpectedly, the power of the 7th universe can reach this level. The viewing area of the 7th universe. That guy can be this crazy. It's unbelievable. Beerus was shocked by Brawly's brutal, violent appearance. This is still a person, he is clearly a beast. Once he is targeted, the end will be very miserable. Not to die, but also to be half disabled. Well, it seems that Lord Beerus is worried about Brawly-san. Whis answered from the side. Nonsense. If you are in a state of rampage, then you will definitely not recognize your 6 relatives. It would be a pity if such a powerful combat force was disqualified because of killing a contestant. For the next battle, is also a huge loss. It would be better to face Jiren like this. Beerus was extremely worried that Brawly's rampage would hurt other people's lives. After all, a powerful, uncontrollable wild beast is not a good thing for anyone to face. Of course, it doesn't matter if you kill Jiren from 11 universe. Without Jiren, the remaining few in the 11th universe are ants. The viewing area of the 3rd universe. Gods of Destruction Moscow was stunned. The combined warrior of their universe, Analyza, the ultimate killer, was pressed and rubbed on the ground by the legendary Super Saiyan of the 7th universe, and he was unable to fight back. This is the last warrior of their 3rd universe. Once they are eliminated, it means that their 3rd universe has come to an end now. Now they can only pray in their hearts, hoping that Analyza can give some strength and bring hope of victory to their universe. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to be eliminated just like this, or to be crushed unilaterally. On the ring, the pure power of transcendence brought about by brutality and violence constantly flooded Brawly's body. The blood of Chuan Chao in his body kept boiling and restless, making him unable to control his wanton devastation. It seems that it is not satisfying to use Analyza as a toy to constantly torment him. Brawly's unparalleled power erupted and directly threw Analyza to the other side of the ring. Boom! The arena that was already crumbling was even more cracked because of Analyza's impact, and it would be torn apart at any time. The emerald green aura surrounded the body like a flame, filling Brawly's body continuously, causing his energy to surge wildly. This uncontrollable force must be released. With his hands raised high, Brawly directly condensed a supergiant energy ball with a diameter of 100 meters. With a violent toss of both hands, the huge energy ball escaped Brawly's palm control, engulfing Analyza's body like a shooting star. Boom! Energy bloomed, the white light engulfed everything, and the devastating shock wave spread in all directions, as if to overturn the entire boundless realm. Located in a ruin to the left of the center of the arena. The 2 androids of the 7th universe, number 17 and number 18, are here. What happened one after another in the arena shocked their siblings. This power meeting was more cruel and terrifying than they thought. It was at this time that they were fascinated by the shock and were attacked by 2 players from the 4th universe. The last 2 contestants from the 4th universe, Mona and Champa. Mona's huge body smashed towards number 17 like a cannonball. Oops! With a tight mind, number 17 understood that he was careless. He wanted to dodge, but the huge body had blocked his movements, so he had to fight the blow with a hard bang. With a loud noise, the terrifying impact spread to all directions, and the 17th was accidentally hit by Mona's huge body and flew to the edge of the ring. "You're courting death," number 18 reacted, and he raised his hand and fired an energy bomb at Mona. This energy bomb was easily dodged by Mona, and even proudly showed a smile like, "How can you handle me?" Stabilizing his body, number 17 gritted his teeth angrily, with flames burning in his eyes, angrily glaring at the 4th universe player, Mona, who suddenly attacked him. "Little handsome guy, you still have a little bit of ability. I thought I could knock you out of the ring by relying on this sneak attack, but it turned out to be beyond my expectations." Fragrant tea. Action. One person gives the order. I saw that a golden energy ray shot out from the rock crevice and hit the foot of No. 17. Boom. There was a loud noise. The energy exploded, and number 17, who was caught off guard, shattered the arena under his feet, and his body fell into the abyss of the boundless together with the rocks. At this moment, number 17 felt astonished. Is he going to be eliminated like this? No. 17. Number 18, the elder sister, saw his younger brother fall into the ring, and he was so anxious that he jumped out of the ring and rushed towards number 17 at full speed. This move made the two players of the fourth universe dumbfounded. Isn't this sending death? Even number 17 didn't expect that his sister would jump down without risk of her own life. Are you an idiot? What are you jumping down for? Number 17 cursed angrily. Originally, he was the only one who was eliminated, and now the 18th has also fallen. Doesn't this mean that there are two less people in their universe? If we want to win the 7th universe, we have to rely on you, brother. Number 18 disagreed with No 17's blame. She quickly adjusted her posture and came behind number 17, her legs firmly against No 17. You. Understanding his sister's intention, No 17's eyes widened in disbelief. The love between siblings exploded at this moment. The next thing, please, number 17. Number 18 left his final farewell words, his legs slammed, and the powerful force instantly helped number 17 fly back to the ring. This is the first example of falling off the ring but returning to the ring from the beginning of the conference to the present. Therefore, number 18 was eliminated and returned to the viewing area of the 7th universe. Have you been eliminated again? But it doesn't matter, you have done well. Gods of Destruction. Beerus glanced at number 18 beside him with a solemn expression. The universe has now eliminated 3 players, and is still the most dominant party. No, 18. Did you give number 17 your last chance? Kling, who was beside him, asked No. 18. Well, I believe in him, he will definitely be able to win with this universe. Number 18 nodded without the slightest regret. Instead of letting herself stay in the ring, it is better to rely on number 17, her younger brother, who is far more reliable and stronger than her. On the ring, number 17, who was sent back to the ring, his face was as gloomy as ink, and his whole body exuded a very dangerous and terrifying aura. Yahahahi, it looks like that woman replaced you who was about to be eliminated. However, what do you think can be changed now? Even if you are still in this arena, I can eliminate you once, and I can eliminate you a second time. Mona mocked number 17 recklessly. The woman had no idea what she had done. It's stupid to give someone else the chance to stay in the ring. Forget it, I'll send you to reunite with him right away, so you won't be sad. Mona's cynical sarcasm entered No 17's ears. This also completely made this calm cyborg angry. What are you talking to yourself there? An extremely indifferent voice sounded. At the moment when the voice just fell, number 17 had already killed Mona, and his expression was as ruthless as death. Mona didn't even react, and the powerful blow hit her in the face. With an explosive sound of pound, Mona's facial features were distorted by the devastating punch from number 17, and her body flew out like a cannonball. This is not over yet, the anger in No 17's heart has not dissipated at all. He once again burst out with extremely terrifying speed, catching up with Mona, who was flying upside down, and launched a continuous fatal blow. Under this ferocious and fierce offensive, Mona was beaten without the ability to fight back, and she only felt dizzy and dizzy. In the end, number 17 added a flying kick and kicked him domineeringly from the ring. In another instant, the 17th locked the position of the last contestant of the 4th universe. He raised his hand, and blue-white energy gathered in his palm. There was a loud noise of boom. The deafening air explosion sounded, and the blue-white energy cannon roared out like a giant dragon, smashing a hidden position on the ring with unparalleled power. The contestant who was hiding behind the rock, Fragrant Tea, was also engulfed by this terrifying energy, and was blasted off the ring at once. In just an instant, the 2 players of the 4th universe were eliminated. It can be seen that the strength of number 17 is strong. Especially when he was in a state of anger, his fighting style was vigorous and resolute, without the slightest excess of action. Zeno also raised his little hand after eliminating the final 2 contestants of the 4th universe. Both Zeno's ability to erase at the same time, Gods of Destruction Quitella of the 4th universe, as well as Supreme Kai and all the contestants, are enveloped in white light. In a blink of an eye, everyone disappeared without a trace, leaving no trace of existence. After calming down, number 17 watched the battle area where there was only one angel left in the 4th universe. There was a wave in his heart. Because of his anger, the 4th universe was wiped out entirely. However, he also had no choice. If they are not defeated, then the next universe to be eliminated may be their 7th universe. This also counts, responding to the trust and entrustment of the 18th. In any case, he will not lose this power conference, he must win. The war zone on the other side. The combined warrior, Kefla, was born. Under the most dazzling light, her appearance is so eye-catching, not only her proud and invincible body, but especially her extremely confident expression. Ha 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 ha, ah! A loud laugh was accompanied by Kefla's release of her own momentum and energy. The terrifying power burst out in an instant, setting off a wave of energy, rushing in all directions. Beyond the limit, Super Saiyan and Xuanchao combined. Kefla is like an independent existence in itself, it can perfectly use and control its own power, and is not affected by the side effects of any supernatural power. HMPH. It's just a fit, it's so arrogant, I'm really self-righteous. With a cold snort, Vegeta stood in front of Son Goku, her aura was constantly stacked, and she competed with Kefla on the opposite side. The normal basis unit is already quite a terrifying force, but there is still a big gap compared to Kefla. A simple fusion will not have such a great effect, the problem is that the side of the fusion is Xuanchao. After the fusion, the power of Super Saiyan can not only be used to the extreme, but also fully activate the power of transmission. Cut, uncle, it's you who is outspoken. The current me, not the previous Califra and Kale, Since it's a combination of her two, then I'll call Kefla. First, she despised Vegeta, then Kefla raised her hand and squeezed her chin. After thinking for a while, she made a choice about her name. Facing Kefla's provocation and disdain, Vegeta was obviously angry. Whatever your name, you have to be defeated by this uncle. With a loud shout, Vegeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan without hesitation. Moreover, Vegeta did not care too much, and turned into a Super 2 peak in one breath. He had played against Kair at the beginning, so he knew how strong the opponent's bottom line was, and now it's even better after the combination. The 150-fold increase made Vegeta's combat power soar to the 9th dimensional unit. In this regard, Kefla did not feel any pressure, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and she laughed. That's it, uncle. If you can't turn into Super Saiyan Blue like Son Goku, I'm afraid you're far from being my match. Kefla teased and said to Vegeta. Such words were full of threats and made Vegeta feel extremely uncomfortable. Confidence is a good thing, too much self-confidence is conceit. Beat me again. With a loud shout, Vegeta shot directly, and in a flash, he rushed to the front of Kefla. With an unparalleled offensive punch, it smashed into Kefla's face. He doesn't care whether the opponent is a woman or not, the strength of this blow is the full force of his Super 2 peak. The moment the fist fell and was about to hit Kefla, an afterimage flashed in front of Vegeta's eyes, and the fist passed through Kefla's body in 0.001 seconds, making him pale in shock. What? Unbelievably murmured, Vegeta just stood firm when Kivra's voice came from behind. She disappeared in an instant, and returned to the distance after Vegeta's attack. Kai Guouo's mockery. Well, uncle, you are too weak to even let me raise my hand to block the attack. The ironic words made Vegeta's forehead burst into blue veins. When has he received such serious disdain? What are you kidding? But the king of Saiyan. Vegeta, if other existences are fine, being scorned by Saiyan of the 6th universe is the most unbearable thing for him. Humph, you are indeed a bit of a jerk. If that's the case, then the uncle will show some strength to show you. It will also save you from being underestimated. His eyes narrowed, and Vegeta took a deep breath. Closing his eyes, he didn't care about Kefla who was behind him and back to back. He knew that the other party would not shoot. And the other party must know that he has hidden power, so he speaks like that. Fire-red energy flames enveloped the whole body, and Vegeta changed into Super Saiyan God's posture in an instant. With the power of God, the limit of the power of the whole body increased sharply, and in an instant, Vegeta's strength was increased to a unit of 50 rang. Compared with the 5000 Z at the top of the 2nd super peak, it is dozens of times stronger. Super Race God Red Hair, 5000 times the normal increase. Although it is only a few dozen units, but with the power of God, it is comparable to a 100-rank warrior. Is this transformation? But unfortunately, if it's just this little power, it seems that I don't even need to transform, I can easily defeat you. Kefla didn't look back, just felt, and knew Vegeta's variety. No shame. Facing such a stimulus, Vegeta did not hesitate to attack again. Looking back, it still came out empty. This made Vegeta take a deep breath. The strength after the combination is a bit outrageous. Kefla disappeared in an instant, making him unable to find Bay at all, and in the next second, his back became cold. Obviously, Kefla appeared again, back to back with him. This also made Vegeta sweat on his forehead. Son Goku, who was watching the game not far away, was already stunned. Okay, that's amazing. I haven't transformed, I'm just in a normal state, how can I be strong? If it were him, he would be helpless like Vegeta. Unless, further transformation, strengthen their own strength. Vegeta, apparently there is only one way. Very good. You are really strong and annoyed me. You want to see Super Saiyan Blue, right? Then I'll show you. Eyes changed, and Vegeta let out a loud shout. In an instant, the power of the Azure God rose rapidly, covering the whole body. Vegeta with full power in Super Saiyan Blue officially appeared in the ring. This is also the first time Vegeta has officially transformed in this ring. The usual 10,000-fold increase has increased Vegeta's combat power from 50 to 100. Although the data is only doubled, the real combat power is even stronger. Oh, this is the Super Saiyan Blue color, and it doesn't look very good. Speaking disdainfully, Kefla smiled. Since Uncle let me see what I want to see, then I let the Uncle see my transformation too. In one breath, Kefla's aura soared rapidly. Emerald green arrogance rose from the soles of her feet and quickly enveloped her whole body. Chuan Super Transformation. In an instant, the wind was surging, and the entire world of nothingness was disturbed by her breath and change. The ultimate in Rang units. It was just a transformation, and it reached the pinnacle of the 9th dimension. Totally crushed Super Blue Vegeta. How powerful is this? This kind of strength can be compared with Broly, who has reached the limit. What is even more terrifying is that this guy can actually control his own strength and consciousness. Vegeta's inner turmoil swelled. I have to say, it's outrageous. The current situation is undoubtedly desperate. Before facing Jiren and that Burget, it was the worst possible situation to meet such an opponent. Vegeta got it wrong. I thought that no matter how strong I was, my Super Blue would be able to deal with it, but now I have no choice but to fight with all of it. What's wrong, Uncle? I look like you're scared and stupid. Xuanchao Kaifala was still back to back with Vegeta, and the arrogant words were even more piercing. Grinning her teeth, Vegeta only felt that her body was extremely heavy. Not to mention, her soul was about to be suppressed. He also hinted to himself in his heart that he could not continue like this. Let's get carried away. Even if you have mastered the power of the legendary Super Saiyan, my uncle is far more than that. Let's see, my uncle's Super Saiyan Blue color second order. Shouted to himself blowing up, Vegeta smashed the power of God and the power of Saiyan in his body with all his strength. Under the combination of each other, the divine temperament that was suppressed by the supernatural power around the body changed. Not only broke through the suppression of the superpower, but also sublimated rapidly. Dark Blue Evolution. Also the second order of Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue color. Unlike Son Goku's Super Blue second order, this is the one that appears in the original and the same one that Burget has mastered. Not only has the strength increased by dozens of times that of the first order Super Blue, but it is also dazzling, shining like a galaxy. It surpassed the 20-fold increase of the first order Super Blue, and reached a 30-fold increase. It can be seen that Vegeta's cultivation of the second order Super Blue also surpassed Son Goku. The original Bai Rang's combat power has also transformed to 3000 Rang. Even if it has not reached the peak of the 9th dimension, it has reached the middle and late stages of the 9th dimension. Ha, Uncle, is this your full strength? It's really amazing, but even so, it's hard to beat me. Feeling the strength of the Super Blue second order Vegeta, Kefla has interested in getting started. If it's the same as before the 14th, it doesn't make any sense at all. Humph, I won't know until I beat it. I'm not Kakarot, don't blame me for being merciless. The cold words fell, and in the next second, Vegeta turned around and threw a fist. Kefla had a hunch, and turned around in an instant, punching out. Pounds. The incomparably fierce collision of iron fists shook the earth and the space. Fierce battle, imminent. This development shocked Son Goku, who was watching the match. Vegeta really got his admiration. You know, he can't do this. Even if his strength has become stronger because of his fight with Jiren, it will not reach this point. Only when Vegeta's strength reached this level did he know. It's up to you now, Vegeta. If even you lose, I'm afraid we'll have to fusion one step ahead. Son Goku muttered to himself. In the process of sighing, he also tried his best to comprehend and perceive, hoping to seek breakthroughs in the process of recovery. Here, the war broke out. Not only attracted the attention of all the powerhouses, but also made all the gods and angels in the viewing area look sideways. Of course, those universes that have been eliminated and destroyed naturally cannot see this scene. At this time, on the other side, the battle situation on Broly's side. Broly, who had vented his anger, didn't seem to be completely satisfied. His eyes were fixed on the location of the explosion. In the thick smoke, the huge body of the ultimate warrior Analyzer loomed. That monster stood up from the ring again. Covered with scars, the aura on his body that symbolizes ominous and death has also become very strong at this moment. Analyzer's facial expression became angry and distorted, and the strong death energy continued to surround his body and became rich. Ow 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 ow. Xie cd li de pao xiao shang, kong e ni la za de ko zhang bao fa, ta na quang bao de chi shi jing guo la Broly de nang liang hong za hu, bu jin mei yu sha. The decrease is still going up. His body began to swell, the flesh behind him was torn apart, and a pair of overwhelming purple fleshy wings grew out. With wings, Analyzer can fly freely in the arena where there are rules and restrictions. Fanning the huge wings, Analyzer slowly floated up and came to the highest point. His facial expression became contorted and frantic. The incomparably deep aura of death leaked out from around his body. With the moment when the wings grow, Analyzer evolves. But the death and evil aura in him is more serious, once again arousing the evil factor of superpower in Broly. Broly's energy poured out of his body uncontrollably. Chuan Chao's power was greatly liberated, and Broly also entered a more violent state. Birgit, who was on the side, also saw this scene. Broly's combat power value rose again because of the influence of this strong evil aura. The supernatural power in the body is also being pulled and expanded. His combat power value has skyrocketed, from the previous 9th dimension, the late stage of Rang, to the peak of the 9th dimension. The pinnacle of Rang. It is only a thin line to break through the realm of the 10th dimension ditch. That guy is also going crazy and wants to blow up the ring with everyone. Birgit also cheered up when she noticed that Analyzer's condensed energy was enough to destroy the entire ring of the unreal. His eyes fell on Broly. If Broly didn't notice the terrifying energy that was overflowing, he would do it himself. It turned out that Analyzer was Broly's prey, and he would not let it go no matter what. At this moment, Broly seemed to be completely obsessed, his eyes were filled with scarlet, and his body showed a bottomless evil aura. He opened his mouth and aimed at Analyzer in the sky. An uncontrolled beam of emerald green energy spewed out of his mouth and attacked Analyzer. Facing Analyzer, who was attacked by Broly, the anger on his face became more intense, and the volume of the energy ball he condensed became even larger. 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. A full 500-meter supergiant energy ball was thrown by Analyzer, and its devastating power, once it exploded, was enough to completely blow up the arena and eliminate all the contestants. Two devastating energies collide. Boom. The space vibrated, and the aftermath shook. At the moment when the energy collided, countless dark red lightning spread all over the surrounding space, and the space visible to the naked eye was distorted and ruptured. The two sides fell into a stalemate for a while, and neither could do anything about the other. The furious Analyzer was completely red-eyed, the energy of his whole body was liberated by him, and the energy beyond the limit was also mobilized. As the energy furnace on his forehead flickered, the super energy ball he controlled expanded again. From 500 meters in diameter to 1,000 meters in diameter. With the expansion of the energy ball, Broly's mouth cannon was actually suppressed. Not only that, Broly's energy is being pushed back little by Analyzer's super energy. It seems that he was provoked, and the super energy pool in Broly's body was liberated again. Oh woo, Broly's energy output expanded several times in a thunderous roar. The huge energy beam shattered Analaz's super energy bomb in an instant and bombed Analaz's body. Analaza, who was engulfed by the light, was shattered in an instant. Analaz's huge body disappeared, replaced by Dr. Paparoni of the Third Universe and several robots that had previously merged. Only, now they are all in a coma. Unconscious, they fell from the sky into the abyss of the boundless world. This ultimate warrior battles the legendary Super Saiyan. Without a doubt, the legendary Super Saiyan won. With the elimination of all members of the Third Universe, Gods of Destruction Moscow stepped out of his robot as if resigned. With a smile on his face, he didn't seem to be dissatisfied with the performance of their universe contestants, on the contrary, he was very satisfied with it. Although they lost this time with regret. But it is still approved by Gods of Destruction Moscow. Single quote comma comma exclamation mark single quote. A faint white light enveloped everyone except Angel and even the entire Third Universe. With the two little hands of Xeno in Xeno Temple, they completely disappeared from this world. With the elimination of the Third Universe, the power conference has completely come to an end. The only 3 universes still on the field, the 6th universe, the 7th universe, and the 11th universe. The warriors who are still in the ring will be the champion of the power competition in this final competition. It's finally the last moment, from the 7th universe, from the 11th universe. Jiren, Son Goku, Vegeta, Broly. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and Birgit was not affected by the destruction of the universe at all. The power assembly has entered the final stage. Today, Universe 7 has the largest number, with Piccolo, Son Gohan, number 17, Frieza, Broly, Son Goku, Vegeta, Broly on the field. Next comes the 6th universe, himself, Politan, Caulifla, who is a fusion of Caulifla and Kel, and Frost. Then 11th universe, Jiren, Casserole, Kokot, and Zoe Ray. If you really want to compare, for Birgit, it is actually the second in the 11th universe, because only Jiren is alone, and no one in the 7th universe can resist. Even if Broly has that power after his madness, if he can't fully control his own power, under the restrictions of the rules, even if he can suppress Jiren, he will be defeated by Jiren. Moreover, because of his intervention, the strength of everyone in this world has obviously improved and changed. Jiren, stronger than the original Jiren. Reference mark ooh. A hysterical shout sounded in Birgit's thoughts. Accompanying it, there is the endless terrifying aura. The superpower has exploded completely. After defeating Analaza, Broly did not recover calmly, but was completely activated to transmit the super energy pool. It seems that it is also because of the influence of Kefla who is fighting on the other side. Spread the power of super, reflect each other. The strong supernatural power over there activates the energy in Broly's body. If this continues, Broly's strength will continue to rise and become stronger. At that time, all existences in the arena, including the arena, will be destroyed by Broly. It can't go on like this. It looks like it's time for me to take action. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Birgit smiled. Get started. In fact, he had this idea for a long time, because Broly brought him a lot of interest. Even if Broly has not yet become the power of the super form, it is not worth mentioning. But if he is suppressed, he will definitely be able to achieve the super form, and the combat power will be stable at least in the middle and late stages of the 10th dimension. The other side, the rest of the players in the 11th universe, which Jiren belonged to, stayed together. It can be said that the players of other proud teams are also using Jiren to stabilize their beliefs as the final battle is approaching. After all, for them, the number is the smallest, and only Jiren can rely on them at present. Toppo and Dispo, but were eliminated early in the morning. That monster of the 7th universe can even become stronger. Casserole, the captain of the proud team, said in shock. From the beginning of watching the battle until now, the shock has been written in my heart. The current situation is too unfavorable for us. Zoe Lei was very nervous. In the final analysis, among the existences who are still in the ring, his strength is the weakest. To be able to stay until now, I have been working with Kokoti and Casselaire. Don't worry, Jiren is still here, he didn't even speak, we don't need to worry at all. Also, it's time for the 6th and 7th universes to face off. We just have to wait. Kokoti is the 11th universe. A fantasy magician, although her magnitude is not as good as that of Casserole Dispo, but she also has a stunt, and she has a very smart mind, and she grasped the point immediately. Cocotte is right. Jiren, can we just watch the game now? Casserole agreed with Cocotte, and then asked Jiren back. Jiren, who heard the words, didn't listen to them at all. From the beginning to the present, he only acts according to his own heart, and only what he cares about can affect his thinking. In his words, the 11th universe is enough to have him alone. I can sense the change of your breath. So far, are you finally going to shoot? This brawly of the 7th universe is indeed beyond my imagination, but compared with us, it is still far from us. Just let me see your ability, and the limit of this brawly. Focusing on Birgit, Jiren already knows what will happen next with the slight change of breath. At this moment, another corner of the ring. Uncle Piccolo. A shout came from Son Gohan's mouth. There is no doubt that his Uncle Piccolo was attacked by the light, not only was penetrated through the bore, but also flew out in a straight line and fell out of the ring. He, who came here from his own father to save Piccolo, was supposed to fight Paradin together for the final fight. However, Frost, who was also hiding in the dark on the 6th universe side, seized this neutral position and launched a fatal blow to Piccolo. Ho 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 ho. It seems that I've been hiding until now, and it's still effective. After solving a player in the 7th universe, you don't have to face a 2-on-1 situation, Paradin. Frost stood on a rock pile, the playful expression on his face, showing his rampant. Not only Son Gohan is angry, but Paradin is also angry. Clown jumping beam, who allowed you to hinder my fight? With an angry shout, Paradin raised his hand and waved. The Super Namek's power should not be underestimated. Just waving his arms, the storm caused by Frost was unbearable. If it is not a player who belongs to the same universe, Paradin will not hesitate to kill him in an instant. Under the unparalleled aura oppression, Frost's whole person is not well. For his part, he's still happy and blessed to have helped Paradin against Piccolo and Son Gohan, as his sneak attack knocked Piccolo out of the game. It's fine for Paladin not to be grateful to him, and to humiliate and oppress him like this. You have to think about it, we are both players in the 6th universe. And with the current situation, if there is no secret shot from me, do you think you can beat these two guys in the 7th universe? Don't whimsical, this is a team battle, not an individual match. I also want to make some contributions for our universe to continue to survive. Resisting the first wave of pressure, Frost reluctantly stabilized his figure, opened his mouth and shot at Paladin. There is some truth to what he said, but he overlooked one point. That is, Paradin has the absolute strength to crush the combination of Piccolo and Son Gohan. Frost made such a move in secret, which undoubtedly made Paradin lose face, and also made Paradin have no face to face the people of the 7th universe. It was supposed to be a fair duel, but in the end, he actually won by relying on Frost's secret attack. What is this? So I said, you should be glad that you are one of the players of the 6th universe, otherwise. You didn't even have a chance to speak, you have been eliminated by me. Paradin said ruthlessly. The momentum became more and more fierce, and there was no doubt that he was expressing his dissatisfaction with Frost. Frost didn't know at this time that his benevolence and righteousness, his righteousness and morality, had already been seen through by Son Gohan, who had seen his hypocritical mask. Piccolo was eliminated, and even hit hard. On the verge of death. Completely crushed the bottom line in his heart. A mysterious force that had been lurking in Son Gohan's body for a long time was completely released at this moment. Just like when he faced Cell, Son Gohan has always maintained his original heart and his own sanity, and finally broke out completely because of Cell's brutal and willful crushing of Android 16. Unprecedented power continued to emerge, filling Son Gohan's whole body. Coming from the commitment and the deep love for Piccolo, Son Gohan's emotions are driven, and he only feels that there is a huge anger filling his heart. Asterisk tilde operator. Xie cd li de na han pao shao kong Son Gohan de ko zhang bao fa chu li ideographic period. The enormousness of this momentum instantly caused all existences to look sideways and concentrate their attention. No one could have imagined that such a splendid splendor would erupt in this place. How incredible is this? How shocking is that? Especially the power that Son Gohan has exploded now is comparable to the powerhouses in the ring. That's right, the 9th dimension level. All the presences in the audience were stunned, and the closest Paladin and Frost were even more shocked. Even if Peryton is also a 9th dimensional existence, but Son Gohan's sudden explosion and transformation are still so close, how can it not be affected? Question mark exclamation mark. That's right, Son Gohan, transformed. He also went beyond his limits, unleashing his full nature through his love for Piccolo. At this time, his form has completely changed. The silver-white hair fluttered with the fierce arrogance, and the blue and red two-color lightning kept jumping beside him, bursting. Visually, how breathtaking. Rice. It is also Son Gohan Beast that only appeared in the original Super theatrical version. The so-called Beast Gohan. So, is there such a powerful force? Interesting, so interesting. I thought you were only that level. Peryton's fighting spirit piled up, and his interest in Son Gohan became stronger and stronger. Frost was terrified. He couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva and wanted to retreat, but stopped for a moment, unable to move. There is no doubt that Son Gohan came behind Frost in an instant transmission. This speed is so fast that even perception can't keep up. Whether it is 10 times higher than Son Goku's Super Saiyan Blue Second Order Kaioken, or compared to Vegeta's Super Blue Second Order Dark Blue evolution at this time, it is not inferior at all. Where are you going? With murderous eyes, how solemn and terrifying. Peryton and Frost were startled again, both of them turned around at the same time, their expressions stunned. Especially Frost, fear has arisen in his heart. What Son Gohan brings, is an absolute crush. Not knowing how to answer, Frost looked to the side, wanting to ask for Peryton's help. But now, where does Peryton ignore him? Frost couldn't get into his eyes, plus what he had done before, even if they were the same universe, they would never help. At this time, Son Gohan's murderous aura was even stronger, and he turned into a Beast Gohan, and he had already left everything behind. The only purpose now is to kill and eliminate Frost. Then take down Paladin, who Uncle Piccolo has been fighting against, and bury his Uncle Piccolo with him. Raising his hand, his face was full of domineering. Such a move made Frost empty his mind, without any ideas. The difference is too big. Despair strikes. Where is there any chance for him to react? A punch, a blast. For Frost, time seemed to stand still, and only one sentence surrounded his ears. You should be lucky, this is a power game, there are rules. Otherwise, you are dead now. This is Son Gohan's advice to him. He was also telling him that he was lucky if he didn't die this time. The pain swept over his head, and Frost felt the world spinning. By the time he fully reacted, he had come to the viewing area of the 6th universe. Cut. What a piece of shit, you're really embarrassing our 6th universe, Frost. Champa stared at Frost viciously, ignoring his current state. Son Gohan's punch almost took Frost's life. Now under the pressure from gods of destruction, it is conceivable how cruel it is to Frost. This is also his fault. He does anything to win. In the end, although it was what he wanted and it was beneficial to the 6th universe, it didn't just offend 1 or 2 people. That kind of unreliable trick made the gods and angel feel disdain. Especially for Champa and Vados. The Libra of Victory has always been on the side of the 6th universe, and now if he does this, the 6th universe will be stabbed in the spine. 7th universe is over there in the viewing area. The eliminated Piccolo was dying, and Whis decisively used Angel's power to save him. At this time, they were all watching the changes in the arena. Son Gohan's transformation aroused everyone's blood and shocked Beerus. I have to say that it is really unexpected to see a miracle from Son Gohan even after the game is underway. Gohan, he has completely let go. At this time, he is already a strong man who does not lose to Goku and Vegeta. Piccolo sighed and was happy for this, daughter-son. Gohan-san's power is very special. Because he saw his relatives come to an end, his grief and anger completely released the suppressed blood in his heart. Whis commented with a smile on his face. His words made Beerus stunned for a moment, and Supreme Kai Xian and the old Supreme Kai also looked at each other. For Supreme Kai Xian and the old Supreme Kai, they have long known the hidden power in Son Gohan, but they have never been able to release it. The eliminated No. 18, Krillin, and Master Roshi were in a mixed mood at this time, and of course, they were mostly happy for Gohan. After all, this is Gohan, the son of Goku, and the hero who created many miracles. Above, the brilliance of Son Gohan also caught the attention of the Grand Priest and the two Xeno. It's like a sideshow that pops in and makes them interesting. On the ring, defeat Frost's Son Gohan, and stare at Paradin in front of him with a serious expression. The disgusting guy was eliminated by him, and now the remaining target is Paradin. Your eyes and expression, to be honest, are really annoying. Paradin was displeased by Son Gohan's gaze. Although Frost did go too far, even he felt disdain, but now Son Gohan looked at him like this, making him feel that he was deliberately targeting him. Really? Then I'm really sorry, but that's me. You better prepare, I'll beat you with the shortest. Then, go and help my father and Uncle Vegeta. Son Gohan after the rice, his personality and temper have undergone a huge change at this time. This is like the battle between Son Gohan and Cell, who turned into a Super 2. This is like Son Gohan who changed into a mysterious form to fight Majin Buu back then. He has regained everything that was lost. For Son Gohan's arrogant remarks, Paradin did not mock or provocate, but said seriously, "You are indeed strong enough to talk to me like this. However, it is not you that can defeat me or not. It's so simple to say it. You have never seen my full strength." When the voice fell, Paradin took a deep breath and completely released his own power in an instant. By now, he has to take it all. Son Gohan brought him a sense of crisis, and if he didn't do his best, he might be eliminated. While feeling the hidden strength of Paradin, Son Gohan's expression did not change. This was also what he had expected. On the other side of the battlefield, the area where Son Gohan and Vegeta are located, both were affected by Son Gohan's sudden outburst. Not only them, but Kefla on the opposite side also felt interesting. It's Gohan's chi, it's Gohan's power. It's unbelievable that he can be so powerful. Sure enough, I knew you were more than that. Son Goku is happy for Son Gohan as a father. How can you be unhappy that your son has made a breakthrough and has become so strong? Vegeta looked indignant. Humph. He was the strongest back then, but he missed the best opportunity to become stronger because of laziness and wasted time. This time, if he is lucky, he can break through to this level. Having said that, Vegeta is still very unwilling. Do you know how much he and Son Goku have to sacrifice to get to where they are now? However, Son Gohan achieved the same strength as them with only a short period of training and outbreaks, plus the opportunity. Especially the transformation. Vegeta felt incredible. Luck is important, but I have to say that Gohan has that potential. Although he hasn't practiced much, his potential has been busy growing. Compared with him, the two of us are far behind. Son Goku spoke for his son while looking at Kefla in front of him. This war is far from over. Before, Vegeta had been fighting alone with Kefla, and it was obvious that Vegeta might not be Kefla's opponent. In simple words, one party used all his strength, while the other party didn't know how. Taking advantage of the present opportunity, Son Goku said again, "Vegeta, what are your plans now? The little girl after this fusion may not have reached her limit yet. After all, it is the fusion of the legendary Super Saiyan." Humph, I don't even need you to tell me. Don't worry, I won't be defeated by her. Unless, she can transform again. Vegeta shouted, and her body shot out. The opposite Kefla felt Vegeta's power and responded in the next second. The breath over there is strong, but it is not to the point of being incomprehensible. And she believes in Paradin, she can definitely handle it. Burget here. Burget, who was about to take action against Broly, stopped and carefully sensed Son Gohan's changes. To be honest, reaching this form at this stage at this time is indeed beyond Burget's expectations. You know, Son Gohan achieved this state, in the time of the original book, at least a long time after the Power Conference. Especially one transformation has reached the 9th dimension. This is a direct crossing of two realms. It's really exciting. Beast Gohan, the so-called white rice. Where is your limit? If you only have superficial strength, Paladin is not so easy to be eliminated. With a sigh in his heart, Burget looked back. After all, fun is fun, but it hasn't reached the 10th dimension, so it's not worth his attention. Jiren and his party on the other side also sensed the change. Maybe people other than Jiren would care, but Jiren only glanced at it. The 9th dimension is always the 9th dimension, which is strong, yes, but compared to them, it is far worse. Focusing, good concentration, Birgit looked again at Brawley at this moment, and seemed to be affected as well, froze in place, motionless. This feeling, to be so quiet. I frowned slightly, to be honest, it's not a good thing. Brawley, who was still in the runaway stage a moment ago, set his target on Kefla. How long has it been? A minute. Too big a change often indicates a bigger change. In particular, Brawley's current situation seems to focus on Son Gohan. Moreover, it was because he felt the mysterious aura of Son Gohan, so he was so quiet. I don't understand why, because the original didn't mention anything involved. It can only be said that Brawley suddenly quieted down, and the situation was not right. In a short 10 seconds, suddenly, the aura changed again, making Birgit more interested. Originally, Brawley, who had not yet fully reached the super transcendent state, suddenly had a green light on his body at this time. Under the invisible blessing of this breath, Chuan Chao's form was completely stabilized. The 10th dimension, the unit of the groove. Servant. Not only was Birgit serious, Jiren over there was also serious because of the sudden qualitative change in this force. Not to mention Birgit, for Jiren, this is enough strength to make him value. Above the power conference, no one else can do it except Son Goku after reaching the 10th dimension and letting him feel the joy of fighting. Now with one more Brawley. Of course, he knew, Birgit could, but it wasn't the time for them to play. Ah, ooh, a fierce growl came from Brawley's mouth. Along with it, there is an extremely powerful momentum. The green light instantly expanded, turning into a beam of light that reached the sky, as if it were going to run through the entire realm of nothingness. This is your power. He he he, you are truly worthy of my shot. This is your power. He he he, you are truly worthy of my shot. The moment the words fell, Birgit took a step forward. Suddenly, an incomparably fierce breath erupted from Birgit's body, and in just 0.1 seconds, it swept the entire boundless world. The vast shock wave that suddenly erupted, as if it would overturn the entire space, was extremely terrifying. All the remaining players, all the gods and all the angels, involuntarily cheered up. Brawley was also deeply attracted by this sudden burst of breath, and turned around, those irrational white eyes locked onto Birgit's position. Why do you want to be far away? How about letting me be your opponent? Brawley from the 7th universe. The words came out of his mouth. As Birgit moved forward, she raised her hand provocatively at Brawley and hooked her index finger. It stands to reason that for an unconscious and rational existence, even such a provocative behavior will absolutely not cause the other party's psychological changes. But Brawley had some subtle changes, especially the hideous expression, which was full of drama. It seems to be saying to Birgit, stand in front of me, then prepare to be ravaged by me. Ooh, Brawley roared frantically. Without any hesitation or pause, a group of emerald green energy destruction cannon shot straight out of its mouth, heading straight for Birgit, with unparalleled power. Birgit, who had been expected for a long time, made a move in an instant, and her figure was like a ghost, drawing an elegant arc in the space. After dexterously dodging, Birgit stood firmly on the ring again. Brawley's energy cannon slid behind him until it exploded outside the ring. The world-shattering terrifying power, even a 9th-dimensional existence of this magnitude is difficult to completely resist. It can be seen how strong is Brawley now. It's amazing. I'm afraid that if I don't change myself, I really can't do anything about you. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, Birgit smiled. The second after he finished speaking, Brawley's huge and burly body had appeared in front of him. This speed is extremely fast. A fist bigger than a sandbag, full of tyrannical deterrence, aimed straight at Birgit's face and slammed it down. Hashio. The huge fist was once again swiftly avoided by Birgit. Due to the strength, Brawley's fist slammed into the ground heavily. In an instant, the sound of explosions followed incessantly, and the ground beneath his feet cracked, and most of the arena vibrated continuously. It's just these punches that this ring can't handle. The attack is far from over. For Brawley, any provocative existence in front of him must be defeated by him. The offensive continued, and the power became stronger and stronger. Birgit kept dodging against Brawley's attack. If it was someone else, he would fight back directly. But in Brawley's words, he wants to test the test to see how much power he can burst out temporarily. There was a faint smile on his face from beginning to end, as if he was teasing Brawly, the crazy beast. The scope of the battle is also getting wider and wider. The berserk Brawly is a maddened wild beast, who is only focused on destruction and has no reason to attack madly, as long as he is satisfied enough to vent. Nothing is left, all targets are to be cleared. Bam, 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 bam. The explosions continued, and Brawly, while chasing Birgit, kept releasing energy to bombard her with destructive power, regardless of what happened to the other contestants. Thick smoke billowed, and rocks were flying. Layers of ripples appeared in the space, and the waves of terrifying shock waves were more terrifying than waves, as if to destroy the entire arena. After dozens of seconds, Birgit couldn't help but prepare to make a real shot. There was no point in chasing Brawly, and Birgit didn't want to continue this boring game of chasing. The trial is over, and now if you want to know if Brawly can continue to break out, you have to see if it can grow after being crushed. The game is over, now I have to do it. A cry came from Birgit's mouth. This is also the first time he has seriously broken out since the power conference began. At first, a ghastly white arrogance enveloped the whole body, and then for 2 or 3 seconds, a golden arrogance emerged from Birgit's body, replacing the original ghastly white airflow. The S cells in the body were fully mobilized by him, and the momentum also ushered in a surge in an instant. At this moment, the mad Brawly has rushed in front of Birgit. He also seemed to sense that Birgit was transforming, and instinctively felt a little threatened, so he launched a strong attack. That huge and burly body, carrying the unstoppable power like a cannonball, slammed into Birgit's face. If the normal Birgit is hit, even if not eliminated, it will definitely be uncomfortable for a while. After all, Vegeta's normal state is always only 1000 rang. In the nick of time, Birgit's form has changed from normal to the first-order full-power form of Super Saiyan. The normal state has reached an 80-fold increase in combat power, and in an instant, his combat power value has been raised from 1000 to a unit with 8 grooves. 8 ditch. Even if it is just this unit, it is a proper 10th dimensional level of combat power. A loud bang of boom. Birgit was knocked 10 meters away by the rioting Brawly. They are also 10th dimensional warriors, but Birgit is still knocked out by Brawly, which shows how barbaric, domineering, and terrifying the power of Chuan Chao is. Brawly, who lost his rationality, didn't understand how strong the Birgit in front of him was. Even if he transformed, he still pursued him aggressively and savagely. Everything was based on his instinct. Incarnated as Birgit of the first stage of Super Saiyan, the body shuttles in space at high speed, and the constant jumping space leaves afterimages. With all her strength, she jumped up, and Birgit also came to the top of the boundless world. Seeing this, Brawly exerted strength under his feet, his arrogance exploded, and he chased after him without hesitation. Facing the chasing Brawly, Birgit showed a faint smile on her face, grabbed Brawly's flaw, turned over and attacked, hitting Brawly's abdomen with an elbow. A loud noise of bang. The terrifying shock caused even the space to vibrate for a moment. Brawly, who was hit hard, had a grim face, and the breath on his body disappeared for a short time. Pain, heart-piercing pain surged into my heart, making this mad beast feel the pain of being hurt. However, it also activated Brawly's wildness in disguise. Drink. Without hesitation, he continued to attack, and after a suffocating drink, Birgit made another effort. Without giving Brawly a chance or time to breathe, Birgit's full swing kick landed heavily on Brawly's face, who was about to counterattack. With this blow, he was sent back to the ring. Boom. Brawly, who fell from the sky, slammed into the arena of the boundless world like a cannonball, causing a large area of the arena to pour down. It also smashed a huge pit. The power of this blow can only be endured by Chuan Chao. If it is another existence, whether it is Son Goku, Vegeta, or the current white rice, even if it is rubbed, it will be seriously injured. Taking advantage of the victory, Birgit changed the concept, without giving Brawly a chance to breathe, raised her hands high, and the blue light gathered in her palms. Take me this trick, this is my gift to you. With a loud shout, Birgit's hands suddenly aimed at the ring below. In the next second, countless energy beams poured out of his palm like pear blossom needles in a torrential rain, piercing the space with an unstoppable might, a precise and intensive attack, hitting Brawly continuously in a short period of time, causing him some damages. This move is Burget's Storm Counterattack. It's also a move he learned from Gogeta in the original book. Bam, boom, bam, 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 bam. The continuous sound of explosions lingered in the space. Such a magnificent sight, like the blooming of fireworks, makes people linger. Shocked everyone and shocked all gods. Angel and Grand Priest both looked sideways, and the two Xeno looked even more elated. Brawly in the ring, Bebeth, after being bombarded by these multiple energies, his unwilling wildness continued to expand, and the anger in his heart became even stronger. Ah! Shouted frantically again. The emerald green energy light levitated all over the body to form a protective cover, offsetting and blocking all the, not to mention the energy attack. He quickly gathered his own strength and continuously strengthened himself. This indestructible energy barrier, wrapped around Brawly's body, who was in the thick smoke, also quickly locked Burget's position. He charged his legs and jumped, turning into an unstoppable green cannonball, ignoring all the energy shocks and charging towards Burget. Noticing Brawly's actions, Burget's expression changed slightly. Is this the true power of the legendary Super Saiyan? As long as you can't get rid of it in an instant, it will become stronger and stronger. Compared to Kale, you are the real Super Saiyan. In that case, so. How is this form? With a roar, Burget decisively mobilized the stronger energy pool in her body, and stepped into the second-order extreme state of Super Saiyan in one breath. The normal 200 times the combat power increase. In an instant, his combat power value is raised to 20 grooves. Facing the violent Brawly, he was not afraid at all, and his rage collided with him. Single quote, comma, 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 exclamation mark, 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 exclamation mark. In the sky above the boundless world, the space vibrated, followed by dazzling rays of light blooming. Emerald green and golden rays of light blended with each other, reflecting a unique and never-before-seen scene. The more beautiful things are, the more mortal threats they often accompany. This seemingly beautiful and attractive light can destroy the eighth-dimensional powerhouse in an instant. This battle, even the gods felt incredible. Excited expressions appeared in the eyes of the two Xeno on the temple, and they cheered happily at the same time. Xeno of Benji. Super excited. Super excited. The legendary Super Saiyan and the Burget of the 6th universe. Xeno in the future. It's amazing. It's really amazing. It feels like never before. Xeno of this time and space and Xeno of the future time and space sing together. It's all unbelievable for Brawly and Burget's powerful combat. Watch the war zone. 7th universe here. After that guy went berserk, does he have such combat power? What a monster, and, the Saiyan of the 6th universe. It's not as simple as I thought. It's just an ordinary Super Saiyan, but he can have it. Such power. Beerus was stunned by the intensity of the fight. In particular, Burget's strength has not yet used the slightest divine power. You must know that this level of battle is properly gods of destruction level. Both of them are super monsters whose combat power has entered the realm of gods of destruction. Fortunately, their universe has a legendary Super Saiyan, otherwise the chance of winning this martial arts tournament would be really small. Now, let's see if this passer can continue to break out and suppress Burget as well. If possible, then Jiren of the 11th universe cannot worry too much. Next, the battle of the game is coming to an end, and I don't know if Brawly-san can knock out Burget of the 6th universe. Whis can't predict this fight either. One is the legendary Super Saiyan in their universe, and the other is the strongest warrior in the 6th universe. Really, no comparison. Even Brawly is far stronger than Son Goku and Vegeta in single combat. But without reason, this mad and unthinking attack will also become Brawly's Achilles heel. Look at Burget from the 6th universe. Being able to fight Brawly in a rampant state at the 2nd level of Super Saiyan shows how terrifying his strength is. And, that's far from Burget's true skill. Both sides have more energy not used, and it depends on who is better. Even you don't have the confidence to accurately judge whether you win or lose. Whis. Beerus frowned, feeling very uncomfortable. Angel couldn't even guess the result, which made him very uneasy. Our universe's Brawly-san is very powerful, and can even keep getting stronger until he surpasses his opponent. But after all, he is a crazy monster without reason. Whis' meaningful gaze glanced at Birgit, who was fighting Brawly in the ring. He had never seen a human being so arrogant, powerful, and even beyond the gods. Birgit of the 6th universe. Since the beginning of the game, he has never shown his true skills, even, he has never made a shot. Whis has a high evaluation of Birgit. It can be seen that their 7th universe is a little overwhelmed this time. As soon as these words came out, Beerus could only helplessly sullen in place. Now, there is no way he can. Who told Champa that there is a monster beyond gods of destruction? I hope Son Goku and Vegeta can create a miracle in the end. Beerus, who was helpless, can only pin his hopes on Son Goku and Vegeta, the two Saiyans. After all, these two Saiyans have created so many miracles that others can't believe it. Plus, now they can't do anything but trust the two of them. 6th universe here. The Saiyan from the 7th universe, as expected of the legendary Super Saiyan, is a little bit more capable, and he can fight Birgit to this level. Champa folded his arms and looked arrogant. If Birgit-san didn't take part in the competition, Champa-sama, you would have a different expression now. Vados, who was beside him, joked heartlessly. Humph. Champa just snorted coldly and didn't answer. If it weren't for Birgit and the two contestants he recommended, their 6th universe wouldn't necessarily have won this martial arts tournament. After all, the other universe contestants are all very strong. Whether it's Son Goku or Vegeta of the 7th universe, or that crazy Saiyan, they can put a lot of pressure on their universe. Even, one of the alternate gods of destruction in the 11th universe, and the strongest warrior, Jiren, have the formidable combat power to eliminate their entire universe. If it weren't for Birgit, if Vegeta hadn't participated in the game, their 6th universe would have been eliminated long ago, and his gods of destruction would have been obliterated. Unlike Angel and gods of destruction, the eyes of Demon Lord Hill and Demon Oza are locked in the most intense battle in the ring. There, the battle between Birgit and Brawly. Stinky man, you didn't even try to rescue the old lady, but that Saiyan in the 7th universe attracted your attention. Hill was sulking in his heart. Obviously the woman's jealousy is at stake, and she looks extremely aggrieved. She can only do this now, because she has been eliminated, and now she is only here, watching the battle. As for Majin Oza, he was so surprised by the overwhelming fighting power shown by Birgit and Brawly that he was speechless. Fear, the fear of making people tremble and losing the will to fight spread in his heart. What should he do if he encounters such a super monster from the very beginning? Apart from being killed and eliminated, I am afraid there is no other possibility. As a devil, he has never been afraid of everything, but today in the arena of the Universal Power Conference, he felt a deep fear. Killer Hit was squinting slightly at the moment, watching the battle seriously. From the time he was eliminated to the present, he didn't say anything, nor did he show any special performance. For him, since he was eliminated, he would be a good bystander. Not letting go of the slightest details, quietly watching the battle, how much he learned from it would be of great benefit to him. The viewing area of the 11th universe. The Joker gods of destruction Vermut had a meaningful expression on his face. It seems to be smiling, but it is a very embarrassing expression. Humph, let's fight, the bigger the fight, the better. No matter which one of you is eliminated, it will be good for my 11th universe. Whether it's Birgit or Brawly, the final champion must be our 11th universe. Vermut now seemed to have seen what their universe looked like after their victory. He only has such fantasies now, and only has firm trust in Jiren. As the gods of destruction with the most thoughtful mind and the most thought among all gods of destruction, he has also considered many aspects. This battle, in the end no matter what the situation may be, has huge benefits for their universe. Both Birgit and Brawly's stamina were drained. It's also a great opportunity for Jiren. After all, Jiren fought against Son Goku first, and also against Demon Lord Hill. Even if the physical strength did not consume much, but no matter what, it was shot. As long as Birgit and Brawly keep fighting, even in the final draw, Jiren can take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate these two threats in one fell swoop. Of course, based on what he knew about Jiren, Jiren would never do this. Even if he wanted to defeat Birgit or Brawly, he would be fighting with positive force. It seems that Jiren-san of our universe is also deeply attracted by the battle between Brawly-san of the 7th universe and Burgett-san of the 6th universe. Angel Margarita noticed at this moment that Jiren was serious in the corner of the ring, watching the battle. Moreover, there was already a strong desire to fight in his eyes. It's rare to meet an opponent. Jiren must be eager to fight with those two people, just don't know what will the final result be. Compared with those two people, Jiren has a feeling that I can't tell. Supreme Kai-K answered. There is no doubt about Jiren's strength. He is an absolutely invincible existence. We don't need to question him, nor can we question him. The universe that wins in the end must be us. Gods of Destruction, Vermut said blindly, and he firmly believed that, in this battle, Jiren will definitely lead them to victory in the end. Toppo and Dispo on the side were silent. His eyes also fell on Jiren. Can that powerful and arrogant being really win in the end? Conquer everything and show your absolute power before the gods of the universe. On the ring, as a bystander, Jiren couldn't hold back. Fortunately, his concentration is enough, otherwise, he would definitely want to rush to a hot battle. It doesn't matter if it is 1 against 2. This battle was far more intense than any battle he had experienced before, and it also deeply attracted his determination to compete with the strong. Burgett of the 6th universe, Brawly of the 7th universe, both of you are warriors on the same level as me, and I really look forward to a decisive battle with the winner among you. At this time, come quickly. Jiren forcibly restrained your desire to fight and continue to watch the fight as a bystander. He knew that Burgett had more power yet to show. He wanted to see and he wanted to know. Brawly, although strong, but always has a kind of inexplicable feeling. The result of this battle, he could not see through. If anything, Burgett has a 70% win rate and Brawly has a 30% win rate. Located at the battleground between Paraton and Son Gohan. The collision between Super Namek and Super Saiyan Beast continues to heat up. The two sides have fought for hundreds of rounds, colliding with each other far more than any battle. The speed continued to increase, and neither was inferior to the other in terms of speed and strength. This is the collision between the power of the Dragon God and the power of mystery. To be honest, in fact, they were also affected by the other side of the battlefield. As a 9th-dimensional existence, there is a higher-level battle going on. How can you not focus on the past? It's just that now they want to decide the outcome with the existence in front of them, and they almost put everything aside. Give it to me. Go away. With a sullen voice, Paraton's heavy punch slammed out, his arm extended, and a heavy blow hit Son Gohan 10 meters away from him. Pound. Son Gohan, who was hit hard, slammed his head into the rubble. Paraton took the opportunity to withdraw his fist. Hoo. A violent gasp came from Paraton's mouth. The battle so far, especially the battle with Son Gohan, has been full of energy and dare not be careless. It's a fierce battle. It's really unimaginable. You can push me to this point. However, our battle is far from over. Let me continue to enjoy the showdown with you. You don't want our battle to end here, do you? Paraton's eyes showed excitement, and a scorching fighting spirit emerged, showing how satisfied he was with this battle. Looking forward to, of course, bigger. This is the battle. Before it was a small fight, nothing to worry about. His family couldn't give him that feeling, but this Saiyan could. Great. Awesome. At this moment, Son Gohan, who had been knocked out by him before, suddenly burst into breath. The powerful chi swept in all directions like a tornado. The white arrogance was entwined with terrifying lightning bolts, which were powerful and imposing. The punch just now didn't cause any serious problems for Son Gohan. On the contrary, it made the energy flow in his body faster, and the combat power that he could exert became stronger. His aura, compared to before, was even worse than before. Wiping off a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, Son Gohan's scarlet eyes were filled with icy ruthlessness. Of course, there is also a strong will to fight. To use the most apt description, it is with the fierceness of a beast, directly targeting Paraton and determining it as a prey. It's just a minor injury. You can push me, Paraton, to such a degree. You are really amazing. Among the opponents I met, that is, Burgett, I can't do anything about it. Of course, you are still far from it. Don't think that what I am showing now is my full strength. If you think so, then you are very wrong. Let you see, what is the real power of the super Namek people. Ah, it seems that it is also a cry from the soul, and Peryton's breath once again ushered in sublimation and transformation. Boom! The majestic golden yellow aura permeates and expands with him as the center. At this moment, his aura is also ushering in a dramatic improvement, and his combat power has increased in an all-round way. The body is also continuously raised due to this skyrocketing power. Nani! Peryton's change came into view, and Son Gohan instinctively sensed the danger. Things seem to be a little off. Open your eyes and watch the boy. That's all my power as a super Namek. Ha 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 ha. In the wild laughter, Peryton showed 100% of its fighting power. Do not. This should be more than 100% of all. Get stronger and stronger in battle and push the limit in battle. His body quickly swelled to 100 meters, and the violent aura was far more terrifying than the previous Ultimate Warrior, Analyza. In terms of oppression, the current Peryton is definitely above Analyza. Even the combat power far exceeds that of the Ultimate Warrior of the Third Universe, Analyza. Vaguely, I touched the unit level of the 10th dimension. Son Gohan at this time, in his eyes, is like a weak ant. Boy, it's a big no-no to be distracted in battle. I'm just showing my original posture, so I make you afraid. This is not you just now. The cold words fell, and the huge soles of Politan's feet fell. Set off layers of storms, aiming at Son Gohan's body and stomping on it. The body has become larger, the strength has increased, and the speed has not been weakened. However, this out-of-the-way offense also gave Son Gohan a chance to react. With a violent, incomparably thrilling dodge, he avoided Peryton's stampede, jumped and rushed towards Peryton's face, intending to attack, but was hit by a slap and smashed into the ring in a daze. So easily crushed Son Gohan in Super Saiyan Beast form, this is Peryton's strength. He even glanced provocatively at the 7th Universe's viewing area and his own kin. Those provocative eyes, as if to say, how does it feel? This is my strength as a Super Namek. Ha! Suddenly, Peryton noticed the change in Son Gohan's breath again, his huge body moved, and his cold eyes stared at the source of the breath burst below. He slapped him in the front, and Son Gohan was fine. On the contrary, his breath became stronger, because of the pressure brought by Peryton. He grew again, greatly liberated the potential in his body, and brought into play the sturdy combat power of Super Saiyan Beast again. Come out. This is fun, boy, don't let my fight end so soon, keep bringing me the fun of fighting. Peryton let out a roar, and his huge body began to move, launching a devastating attack on Son Gohan offensive. Another arena. Vegeta and Kefla on the battlefield. Vegeta, who evolved from Super Saiyan's dark blue, was pressed and beaten by Kefla, who was rumored to be in super form. Son Goku, who was on the side, could only wait and see, taking advantage of this opportunity to recover his stamina. As a combined warrior, Kefla's overwhelming combat power and unparalleled growth rate made Vegeta, who evolved from Super Saiyan Dark Blue, feel a lot of pressure. He was almost completely crushed and beaten, and there was no room for him to fight back. It's just a combination of two nasty little devils. Don't think that you can do whatever you want after you become a person. I am the king of Saiyan. Vegeta has been pressed and beaten. Vegeta is also very angry. His breath soared, his combat power increased again, and when he raised his hand, he gathered the ultimate flash of light and shot at Kefla. What a powerful energy. Uncle, you are really powerful. I'm getting more and more excited. Kefla danced with excitement, and raised her hand to condense a smashing cannon in response to Vegeta's ultimate flash. The energy collided, thick smoke filled the air, and the impact of the explosion forced Vegeta and Kefla to retreat. Cut. Woman. Potara's power boost is really great, this guy is too tricky. Even as strong as Vegeta had to admit that Kefla in front of him was really more powerful than him. Powerful. Being crushed and beaten by a woman, as Prince Saiyan, his self-esteem is haunted, and he will never give up if he doesn't knock Kefla out of the ring. Hey, Vegeta, are you okay? At this moment, Son Goku, who had almost recovered his physical strength, stepped forward and stood beside Vegeta. Has your stamina recovered? Rush up, but you will be eliminated. Vegeta asked in disdain. It would be bad if Son Goku was eliminated just like that. I've almost rested, at least. Drink. With a sullen voice, Son Goku decisively cut into the second-level transformation of Super Saiyan Blue. The whole process was done in one go, without the slightest sloppiness. It can be seen that his physical strength is almost close to full recovery. The injury has also recovered most of it. Enough to support a super battle. Can you transform? That's good. Son Goku was able to continue transforming, which made Vegeta very satisfied. Wait, it's time for them to act. I can feel that the battle between Birgit and Broly in the 6th universe has entered a white-hot stage, so we can't waste too much time on this guy. Let's knock her out together, then fusion against Jiren, and finally, yes, Birgit. Son Goku met Vegeta's firm gaze, and they both agreed, nodding to each other. The conversation between them, word for word, entered Kefla's ears. Do you think that we can defeat me together? Saiyan of the 7th universe really looks down on people, don't get too complacent. There is no need for Brother Birgit to fight you, I alone will be enough to defeat you. The voice sounded, and it could be heard that the emotions broke out. What followed was the monstrous aura that was so violent that it could tear apart all things. The impact of the vast breath blew away the thick smoke in an instant, and the pressure of the late 9th dimension, even close to the peak, headed towards Son Goku and Vegeta. What a strong aura impact. This guy seems to be stronger than just now. Son Goku resisted the impact of the aura and said with great difficulty. Otherwise, why do you think I can't easily eliminate her? Don't forget, when the two of them fit together, one of them is the same as Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. If you don't beat her quickly, but there will be extra branches. Vegeta said through gritted teeth. He had already seen the horror brought by the legendary Super Saiyan, and he didn't want to make a second mistake. Kefla must be knocked down quickly. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Uncle, don't you really think that was all my strength just now? Facing the ignorance of Son Goku and Vegeta, a playful smile appeared on Kefla's face. As soon as these words came out, Son Goku and Vegeta were shocked. Just now, wasn't that full? I saw Kefla slowly clenched her fists, and the breath of the whole body changed rapidly and continuously improved. The pinnacle barrier of the 9th dimension seems to be broken when touched. What are you kidding? This breath, you guy, can you really be able to? Vegeta's pupils shrank suddenly. Ruo Kai Fula just said, he really doesn't believe it. But now people have taken it out. Have you discovered it now? Uncle, I was just using you to master this power. Now I'm tired of playing. Since you are so anxious, I will use my real power to eliminate you. At the same time let me also show you, the old lady's, real transformation. Drink. In the roar, Kefla's breath swept the entire battlefield like a tornado. The terrifying aura she burst out was no less than Broly and Birgit on another battlefield. Even, vaguely pressed the two people on the head. This terrifying air pressure shock was unbearable for both Son Goku and Vegeta. Even the advanced version of the second-order Super Saiyan Blue color couldn't withstand this terrifying aura shock and kept going backwards. Ha 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 ha. This kind of power that fills the whole body is amazing. Exclamation mark. I am the strongest person in the ring. After I eliminate you, the next opponent will be the 11th universe's Jiren, and that Saiyan called Broly. No, I'm going to fight even Big Brother Birgit. Ha 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 ha. Kefla's wild laughter spread all over the place. The world, just the shock wave of the sound is enough to destroy, 1, 2, 3, and destroy everything. The space vibrates constantly, and the gods are shocked. 2TM, arrogant. However, this power has indeed entered the realm of the old gods of destruction. At this moment, the powerful combat power of Kefla has been completely stabilized in the unit of the ditch. This surging power also made Kefla get carried away, and even release the rhetoric that even Birgit would fight together. After all, there is still a feeling of being carried away by the power. Whether or not it will be done is another matter. Chuan Chao and the second-order fusion mutation of Super Saiyan make Kefla feel that her power is endless and invincible to any existence. Birgit naturally heard this heroic roar. He didn't care about it, just smiled. If she can beat Son Goku and Vegeta, she'll be awesome. If you just want to beat Jiren and him, it is indeed a lot worse. Jiren, who was on the battlefield, felt disdain for it. He only sensed it for a while, and he no longer took it seriously. Saiyan second young master, who was closest to Kefla, was unable to move due to the overwhelming aura. Are the two of them so strong when they are combined? It's far more than us. Son Goku clenched his teeth and resisted the impact of the breath with difficulty. With this strength, even if he took out 20 times the Kaioken, he would be far behind. This guy's anger has reached a higher level. It's even bigger than Broly's previous pressure. I can't stand it. Fusion, Kakarot, beat this guy first, let's talk. Vegeta, who couldn't bear it anymore, couldn't stand Kefla's overwhelming breath. As a senior, being crushed by a junior, what is this? Vegeta is already shameless, even to do that ugly action. Okay, then Fusion, beat her down. Then fight Jiren and the others. Son Goku agreed decisively. This is the only way at present. The power of Kefla is no longer something that any one of them can compete with. Even if they join forces, there is no point in winning. Unless Son Goku reaches Ultra Instinct again. Of course, this is impossible. Son Goku himself knows that the state is magical and can only be won with the help of Vegeta's power. Here, Saiyan's second young master seems to have made a decision to make a fusion action. On the other side, the battle between Broly and Birgit continues to heat up. With Kefla's complete explosion and release, the super blood in Broly's body also seemed to be affected, surging continuously. In just a few seconds, the strength not only climbed several times, but the energy that could burst out became more and more terrifying. Combined with that savage and crazy fighting style, even Birgit, who was stable in the second-order extreme state of Super Saiyan, felt a little difficult. Naturally, despite this, at the stage where it can be dealt with, it will not be countered. Fierce battles continue. This entire war zone is subverted by the powerful forces of Birgit and Broly. Breathtaking and terrifying. Boom. After the fierce confrontation, the terrifying power shook Birgit and Broly back at the same time. There were ripples in the space, as if to break the whole space. In fact, if you go to any universe in the lower realm, the space is probably broken, and Birgit and Broly have already entered the slit of different dimensions. But this is the realm of nothingness, which is different from the universe of the lower realm. Although there is nothing here, the space is extremely solid and solid. Ooh. In the roar, Broly used the burst of supernatural power to completely resist the force of the shock. That huge body charged towards Birgit again with the momentum of strangulation, and the huge hands seemed to block Birgit's whole body and crush him alive. At the critical moment, Birgit performed super high-speed movement in place, turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place, cleverly dodging Broly's savage attack. Humph, are you doing anything other than screaming? Is that all you can do? Hurry up and use stronger powers to please me. Otherwise, I won't even be able to conceive the idea of continuing to transform. Broly's power has certainly increased, but it's not nearly enough. Birgit appeared beside Broly like a ghost, golden aura wrapped around her right leg, her whole body was infused with strength, and a devastating roundhouse kick hit Broly's face with precision. The thrilling sound of pound exploded, accompanied by Broly's miserable roar. That body, which was even more powerful than a beast, instantly turned into a cannonball and shot out, smashing dozens of huge rocks, rubbing against the ground and sliding for hundreds of meters before it stopped. Birgit landed steadily, her eyes staring into the distance. Should be able to continue to improve. Your power, Birgit muttered to herself as she watched the thick sand and dust raging in the ring. Sure enough, in the next second, a huge pillar of green light rose from the ground, and Broly's chi became stronger than before. Saiyan's characteristic is that when he is strong, he becomes stronger, and the more he fights, the more courageous he is. This is even more evident in Chuan Chao's body. In the center of the emerald green light, Broly at the moment seemed to be stimulated. The blood in the body became more and more violent, and a steady stream of energy emerged from the body, filling his body, making him stronger and larger. The terrifying chi, compared with just now, has not improved by a single star. Is it soaring again? Is it because of Kefla? Or is it because of my fatal blow? The power of Chuan Chao will only be born once in 1,000 years, and now there are two Chuan Chao in the ring at the same time. The mutual reflection between the bloodlines also leads to the butterfly effect, right? Birgit noticed that Broly's breath was not right, and the growth rate was indeed a little scary. After thinking about it, apart from these reasons, what else is possible? And this is exactly what he wants. As the legendary Super Saiyan, if the combat power is only so little, if even his higher level Super Saiyan cannot be forced out, it will be really boring. Let me witness, Brawly, where is the limit of your growth? The confident and arrogant words fell, and Birgit channeled a deeper energy pool in her body. Crackling, the strong blue and white electric current surrounds the body, and the breath ushered in a dramatic improvement in an instant. The brow bone was lowered, the eyebrows disappeared, and the golden hair was stretched to the waist. Ha! With a sullen voice, the form was stable. Super Saiyan Third Order Pinnacle. The normal 600-fold increase in combat power increased Birgit's combat power value again, and finally reached a unit with 60 grooves. 3 times the power of Super Saiyan's Second Order Ultimate. Of course, the real strength is far from 3 times as simple. Frosty eyes fixed on Brawly, who was 100 meters away. A further transformation is also a recognition of Brawly's power. At the same time, Brawly is indeed worthy of his expectation and seriousness. The battle is still going on, and Birgit has taken out the third Super Saiyan. At this moment, Kefla's breath burst finally ushered in the final peak. Her energy stabilized at a certain limit, her body was wrapped in emerald green lightning, the green energy radiated the sky and the earth, and her face was filled with a confident and invincible evil smile. With his arms crossed, Kefla stood on the top of the rock, condescendingly overlooking Son Goku and Vegeta, the 2 Saiyans below. Uncles, how are you feeling now? Don't be scared to pee your pants, Kefla said playfully with a playful smile. Such arrogant attitudes are unbearable for individuals. Not to mention Saiyan, Vegeta and Son Goku, who have always thought he was no less than anyone. Smelly, little, ghost, Vegeta's forehead bulged with blue veins, and there was a faint trend of blackening. As a senior, he was provoked one after another, and he couldn't do anything, which really made him want to kill Kefla. However, he really does not have that ability. Calm down Vegeta, we need fusion to deal with him, Son Goku advised. HMPH, then hurry up, I can't wait to tear this stinky mouth to pieces. Vegeta, who gritted his teeth, did not move, his eyes fixed on Son Goku, and he urged. Does Son Goku think he's in no hurry? In fact, he is more anxious than anyone. Moreover, from the very beginning of the power conference, he had made this plan. Yoshi, come on then, Son Goku nodded earnestly. The next second, after the 2 of them understood each other, they retreated to a position where they could complete the fusion. Fusion, what is that? Could it be the same as us? But without the help of Patara earrings to become a person. Kefla developed a strong interest in the fusion trick. But even so, she wasn't afraid at all. As a combined warrior, she was already extremely arrogant at this moment. What about fusion? I can knock you out as well as Kefla, uncles, don't let me down. How sorry she is. Because, what she will face later is the existence known as the strongest fusion warrior in the whole dimension. Saiyan's second young master is here. After maintaining a certain distance, the 2 looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. Son Goku, fusion. Vegeta, fusion. The voice said. The 2 quickly approached with the same but opposite dance steps. With the collision of the last fingertips, a burst of white light bloomed, followed by the energy beam that almost penetrated the boundless world. Such a dazzling light immediately attracted the attention of all gods and warriors. In the space, the divine voice that cannot be blasphemed resounds. An air that is so powerful that it is breathtaking, descends into the realm of nowhere. The extremely arrogant Kefla had an ominous premonition in her heart, her expression was solemn, and she became completely serious. In the spotlight, the light dissipated. An invincible warrior in the appearance of Son Goku and Vegeta, wearing a small yellow vest, descends to the realm of nothingness. He is the strongest fusion warrior in the whole dimension, Vegeta. The majestic aura rises into the sky, and it is just so terrifying to be born and stand there. Standing on the ring of the boundless world, Vegeta's existence is too conspicuous. That power, just normal, reached the 9th dimension level. Fusion, the addition and multiplication of the 2, can be said to be the maximum limit that gives fusion warriors the greatest strength. 1000 rang unit level combat power. This is already comparable to the basic strength of Birgit and Jiren. Finally, it's time for a fight. Vegeta's proud posture was completely displayed by Vegeta. Fearless, also full of expectations for the opponent. Gogeta, so to speak, is a fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta, but he is also an independent entity. Fusion is different from fusion. Fusion inherits all of the two, but has another dominant consciousness. Unlike a fusion, it has got everything of the first two, and it is also the consciousness of the first two. Fusion is completely dominated. No matter how high or low, and no matter which way is more powerful, it can only be said that whether it is fusion or fusion, it can create an unparalleled super soldier. Concentrating his eyes, looking forward, Kefla's serious attitude made Gogeta's mouth slightly slant and he laughed. What's the matter? Just seeing me now makes you scared. Little devil, you were not like this before. Gogeta's voice full of magic gave people a greater sense of oppression. Fusion is completely over and all the power has returned to the inside of the body. Kefla sneered in disdain and shouted, "Stop joking. You are a fighter from fusion, I am a fighter from fusion. Don't think that you are so great, beat me in strength first and then say arrogant words." Quote. Gogeta didn't care about the provocative words, and continued his tone, mockingly said, "Really? Come on then, and let me see how amazing you are as a fit warrior. Let's say it first, I'm not Son Goku and Vegeta, me. Gogeta, not something you can take lightly." Domineering words said, in an instant, Gogeta has completed the transformation. The pure first order full power of Super Saiyan makes his dimensional level reach the ditch unit. The combat power of 8 grooves. Even compared to Burget, it is not weak at all. That's it, I thought you had some great skills. Take it. With a shout, Kefla rushed forward and launched an attack directly. Boom, boom, exclamation mark. The competition between pure power. The duel between Burget and Broly has reached a point of incomparable anxiety. It should be said that Broly is no longer Burget's opponent after taking out the power of Super Saiyan's third order peak. It's not pure combat power, but simply with Super Saiyan's powerful third order body, Burget's strength is enough to directly collide with Broly, the superhero at this stage. Although there is still a big gap in size, it doesn't matter. The current Broly, Sora has more powerful strength, but can't display it. There is no point in continuing to fight like this. Are you really that's all? Broly, as the legendary Super Saiyan, honestly disappointed me. Burget said with emotion while attacking and fighting back. This is not a provocation, nor is it a joke, but the truth. I thought that Broly could force out his Super Saiyan God form, but now it seems that Broly can't do it easily. Otherwise, it would not be at this time, still brute force attacking. It is true that the strength is still improving, and it is true that the strength is constantly increasing, but this power conference is always time limited, and Burget does not have so much time to give him continuous growth. To put it simply, in fact, Burget hopes that Broly can wake up. In this case, even if the strength is disparate, at least the fun of fighting will not be less. Crazy Broly is no longer as exciting as he had been at the beginning. Ooh, facing Burget's remarks, although he lost his mind, Broly responded instinctively. Obviously, he didn't want to continue like this, he wanted to crush Burget, and he wanted to kill Burget. For him, Burget has become a knot in his heart. For him, who is a wild beast, it is a hurdle that cannot be easily crossed. You say, Broly is so weak. Broly's performances in the original, doesn't it feel like even Jiren can be suppressed? Actually not. Broly can be strong or weak. He did crush Son Goku and Vegeta in the super theatrical version, and was finally defeated by Gogeta, which seemed outrageously strong, and had a terrible growth rate. But the real strength does have a certain limit. Now the strength of the ditch unit is most of the strength that Broly holds at this stage. After all, even if he appeared earlier, his strength might be stronger than the original, but there was not enough opportunity for him to make a complete breakthrough, so he was now in a situation where he was neither embarrassed nor embarrassed. Only a complete breakthrough, or even a recovery of sanity, can bring out the most complete strength. Crazy attacks kept coming, Burget kept dodging. Finally, facing the oncoming punch, he raised his hand to catch it. Let's end our battle. Maybe you can become stronger, but unfortunately, I have no time to play with you. Especially in the battle on the other side, those two guys, it seems that Fusion has become a superhero. Strong warrior. Eyes narrowed slightly, and Burget's body swelled with golden arrogance. With the release of energy, the Golden Saiyan power forcibly suppressed Broly's super power. This picture is full of shock. Because since ancient times, there has never been a case of ordinary Saiyan suppressing Chuan Chao. Broly struggled frantically, but at this point it was useless. The moment Birgit raised her other hand, her fist slammed into Broly's face. The ferocious power instantly penetrated Broly's entire body. Ollie. Under attack, Broly flew all the way upside down, shot straight, smashed the rocky mountains formed by countless super Kaisen steels, and finally stopped at the edge of the ring. This blow was a super punch that Birgit unleashed with the help of the power of God. The real power has reached the level of hundreds of ditch units. Not only directly incapacitates him, but also knocks him unconscious. Do not directly solve Broly. In fact, this is also an accident, because in Birgit's opinion, the punch just now was enough to knock him out of the ring. But he was so lucky that he didn't fall out directly. However, even if there was no direct elimination, Broly had already passed out and was unable to wake up in a short time. If he can really wake up in the remaining time of the power tournament, Birgit really wants to fight him again. Now, Birgit's eyes are on the other side. Over there, it is the battlefield of Kefla and Gogeta. For nothing else, the birth of Gogeta is enough to show that this power assembly has reached its final moment. Son Goku and Vegeta are bound to fusion. That's what Birgit guessed right from the start. Because other than this method, they have no other means to compete with him and Jiren. Now this is the case, which also validates Birgit's initial guess. It's an incredible breath. After fusion, the strength is no less than mine. I just don't know, is this strength real, or does it contain moisture? Birgit muttered to herself while looking ahead. It can be said that the battle here is over, and now he is really interested in Gogeta. If not wrong, this is also the only chance to play against Gogeta. It's just that Kefla is still fighting with Gogeta now, and if he gets involved, it won't be very good. He shifted his gaze and looked to the other side. Over there, it is the battlefield of Rice and the Super Namek Peridot. At this point, the fight over there has reached the final stage. Who will win in the end? No one knows what the outcome will be, not even Birgit. Taking back his thoughts, he looked to the other side again, where Jiren was standing impressively. Because of Birgit's gaze, Jiren felt it for the first time and cast her eyes. This is one of the few times when we look at each other again. Neither of them moved, but both looked at Gogeta's battlefield again at the same time. As absolute powerhouses, Birgit and Jiren both see the strength of everyone in the ring. Apparently, Gogeta is also on Jiren's heart. This is an absolute powerhouse. Is able to threaten his existence. Above, because of the light of Gogeta, the eyes of the two Xeno, the four Xeno guards, and even the Grand Priest all shone with brilliance. For Xeno, the more intense and tough the competition, the more interested they are. Xeno's guard was a little surprised by Gogeta's strength. After all, after fusion broke through the dimensional level, especially the potential possessed by Gogeta shocked them. Then there is the Grand Priest, as the Supreme God, he saw through the existence of Gogeta at a glance. It's really interesting, the strongest battle of the same type and the same race between Ruan Sheng Universe and Ruan Sheng Universe, just don't know, how long will this heat last? Son Goku and Vegeta are indeed the existences that can create miracles. With his hands back, Grand Priest said to himself. It is impossible not to be shocked. It is impossible not to expect. Especially, this power conference has completely exceeded his expectations. Not only are there so many powerhouses in the 9th dimension, but even the 10th dimension has added another one. Moreover, after this fusion, even if they are separated, the strength of Son Goku and Vegeta will be improved again. The viewing area of the 6th universe. Cut. Beerus, did you have a hidden hand? Fusion is a trick to deal with Birgit of our universe, right? It's a pity that you miscalculated. Our universes Califra and Kale merged, the strength is not inferior to your universe Son Goku and Vegeta's fusion. Champa said viciously. However, he was still very happy. Because now his 6th universe has an absolute advantage, and he has completely suppressed the 7th universe. Even if the Son Goku and Vegeta of the 7th universe are fused, Kefla may not be able to stop it. Then on the other side Birgit also managed to kill Broly. That is to say, even if Gogeta is stronger than Kefla, Birgit will definitely be able to suppress it. Then there is Peridot, even if Son Gohan temporarily breaks the limit and transforms, Paraton's strength is still comparable to it. There is even a great hope to defeat him. Within the scope of the 7th universe, because the number of people in universes is getting smaller and smaller, the viewing area has long been reduced. Beerus glanced at Champa next door disdainfully. You guy, don't get carried away. Do you think you will win? It's still a long way. It is certain to be unconvinced. If it is anyone else, who is willing to lose? In particular, Champa is his brother and has always been his younger brother. If he loses to his younger brother, even if he is still alive, how will he mess up in the future? Really, from what I can see, your 7th universe has come to a dead end. Champa added. It's okay not to say this. After saying it, blue veins appeared on Beerus' forehead. Cut. The game is not over, there are still my 7th universe players in the ring. Even if you can't beat your 6th universe now, don't forget, there are still 11th universe players. Don't even think about your universes. Better, Beerus countered. The topic changed, and he directly said about 11 universe. This gave Vermut a chance to say a few words. Compared with Beerus and Champa, the clown gods of destruction, Vermut's taunting ability is obviously stronger. It should be said that it is good that it is not involved. Once it is involved, it will directly result in a 3-party quarrel. The eliminated players were unable to answer, nor dared to answer, because it was a conversation between gods of destruction. Angels are very helpless. After all, they all know the virtues of their own masters. As for the other 4 excluded universe gods and angels, of course it looks like a good show. On the surface, it must be shocking inside. On the ring, the battle between Rice and Paraton continues. The strength of the two sides is equal. After breaking through the limit of each other, the two cannot suppress and easily defeat each other. Isn't it a good thing to be distracted at this time? Son Gohan, your strength has been recognized by me, and I, Paraton, don't bother to do that kind of sneak attack. To continue like this is nothing more than a competition of physical strength and a final fight. Let's fight. How? Seeing Son Gohan in front of him still worried about the battle situation on the other side, Paraton said directly. In fact, he can win by sneak attack. Son Gohan's distraction is also his problem. Hearing Paraton's words, Son Gohan's face sank. Just now, he really lost his mind because of worry. If it were another opponent, I was afraid that he would really be taken advantage of and thus lose. If that's the case, then as you wish. Come on, it's time for us to decide the winner. There was no rejection. This is also a good thing for Son Gohan. Fighting until now, he also knew that he could not easily defeat Paraton. If he continued like this, it would be nothing more than a physical competition. Now, there is a chance to fight with the strongest blow to decide the winner, so if he wins, he can give the 7th universe an even bigger advantage. Of course, it was also too simplistic what he thought. Because in the current situation, Paraton is just like him. He has enough ability to go beyond the limit to play the strongest blow, and Paraton can too. Turtle Sect Qi Gong Wave. End. Yan. Destroy. Destroy. Cannon. Under the condensed energy limit, Son Gohan and Paraton both condensed unparalleled terrifying energy. This deterrent, this momentum, this level. It can be said that 123, with the help of the power level of the ultimate move, the ultimate realm of both parties has reached the 10th dimension. 10th dimension. This is the realm where the true God lives. It is also a powerful unit that can only be achieved by gods of destruction. Reaching the 10th dimension means that space can be broken. No longer limited to the past, open a new future. The collision of absolute power. Two thick beams shot out towards each other. The azure blue light collided with the red light, and in an instant, a huge amount of energy converged, and the center of the two sides completely exploded, forming an energy circle with a diameter of more than several hundred meters. It seems small and not big, but it actually contains enough energy to destroy a galaxy. This situation, to be honest, is very similar to when Son Gohan and Cell faced off. It's just that the power level is not at the same level at all. Spread out the waves. On the other side, Vegeta, who was fighting with Kefla, glanced at Son Gohan intentionally or unintentionally after blocking Kefla's attack. Kefla naturally didn't know. If she knew that Vegeta could be distracted while fighting with her, she would definitely vomit blood in anger. Gohan, is this your greatest strength? No, this is not your limit, take out all your strength, with your ability, you can definitely defeat Peridot. As long as you are serious, then in this world there are really few people who are your opponents. Vegeta sighed inwardly. Inheriting everything from Son Goku and Vegeta, it can be said that Son Gohan is also his son. After sighing, he smiled excitedly, and turned to take Kefla seriously. In the front, he took the initiative to pick up Kefla's offense and focused on defense. Now that he knows about Kefla's strength, he is ready to attack. Not only was there less than half the time left in this power meeting, but also because fusion wasn't going to be long, so he had to fight fast. Kefla, not his ultimate opponent. Jiren and Birgit are. In particular, that Birgit has beaten Broly. That kind of guy was easily defeated without taking any damage. You must know that before the power conference, he lost a lot of effort. Even if Son Goku and Vegeta entered the spiritual time room, and their strength improved by leaps and bounds in the power conference, his strength was also indirectly improved. But compared to that, it's still a little weak. Of course, he can't admit defeat, and he can't be afraid. The battle has not been fought yet, and no one knows what the outcome will be. Little devil, I can't waste too much time with you. Next, I'm going to be serious. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and Vegeta's eyes narrowed. As the attack unfolded, Vegeta's fist began to attack Kefla actively. It's exactly what I want. But don't talk too much, I'm not something you can easily beat. For Vegeta's arrogance, Kefla obviously doesn't recognize it. She has her arrogance, she has her self-confidence. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.